I think the Democrats might decide to try to keep the government closed until President Trump's out of office. Who knows? Yeah, it's completely unacceptable that the Democrats are, basically holding all Americans hostage. Government workers who aren't being paid, people who need their food stamps, people who travel, people who are now concerned about their travel plans for Thanksgiving. The government is meant to be opened. It's meant to function and be fully funded. And I can say that Russ Vought is doing heroic things to try to minimize the harm from the Democrats' hissy fit about Donald Trump's success. It's the only explanation for what's wrong right now. This is an issue with the Senate. The senators need to do their job. The
senators need to do their job.
To be a moderating influence in American culture, in American politics. Chuck Schumer and the Democrats right now are the opposite. And I think that every voter in the world is going to notice that, that guy that I thought was a moderate is not. That they're basically taking orders from Chuck Schumer and AOC and putting Americans in harm's way with their government shutdown.
Harm's way.
It's just completely unacceptable.
Completely unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. It's completely unacceptable. Hey, how's it going, everybody? Completely unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. It's unacceptable completely. Unacceptable completely. So, how's it going, everybody? Happy Saturday night. Sorry for a little bit late tonight. It was trick-or-treat Halloween time, so I had some things I had to take care of before I could stream. And now, of course, Mr. G.S. Harkman, or G. Sharkman, whichever you prefer, says, Happy Halloween, everybody, and he's first. What the F says trick or treat? You know, Halloween really is All Hallows Eve, and it's a Christian holiday. That's right. Mm-hmm. And yep, it's most people think it's a pagan holiday, but it's not. It's November 1st is All Saints Day, which follows All Hallow. That's right. And, hail, hi Jim and Jim Somniacs. Happy Halloween. Thank you very much. Sharon Tyler, how you doing tonight? What's up? Yes, Jim Somniacs. That's what we're doing. Jody says, good evening, all. And plus, he has been tickled, and I shared it, listening, and God bless you all. Well, God bless you too, and thank you for doing the Lord's work over there on Rumble. Steve Hilliard says, hey, how you doing, Jim? Chat. I hope everyone had a good week. I was wondering if the government shutdown will quit soon. It's totally up to the Democrats. I mean, that's where we're at, man. That's where we're at. Jonathan Marcus says, happy Halloween. Good evening. It's my birthday. Well, happy birthday, Jonathan. And everybody, on a 1 and a 2. Happy birthday to Jonathan. Happy birthday to you. It's your birthday and it's Halloween, so you get screwed out of parties. Happy birthday, buddy. None of your business. Good evening, all. How you doing? Terry says, happy Halloween. Happy birthday. None of your business. Oh, I have to get up early. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Jeff. Happy birthday. Sorry, wrong window. I don't know what that means. I have to get up early. Sorry, wrong window. Hey, Lynn says, what's up? How you doing? Happy Halloween. Sylvia says, happy Halloween. What's up? Trumpinator, yo, what's up? I am Bob. Hail chat. Sunshine says, hey, Jim and everyone. Sports says, wow, look at me. I actually made it on time. Looking forward to another great show for you tonight, Jim. Well, thank you. I'm glad everyone's here on time, and I'm going to try to do my best and make it a good show. Make it a really, really good show. Pat Hacker's here too. Happy Halloween. What's up? The other guys, hey, Jim, what's up? Happy Halloween. Brian Ogden, what's up? Happy Spooky. I don't know if you can say spook. Happy Halloween, Bob, Pat, G. Sharkman, what's up? Yeah. Hey, Pat, what's up? Pat Hacker. Rod, what's up, man? Happy Halloween. What's up, man? How you doing? Nice to see you. I don't want to see. I don't want to miss anybody. Audra, what's up? Happy Halloween. How you doing? Change the rules in the Senate. No filibusters for CRs. Well, it'd be nice if they did that, but I don't know. And Bella's your favorite pumpkin? Mm-hmm. Oh, BTM Maroons. Hail, Jim. Happy Halloween. What's up, Dave? How you doing? Suburban Review Channel. That's right. I told you guys about this the other night. If you want to go check out a good channel for some bourbon reviews, go check out BTM Reviews Bourbon Channel. Every Monday they do this like live stream taste testing thing, Dave and his sons, and it's very good. And then they do other shows and stuff like that. But go check it out. You know, like and subscribe to his stuff too, because he's putting in hard work and he's just trying to make everybody appreciate his love and passion for bourbon. Oh, we got the cannibalistic wizard. So Jim, I had to protect his home from zombies, vamps, and clackers, but he's confused as they were carrying bags of candy. It's rough, man. It's rough. Hey, Kimberly Patty, what's up, man? Petri, how you doing? Happy Halloween. It's also your wedding anniversary. Wow. So you got married on Halloween. Did you guys dress up in costumes? Let me guess. You guys went as the bride and the groom? Take me out to the ballpark. That's what I was seeing. Did you notice that? How I did that? Happy birthday, Jonathan. That's right. Happy birthday, Jonathan. Today was my late father's birthday. Well, rest in peace and our condolences for your late father, Sunshine. Base Jim, what's up, J-Rock Law? How's it going? That's right. We have a really, really big show. That's right. Here's his right there. There's his YouTube channel, BTM Reviews. If you guys want to go check it out. He's putting in the hard work. So, what do we got going on tonight? Well, we got a whole bunch of stuff. As always, as usual, there is a goal tonight, as there is every night. So for the first, the show is going to be about 2.5 hours, 2.5 hours, somewhere around there. There's a goal. For every $75 that comes in across Rumble Rants, YouTube Super Chats, memberships on Rumble and YouTube, PayPal, Cash App, the QR codes are on the screen and the links are pinned in the chat. We will extend the show by 1 hour for every $75. Also, when we hit $75, Bellavision is activated. But there's more. If a single individual donation comes in for $25 or greater, it would be 5 gifted memberships or just a donation of $25, Bellavision would be activated immediately for the show. And backed by popular demand, I reduced the total for Bellavision from $75 to $50. That's right. So for just once $50 in total comes in, Bellavision gets activated. So either $25 or $50, whatever happens first. 25 and a 1 or a 50 total. Bellavision. But there we go. Let's get into the big story of the day. That's right. We got 2 judges have ruled that Trump is required to pay SNAP benefits with emergency funds. What emergency funds? Where can Trump just do that? Is Trump able to just take money and pay things that Congress didn't authorize? Because Congress has the authority under the Constitution, has the power to purse, so Congress delegates where money goes? I don't think so. I don't know if this is going to work out the way this judge thinks it's going to work out. It's kind of crazy ruling. But let's read. There will still be delays, and there's nowhere near enough money to fully fund it. That's right, because it's like $9.5 billion. You know, the number keeps going up. First they said it was 8, now it's $9.5 billion because, you know, they got administrative fees and all this other stuff they got to pay. So it's almost $10 billion, and they don't even have half of that. Yet they somehow want them to figure out how to do it. Like somehow just do it. You know, they don't care. They're not asking why. They just do it. There will be delays. There's nowhere near enough money. Especially if this gets stayed or successfully appealed, these judges are out of control. Mm-hmm.
More now on our breaking news. A second judge has ruled that the Trump administration must use emergency funds to at least partially cover SNAP benefits in November. Remember, 42 million Americans depend on these benefits for groceries to feed themselves and their families.
Not 40 million Americans.
And Renee Marsh is following this. Renee, what else are we
not 40
learning?
million
A very
Americans.
quickly
Sorry.
moving story here.
Yeah, so these two judges, one in Boston and one in Rhode Island, making these decisions just really just minutes apart. And so what we have here at this hour is that these two federal judges are aligned in saying that the Trump administration is required to tap into this emergency fund that is sitting at the USDA that contains close to $6 billion. They must tap into that fund to keep SNAP benefits going. If you remember, the Trump administration said because of the shutdown, they had spoken to states and told them that payments would not be made on November 1st. That meant that some 42 million people who rely on this program starting tomorrow were not going to have funds on their cards to buy groceries for their families. But these two judges said that that was unlawful and that the Trump administration needed to release the funds for this program. In court today, the Trump administration's lawyers had argued that they weren't mandated to use this emergency fund, and they said that the shutdown was actually not an emergency situation in which they would move to use these funds. To that, the lawyers representing both the cities and the nonprofits who were challenging the suspension of this program said that millions of people not having access to food indeed is an emergency. So this judge in Rhode Island essentially...
No, technically it's not. And you're right. I don't remember voting for this judge into the White House. F him, keep it turned off. It might seem like an emergency, but it's not an emergency according to the law. An emergency according to those people always had those requirements. An emergency is people that aren't normally going to get SNAP that would need to get it because of an emergency. Like, you know, a hurricane, an earthquake, a flood, a fire. That's what the supplemental money's for. An emergency, not the normal people. It's not for that. So the judge is wrong. Just saying, well, it's an emergency that they don't have the money. No, it's not. They always require the SNAP. That's normal. It's not an emergency that these 42 million people get SNAP. That's not an emergency. They always get the SNAP. So it's not an emergency. It's retarded for them to try to say, like, well, because you don't have this other money, it's an emergency, use that money. That's not. No, they have under $6 billion in funds, and it takes over $9 billion, like $9.5 billion to pay it every month. So they don't have the money to pay it. And they can't just decide to pay some people, not other people. That would be a violation of the 14th Amendment. You either have to pay everybody's incomplete or you pay nobody's. And it was Star Lowell says, I'm on food stamps and Social Security, but I would rather have the shutdown than illegals getting our tax dollars. That's right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they paid payroll for October. Yes, they did. But this is for November. Because I'm half retarded and I don't even know this bullshit. And I even know this bullshit. Oh, okay, I even know. Okay, well, we have 900 people in town, only one traffic light up Licky Owen. I know everyone too. Oh, cool. Mm-hmm. You'll look under your couch cushions to help to pitch in. Mm-hmm. I can't sell my SNAP for cash. Boo. No SNAP here. That's right. Yeah. It's funny when Trump tried to spend other funds to build the wall, Congress stopped him. It's all kind of, that's right. It's not, it's billion with a B. Not, yeah, it's billion with a B, billion a month. It's almost 10 billion a month. In New York alone, just New York gets almost $1 billion a month. Just New York for SNAP. It's like 850 million, something like that a month, 900 million a month just for SNAP. New York. California, it's over $1 billion. That's where the vast majority, like those two states, get a shit ton of the money. Mm-hmm. And I don't think there's money for November. No, there's no money for November. They don't have any money left. They did everything they could to stretch it, do different things. But this judge is trying to order, these judges are trying to order them to take money that Congress put in a special fund for emergencies, like a natural disasters or an earthquake or something happens where people that aren't on SNAP currently need to get SNAP in order to eat. Like they can't work because, the town blows up or the factory blows up or, there's a massive hurricane, earthquake, tornadoes, floods. That's what the emergency fund is for, stuff like that, not for this. So if they spend the money on this, what happens if there's a hurricane then? They don't have the money. It's just not correct. But New York funds don't of that with tax dollars. I don't know how much New York tax dollars actually cover. You know what I mean? Like when you start thinking about all the other stuff that they were spending and the different things, the Medicaid money and all the stuff, like I really don't think like California, New York, I don't think they're net contributors anymore because of all the illegals. Yeah, not a real judge and activist. They need to rename these. This is just unelected black robe tyrannical lower court inferior judges. But I digress.
Order them to release these funds as soon as possible. Worth noting that the close to $6 billion will not cover all that is needed to fund SNAP throughout the country. That costs about $9 billion per month. And so this judge said that the agency would also have to figure out if they would agree to look to move other money from the agency to supplement what is needed so that every American who relies on this program will get funds. The last point that is super important, that if you're watching and you're a part of this program, what does this all mean for whether you will have these funds starting tomorrow? You will still see delays because it will take some time before both the agency and states can get the money flowing once again. Back to you guys.
Yeah, they'll expect an interruption here. Renee, thank you so much for the latest there that we have been waiting for. Let's talk.
Yeah. So they by law they cannot reduce funding. Yeah, it's a Bronca quote. Yeah, I quote Bronca. Yes. They can't reduce the funding. They're not allowed to just reduce people's funding. They can't. They either have to pay it or they can't pay it. That's the thing. Like there's no money to pay it, so they can't pay it. They're not allowed to say, well, we can just give you some of it. That's against the law. It's just there would be all types of calculations to figure out who gets what and different things. And it's like there's no way to do it. So, yeah. Just in Boston, United States District Judge Indira Talwani, an Obama appointee. And just I want to point out, too, that this judge in particular was the judge that ruled that Congress passed a law, you remember, and they cut funding for Planned Parenthood. And Congress passed a law. It was signed by president. And this judge overruled Congress and the president and said, no, you got to still pay Planned Parenthood. It doesn't matter what Congress says. I say, what? That's not how this fucking country works. And she got overruled and basically lambasted by the appeals courts because she does not have the authority to tell Congress what to fucking do. It doesn't work that way. When Congress says, no, we're not paying this, it's not up to the judge to say, oh, no. I say you're going to pay this. You thought the emergency stuff were for FEMA funds? Yes, that's what the emergency funds are for. Like if there's an emergency, like a natural disaster or a war or something where they have to use the money. He says, I'm mostly bedridden. As long as I have coffee, I'll be okay. Well, oh my God, hang in there. Hang in there. I hope you'll be okay. This judge ruled that Trump suspension of SNAP due to the government shutdown is likely unlawful. But declined to order the White House to use emergency funds to sustain the program. The judge gave the Department of Agriculture till Monday to report whether it could authorize only reduced SNAP measurements using money set aside to respond to natural disasters, or authorize full SNAP benefits using the emergency money and additional funds that they're just going to pull out of the air, which is also against the law. There's a law that says they're not allowed to do this stuff. When Congress doesn't authorize the money for something, they're not allowed to just keep paying for shit that Congress doesn't authorize. That's not how it works. Yeah, if we accept this, we can just fire Congress and the president, let the judges run everything. Well, that's pretty much what's going on. We are basically living through a judicial coup. And something needs to start happening. Now, this is the same thing we just listened to these clowns, but we're not going to listen to it again. Yeah. Wait, is this a different one?
A million Americans was about to run dry.
The vast majority of SNAP recipients.
Oh, 83% of households with children, elderly person, non-elderly person with disability. No, I don't believe this is true because I saw the numbers, so this is a lie. Because only 45% of the households actually have only like 45% of households actually have children. It's like 15% is elderly, and then like 8% is disabled. That's it. Those are the numbers. So this is a lie. Judges ordering emergency SNAP payouts during a shutdown proves the system is rigged. The Democrats can weaponize the courts to bypass Congress, forcing taxpayer-funded handouts while citizens foot the bill. Yeah. The House of Representatives decides where the money goes, not Trump or a judge. That's absolutely right. But, I don't know. I mean, we have a Supreme Court that's allowing these judges to do this and get away with it. Yeah, they probably count 30-year-olds as children. Yeah, probably. Well, no, they count anybody under 25 as children now because of Obamacare. They reclassified anyone under 25 as children. Every dollar diverted to this is stolen from real priorities. Let's cut the waste. That's right. Yeah, why didn't they just order the Senate to pass the bill? They have a bunch of authority to tell them what to do as the president. Well, you would think, why doesn't the judge just order the president? Senate. You have to pass the CR. Order the Senate. You know what? This just isn't a rule in the Senate, this filibuster rule. It's not the law. So just get rid of that filibuster and you got enough votes. It's just passed. Why can't the judge just order that? Mm-hmm. Right. An Obama-appointed Indian judge, Indira Talwani, is now ordering Trump to redirect funds meant for the national emergencies or catastrophes to fund SNAP. Yeah, 26 and below is a child, and 55 and older is elderly. So it's like 30 years where you're not. She is not the executive and does not get to decide how money is spent, nor can she declare a national emergency. Democrats throwing a month-long hissy fit is not an emergency. This is the same judge who tried to block Trump from deporting Haitians, Nicaraguans, Cubans, and Venezuelans. She was reversed by the Supreme Court. Impeach, arrest, and make an example out of these illegitimate tyrants. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So here's the order. It says, defendant suspension of SNAP benefits is unlawful. Where the suspension of benefits rested on an erroneous construction of the relevant statutory provisions, the court will allow defendants to consider whether they will authorize at least reduce SNAP benefits for November. Where does it say in the law they can reduce the SNAP benefits? Where does it say that? Where does it say that they can pay money that wasn't authorized by Congress? Where? It doesn't. And report back to court, especially because this statute is not overridden by the Constitution. The Constitution overrides every statute, and the Constitution gives the Congress the power to authorize payments and spending, not the president, not a fucking judge. So, this is not legal. This is unconstitutional what this judge is doing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, report back to the court no later than November 3rd what you want to do. And may also. But the USDA also has authority pursuant to 7 U.S.C. to authorize transfers of such funds discretionally. Indeed, well, here's the thing, though. If the USDA has the authority to transfer funds discretionally, guess whose discretion it's up to? The USDA, not a judge. The judge can't order them to do something that's in their discretion. That's called a separation of powers issue. USDA had done so recently to transfer funds for the WIC program. Accordingly, defendants also consider relying on these discretionary funds to fund the remaining shortfall. So she's saying like, oh, you know, the money that you were just going to pay for women's and children, that the money that you took from somewhere else to pay just for, you know, like children and infants and, you know, pregnant mothers. Well, fuck those people. Give it to the illegal aliens. What's up, Cesium Cat? So great to see you. It was so a beautiful, messy ball. So great. Governor Murphy declared a state of emergency because of SNAP benefits ending. Well, you know, they can all declare a state of emergency. I guess maybe they think that's going to get them because then they could say, oh, look, they declared a state of emergency, so you got it. It's an emergency. Doesn't work that way. It really doesn't. AZ Merce, nice to see you too. There was someone else. Salty C, hello. What's up, buddy? Nice to see you. Who's handsome? Great to see you. And then in other words, I'm going to give Dems a way to blame Trump if folks don't get their SNAP benefits in full. Whether defendants choose to use only appropriated contingency funds and reduce benefits or use additional discretionary funds to cover their shortfall, defendants now have different options before them based on the court's findings. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We need the great impeachment purge of the judiciary. We really do. Yeah. Thanks to everyone. No small victory. Hey, Ed Dungarian, what's up? How you doing? Nice to see you. Yeah. Plaintiffs have not yet demonstrated a risk of irreparable harm. Irreparable harm? What? Please prepare my writ of mandamus compelling the federal government to immediately produce one Cybertruck as promised to me by the vibes. Democrats can't just move money anywhere. Trump can't just move money anywhere he wants. Democrats, Trump can move the money he wants. Which is it? And here's the full order. The plaintiffs argue that Congress specifically allocated $6 billion in reserves for the SNAP program. No, it's not. It's not reserves for the SNAP program. That's not what it is. It's a contingency fund for natural disasters and catastrophes. This ain't it. The court essentially ordered the government to use the $6 billion to partially cover November. Perhaps Treasury to take the money from judiciary accounts to pay SNAP benefits. Oh, maybe they should. That's maybe what they should do. They should take the money from this judge's paycheck. That would make sense. Jonathan Turley says the judge who indicated today that she was going to order the Trump administration to continue to fund SNAP previously enjoined the Trump administration from cutting off Planned Parenthood funding. Judge Indira Talwani's earlier order was set aside by 3 Biden appellate judges in September pending appeal. 3 Biden judges told her, yeah, you don't know what you're talking about, lady. You can't do this. And then a second federal judge in Rhode Island also ordered the use of emergency funds to continue to pay SNAP. Such orders raise serious questions of judicial overreach in ordering the use of discretionary or emergency funds. Yes, it does. They don't get to determine what that is. They don't. It's not in their power. Yeah, every failed nation started with the corruption of the judiciary branch. Yes, it does. Yeah. Just because a person is granted judgeship doesn't mean they're intelligent. No. Yeah, passing the continuing resolution would be the easiest easiest solution. Yeah, no. Yeah, so why doesn't the judge order them to pass it? The judge should just order Congress. Order the Senate, they have to pass it. Order the Senate to pass it. That's what she should do. She has the same authority to order the Senate to pass the continuing resolution. She doesn't tell the executive to do this. This is so ridiculous. Sorry, I'm a little hot today. There's a federal judge order SNAP to use emergency funds. Oh, look at this. I am Bob says, I'll start. Well, I'm glad someone started with the first. Thank you, Bob. And with that, we are now $5 closer. So we are now $70 away from the first extra hour and $45 away from television. Unless, of course, a single individual donation comes in of $25 or greater. This is just in. Federal judge declares Bella is, in fact, not a real dog. Well, that son of a bitch. What's this? 91 people here and only 51 likes. Come on, man. You know, hit the like button. Hit the like button. Subscribe. Hit like and subscribe. Please hit the like button. Hit the like button. Come on, man. Hit the like button. They want to overturn provisions of the Big Beautiful Bill that has passed. Move on. Yeah, that's what they're trying to do. They tried to get these judges tried to rule against parts of the Big Beautiful Bill. That's what this was talking about before with this judge. So we'll see what happens. There's laws against it. That's right. No, the president cannot unilaterally use emergency funds to continue or expand SNAP program without congressional authorization. Here's why. SNAP is a mandatory program created and funded by Congress. The funding for SNAP benefits and for USDA to administer comes from a specific appropriations Congress passes each fiscal year. The president cannot simply redirect money from other sources to pay for SNAP unless Congress has already given that authority by law, and they haven't. The president can declare a national emergency, but that doesn't create new spending authority. Emergency declarations under laws like the National Emergency Acts or the Stafford Act allow certain powers to be used, but they don't permit spending on programs Congress hasn't funded. The president can only use funds appropriated for emergency purposes and funds within the limited limits of those laws, like FEMA disaster relief funds. Those funds can't be diverted to SNAP. Yeah. Then the Anti-Deficiency Act, all right, prohibits spending without appropriation. Federal agencies cannot spend money or make obligations that Congress has not approved. Violated this act can result in serious legal penalties. It's actually a crime. People who do it can go to jail, and that's what they don't care. They don't care. Like this guy said, "Hey, what tick Mike? Nice to see you. You're late, but you're always better to be here when you're not." And then we could thank McConnell for trusting the Democrats on judges. Oh yeah, McConnell fucked us. McConnell is a Democrat. McConnell shit, and whoever's running McConnell's Twitter account now, because it's not McConnell, he doesn't even know what fucking planet he's on. Legal arguments aside, there just isn't enough money in the reserve fund to fund SNAP. There's at most $5 to $6 billion. They don't know exactly how much. SNAP needs at least $9 billion a month for funding and $1.2 billion a month for overhead. So that's $10.2 billion. So at most, there's like a half a month of funding. And so what's CMN supposed to do? Even if they comply with this delusional judge's deranged order, I guess I'll pick the poorest states by SNAP's own definition of poverty, which means mostly the deep South states first. Definitely puts big blue states like California, New York, and even Illinois out of the picture. And then this stupid gambit from silly Schumer will just motivate them to hold out even longer, since they truly have no face-saving strategy, and eventually will run into December 1st, and there'll be literally $0 for any emergency activities. Nothing. Yeah. The first number, $122.4 billion, covers all the activities funded under the SNAP program. $108 billion in 2024, about 90% of the FNA funding FAPs regular monthly benefits and DSNAP benefits, one-time SNAP food assistance benefits. The second number, $3 billion, known as a contingency reserve. In recent years, this reserve has been available for 2 subsequent fiscal years, and as law provides, available for program operations as has become necessary at the beginning of the fiscal year. SNAP had $6 billion, $3 billion from 2024, and $3 billion from 2025 for the continuing resolution. The amount available through contingent reserve may now be somewhat lower, likely between $5 and $6 billion, depending on how much USDA may have used to fund state administrative costs in October. So they might have already used some of it. Judge orders the government to use contingency funds. It's not up to the judge, though. There's no emergency. Schumer's stupidity is a chronic condition, not a special event. It's funny to think, isn't it, that Fetterman is the sanest Democrats? It's scary. Happy Halloween. Random questions. Does anyone have any expertise in furries? Asking for a friend. Like furries, the people that dressed up in the adult perv furries? Is that what you're talking about? Because no one has any expertise in that. What's up, Cool Frog? How you doing? Somebody says, snapped. Using unappropriated funds to cover SNAP payments for 2 to 3 weeks is illegal and short-sighted. If the Obama-appointed judge, John J. McConnell, has the power to force Trump to violate the Constitution to fund SNAP, why doesn't he just simply order the Senate to pass the CR to reopen the government? That didn't fund SNAP. They're both violations of the separation of powers. Trump said he'd ask McConnell to help government lawyers understand how he proposes getting around the Constitution. Yeah. Our government lawyers do not think we have the legal authority to pay SNAP with certain monies we have available, and now 2 courts have issued conflicting opinions on what we can and can't do. I don't want Americans to go hungry just because radical Democrats refuse to do the right thing and reopen the government. Therefore, I have instructed our lawyers to ask the court to clarify how we can legally fund SNAP as soon as possible. It is already delayed enough due to the Democrats keeping the government closed through the monthly payment date, and even if we get immediate guidance, it will unfortunately be delayed while states get the money out. If we are given the appropriate legal direction by the court, it may be my honor to provide the funding, just like I did with the military and the law enforcement pay. The Democrats should quit the charade where they hurt people for their own political reasons and immediately reopen the government. If you use SNAP benefits, call the Senate Democrats and tell them to reopen the governments now. Here's crying Chuck Schumer's office number. Oh, you had a friend working on the Charlie Kirk story. Expert on furries. I don't know, man. That's a thing. That's a thing. And this guy posted the same thing. Right. I got this. The courts aren't ordering the Senate to act or are enforcing existing law. Protecting our Constitution explicitly bars executive overreach and withholding congressionally appropriated fund. See, this is wrong. I don't know where Doge is coming up with this. Compels compliance with statutory obligations, not legislative action. Huh? Democrats make this Doge is wrong. What is he talking about? That's not what the funds are for. I've seen these furry weirdos at the Rocky Mountain National Park. And this is a congressman who's going to explain. He says, I joined Jake Tapper on CNN to set the record straight on the Democrats falsely claiming the USDA has a contingency fund to cover SNAP during the Schumer shutdown. Contingency funds cannot legally cover regular SNAP benefits. They're not allowed to be used for regular SNAP benefits. That's in the law. Even if they could, the fund doesn't come close to the $8 billion needed. It's actually more than that. It's like $10 billion. The money is reserved strictly for natural disasters. The solution makes sure Americans in need receive their food stamps is simple. Reopen the government.
Shouldn't you support using that contingency fund to pay for SNAP so kids like the Sorayas that we just
oh yeah, the kids. Here's these kids. They're going to go hungry.
Well, that certainly seems tempting, but the fund, $5.6 billion, is not nearly enough to cover the cost in the short run. And secondly, that fund is there for emergencies, and we have a hurricane bearing down on us now. And so if we use those funds here, then they won't be able to be used elsewhere. And we see Democrats make these trade-offs all the time where they pick winners and losers with funds like this. And so I think we have to be careful if we take something that's there for an emergency and use it when the answer is simple. The Senate is in Washington. 5 or 6 senators could join all of the Republicans and get this done and reopen the government and spare people like Ms. Burdine and her family, her 5-year-old and her 6-year-old, from the suffering that the Democrats are using. The Schumer shutdown should end. I think they miscalculated. They need to just take stock of that. We've seen this mistake over and over in the past, and it just doesn't work to use people as leverage in these situations.
Well, see, I don't know about that. I don't know about that, Tim. It's a setup, whatever, but they couldn't really impeach. They can impeach him for whatever they want, but if he does what the judge says, this is like a thing where, the Democrats are just trying to make any excuse to say, see, it's Trump's fault for you not getting your SNAP. It's not our fault, but it's not. Oh, Critter says, I'm just lurking tonight. Well, have a great night. Thank you for stopping by and saying hi and hit the tickling plussy. Yeah, as if the Chicken Little story meant nothing. Yeah, they don't understand. Now, Speaker Johnson fumes after learning that Democrats sued the USDA for trying to figure out how many illegal aliens receive welfare. They sued the USDA for simply asking them how many illegal aliens are on the program in California, New York, and these other states. They sued them. We need to take account of what people are doing here. We're trying to get the government to work more efficiently and effectively for the American people. We're getting stopped and hindered by political games, by demon rats. They're demon rats. That's why we're frustrated.
And the Democrats will continue to abuse it. They sued the USDA for simply asking them to tell them how many illegal aliens are on the programs in California and New York and these other states. They sued them. You need to take account of what people are doing here in each party, the leaders and the President of the United States. We are trying to get government to work more efficiently and effectively for the people, and we are getting stopped and hindered by political games by Democrats. And that's why we're so frustrated as a country. And the Democrats will continue to abuse it. They sued the USDA.
Oh, okay. Sorry. It's breaking. President Trump has instructed the government lawyers to seek court guidance on legally funding SNAP benefits. He's also sharing crying Chuck Schumer's phone number, urging American patriots to call and demand the government be reopened. Trump wrote on Truth Social, our government lawyers do not think we have the authority, and I want to know what you want us to do. Therefore, I've instructed our lawyers to ask the court to clarify how we can legally fund SNAP as soon as possible. It's already delayed enough. And it'll be if we are given appropriate legal direction by the court, it'll be my honor to provide the funding, just like I did with the military and law enforcement pay. The Democrats should quit the charade. Let's see.
Just into our politics lead, moments ago, President Trump responded to the rulings today from two different federal judges who said that the White House and the Agriculture Department must use the billions of dollars in contingency funds to at least partially cover food stamp benefits in November. CNN's Jeff Zeleny is at the White House. Jeff, what did the president have to say?
Well, Jake, it was that back-to-back ruling from the federal judges that got the White House's attention. Certainly the president just a few moments ago writing on Truth Social from his Mar-a-Lago resort that the White House is now willing to pay. Let's take a look at part of his message here. It says, our government lawyers do not think that we have the legal authority to pay SNAP with certain monies we have available. And now two courts have issued conflicting opinions on what we can and cannot do. The president writes, I do not want Americans to go hungry just because the radical Democrats refuse to do the right thing and reopen the government. Therefore, he says, I have instructed our lawyers to ask the court to clarify how we can legally fund SNAP as soon as possible. Of course, SNAP is the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, also known as food stamps. It helps 42 million Americans, about 1 in 8 Americans. So this, of course, is the deadline that is looming tomorrow. So the White House is now saying they will pay. The question is, Jake, how long will that take to actually get enacted? Because it will take a while for the USDA to send the money to the states. And it's not enough to fund the entire month, but only partial funding. But for the first time, the president is saying he will pay the SNAP funds, much like he did military funding earlier this week. But what it does not do is move the shutdown any closer to being a reach. The president, of course, is not here. The House has been out of Washington for more than a month. The Senate also is not in Washington. So the shutdown is entering a second month here. But at least the SNAP benefits, it looked like, will be paid at least in part.
Imagine not having to show up to work for a month and still get paid. Man, nice work if you can get it.
Oh, funny joke. Jay Schwartz says, Jim, you're so knowledgeable about the law and the Constitution. Would you take a moment to explain a little bit about your background? I'm just a man with a library card, my friend. That's it. Library card. Go to a library, read books. History books, law books. That's it. Inform yourself. Open your mind. Free your mind, and your ass will follow. Mikey's getting animated the longer this goes on. Yeah. It's so childish and petty the Dems part when it's clearly holding out to upset the election. That's what they're trying to do. They'll vote yes after the Jan 6th election. Maybe not. Who knows? They're enabling dysfunction. Yes, that's what they're doing. He said if the court can explain how he can pay it. Yeah. Well, see, I don't know why they didn't immediately go to the Supreme Court. They should have just walked in the Supreme Court and said, fix this. Yes. Yeah, check out Hillsdale College online courses. They have a plethora of resources for free. Quato was wise. The House already voted to open the government. It's the Senate Dems who are voting no. That's right. So this judge should just order the Senate Dems. You have to vote yes, Senate Dems. You have to vote yes. You have to vote yes. You have to vote yes. You don't have a choice. All right. Then we got this story here. I'm going to read this. Watch this. So we got these. Judge McConnell's snap order is a short-sighted violation of the separation of powers. Obama-appointed Judge John J. McConnell's recent order compelling President Trump to use emergency funds to pay November SNAP benefits is both short-sighted and unlawful. The order, issued in late October 2025, directs the administration to draw from the SNAP contingency reserve to issue benefits despite Congress's failure to appropriate funds for fiscal year 2026. The problem is not only practical, but constitutional. It provides, at best, a few weeks of reprieve for beneficiaries, and at worst, it compels the executive branch to commit an illegal act, spending funds that Congress has not appropriated. Costs incurred by states during this time may be eligible for later federal reimbursement once funding is restored. Actually, no, that's not true. They won't be reimbursed because the money Congress would actually have to pass a law saying that they would reimburse them. They wouldn't automatically. If Congress decided to reimburse them, they could, but it wouldn't be automatic. And even here's the thing too, Congress would have to pass a special law, a whole special bill just to pay back pay. If it goes a month without SNAP benefits, then all of a sudden they just fund the government, reopen the government, and get it going. That wouldn't just automatically pay the back payment money. That would just be money going forward. It's like that time is just lost and poof. That's not how it works. It has to be specifically laid out. There's nothing automatic or anything like that. Yeah. During a shut, sure, states can use their own funds. Sure, they can. But it's for New York, it's $1 billion. It's $850 million for New York alone for SNAP a month. I mean, it's crazy because after, there's the DC no kings. Yeah, they said Trump's not a king. So only a king could do what they're asking Trump to do. Using appropriated funds to cover SNAP payments for the next 2 to 3 weeks is illegal and short-sighted. If Obama-appointed judge has the power to force Trump to violate the Constitution, why not just order the Senate to pass the CR? That's right. The issue is not whether hungry families deserve assistance. It's whether a federal judge can compel the president to violate the Constitution's Appropriations Clause and the Anti-Deficiency Act. He can't. The answer is based on statute, precedent, and the very architecture of the Constitution is no. Jay Lee got someone else on YouTube? What? What's going on? I'm confused. The SNAP program operates under the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, which makes benefits an appropriated entitlement. The phase matters. It means that Congress must annually appropriate funds for the benefits. Even though eligibility rules are permanent law, each year Congress sets aside a lump sum to fund the benefit and typically a contingency reserve to cover unexpected shortfalls. The current reserve, approximately $3 billion, was authorized for use only when Congress has already appropriated SNAP funds, but they prove insufficient. In other words, the reserve supplement appropriated funds, it cannot replace them. The Department of Agriculture, which administers SNAP, has consistently maintained this interpretation. In October 2025, the memorandum issued during the shutdown, the USDA explicitly stated that the contingency reserve is not legally available to pay November benefits absent a new appropriation. It could only be used to make up shortfalls in an already funded fiscal year or to address disasters like hurricanes or floods. Judge McConnell's order directly contradicts that statutory understanding and forces USDA to do what itself has declared unlawful. If Judge McConnell can order executives to spend money that Congress has not yet appropriated, why not simply order Congress to appropriate the funds? Hey, what's up? Says, hope everyone's been behaving while I've been gone. I've taken a couple out-of-state trips for pleasure. I need to stay in South Carolina for 2 weeks to plant some freedom seeds. Well, good for you, man. In both cases, the judge would be violating the separation of powers. The House bill files to restore funding for low-income food assistance during the government shutdown. So they filed a bill to do it. And the contradiction exposes the first problem with the ruling. It is short-sighted. Even if the USDA were to obey, the funds in the contingency reserve would keep SNAP running no more than 2 or 3 weeks. Not even 2 weeks. Once those reserves are exhausted, the administration would be again face a funding void. The court has not conjured a long-term solution. It just simply delayed the inevitable. Worse, it has drained a fund intended for actual emergencies, leaving fewer resources available if a natural disaster strikes. In effect, the court order sacrifices future disaster readiness to secure a short-term political point. And it's not what the judges are supposed to do. These judges are not supposed to be political at all. The deeper problem, however, is constitutional. The Appropriations Clause of the U.S. Constitution, Article 1, Section 9, Clause 7, is unambiguous. No money shall be drawn from the Treasury, but in consequence of appropriations made by law. The Supreme Court has reaffirmed this principle repeatedly, from Cincinnati Soap Company v. United States 1937 to United States v. McCollum in 1976. These cases make clear that the executive may only spend what Congress explicitly permits. To spend otherwise is to violate the Constitution itself. The president, no matter who holds the office, cannot spend $1 without a congressional authorization. Congress holds the purse strings, and no court can move its hand. The Anti-Deficiency Act gives teeth to that principle. It makes it illegal for any officer or employee of the federal government to make an expenditure or obligation in excess of an appropriation. Violations carry administrative and criminal penalties. The law exists precisely to prevent executive officials from spending during funding lapses. It ensures that when Congress fails to act, the government halts. The stoppage is not an accident, but a constitutional design, a mechanism that forces political resolution through the elected branches. Judge McConnell's ruling, therefore, places the administration in a possible position. If President Trump complies, he violates both the Constitution and the Anti-Deficiency Act. If he refuses, he defies a court order. The judiciary has effectively demanded an illegal act, and here lies the real absurdity. If the court can compel the executive to spend without appropriations, why not compel the Senate to pass a continuing resolution? Here's a question that I want to know. Couldn't they go arrest the judge and say that he is committing a criminal conspiracy to defraud the United States by ordering them to spend money that is, no, Bella, I was hoping she would have a Halloween costume. Oh, damn it, I didn't put a costume on her, did I? I guess I could have dressed her up as something. But I don't even think we're going to see Bella tonight. This is the way it is. We've already been going an hour. It is what it is. I know it's getting close to the holiday season. People don't have money, and no worries. I don't take it personally. Probably some protections for the judge in that position. I see. There's the thing. It's only a protection if the judge is not allowed to break the law or order somebody to break the law. Yeah, we are now in an actual constitutional crisis. Yes, we are. You know. It's not the judge's official duty to order someone to violate the Constitution. What if the judge ordered Trump to shoot? Hey, you shoot that guy in the head. Proof of life? I'm right here. I'm right here. See, there she is. Both actions would circumvent the same constitutional framework. Ordering the Senate to pass the resolution would be the same as what she's doing now. Neither is lawful. The court cannot seize Congress's power of the purse any more than they can draft the legislation from the bench. This is not a theoretical concern. During past shutdowns, administrations of both parties, Obama's, Trump's first term, and Biden's, have adhered to the same constitutional limits. In 2018-2019, the USADA found creative ways to issue February SNAP benefits early, relying on a technical authority from an expiring continuing resolution. But it did not tap the contingency reserve for federal benefits, regular benefits, even though the reserve existed. The Government Accountability Office later ruled that even the early issuance pushed the boundaries of legality. The consistent practice has been to avoid spending unappropriated funds, no matter how pressing the need. I have to teach Bella to play the Congo drum. Yeah, boy, that was a quick glance at Bella. Wow. The idea that district judges can now upend the entire framework represents judicial activism of a dangerous kind. Courts exist to interpret the law, not write appropriations. The Supreme Court has long warned against this encroachment. Justice Scalia once observed the Constitution does not permit the judiciary to usurp the functions of the legislative branch under the guise of judicial interpretation. The separation of powers is not a suggestion, it's a structural safeguard. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Like me, I'm sorry I can't donate to anyone. I have a wall and a roof here in my building so we don't fall down. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself first. Brooke Collins denies USDA has money to fund SNAP. They don't. They don't have the money. This money is not, they can't use the money. So I don't know. Mm-hmm. Defenders of the ruling argue that humanitarian urgency justifies the court action, but urgency cannot override the Constitution. Every unconstitutional act is undertaken for what someone believes is a good cause, for the greater good, you know. The framers designed the system precisely to resist that temptation. As James Madison wrote in Federalist 51, you must first enable the government to control the governed, and in the next place oblige it to control itself. Allowing the judiciary to spend money when Congress will not is the very opposite of self-restraint. Moreover, the ruling creates a perverse precedent. If a court can compel spending on SNAP during a funding lapse, why not other programs? Could a judge order the Department of Defense to pay soldiers during a shutdown, or the Department of Transportation to continue a highway project? The logic of McConnell's order knows no bounds and invites a judicial takeover of fiscal policy. The Constitution's framers feared precisely this form of power drift, the slow but steady erosion of the legislature's control over money. One might object that SNAP recipients should not suffer because Congress cannot govern itself. That is true, but the remedy lies in Congress, not the courts. Lawmakers can and should pass appropriations or continuing resolution. The Constitution gives them exclusive authority to do so. It gives the judiciary none. The fact that the judge feels moral urgency does not counter fiscal power. Judicial compassion, untethered from constitutional limits, is indistinguishable from tyranny in robes. There is also an irony here. By draining the SNAP contingency fund prematurely, Judge McConnell's order risks worsening hardship if a genuine emergency arises. The reserve was created for disasters, tornadoes, floods, hurricanes that suddenly disrupt access to food. In October 2025, the USDA cited Tropical Storm Militia as an example why the reserve must remain intact. This court's order ignores that warning. It spends tomorrow's safety net to score a moral victory today. The youngins are fighting the National Guard in D.C.? Oh, really? A proper understanding of the Constitution demands humility from every branch of government. The president cannot legislate, and the courts cannot appropriate. When judges forget this, they invite crisis. The path of compassion through illegality is not compassion at all. It is a constitutional decay. A government that can spend without law is a government that can rule without law. The Trump administration should appeal Judge McConnell's order not to deny aid to the poor, but to preserve the rule of law. Every administration, Republican or Democrat, benefits when the separation of powers is respected. No president should be forced by a single district judge to commit a crime. No court should pretend to wield Congress's pen. The Constitution is not a suicide pact, but it is a discipline. It obliges us to resist expedience and preserve process. McConnell's decision, dressed in a rhetoric of compassion, is in fact an assault on the most fundamental restraint on power in the American system. It trades law for sentiment and prudence for pretense. The correct path is clear. Congress must act, or the program must pause. What the judiciary may not do is force the president to spend what Congress has not given him. That is not justice, that's usurpation. I mean, that's pretty much factual right there. I mean, don't get any... I'll get to that messy ball in a minute. As soon as I finish with this, I'll pull that in. So, so Newsmax says that the Agriculture Secretary says SNAP food programs is bloated and corrupt.
The insanity of that. Hurting American children because you have a fetish with illegals. It's wrong, and it's only because they're mad at the president, who's doing an extraordinary job that, frankly, we ought to be grateful for.
Oh, crazy. Around the time, two federal judges on Friday were ordering the Trump administration to fund the SNAP assistance program. Agriculture Bruce Rollins was calling SNAP bloated and corrupt. Rollins joined Speaker Mike Johnson at the Capitol for a media briefing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw that. Republican leaders, they don't have the votes. There's too many rhinos that said, no, we can't do it. So, time for another writ of mandamus? Probably something. Yeah. So thanks. If you find any more, let me know. I got it. I'm just, as soon as I finish with these articles covering that topic, I'll jump into that. Rollins said the shutdown is creating more attention on the program that, especially under the last administration, has become so bloated, so broken, so dysfunctional. Yeah, like under Biden, the amount of money spent on SNAP doubled. It went from like $4 billion a month to $8-9 billion a month under Biden in 2021. She said a big focus the administration has been removing illegal aliens from recipients. She said her department informed all 50 states saying no more illegal aliens on SNAP, period, full stop. It's already a rule of this administration. We're working to enforce it every single day. Is there a study correlating SNAP with obesity? Those funds would be interesting, I bet. Oh, wow. Look at this. We got 15 for Bella. Wow. Thank you very much. And with that, we are now 55 away from the first additional hour and $30 away from Bellavision. Thank you very much, Audra. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would be very interesting, yeah, if there was a study for that. All the illegals you let in. Yeah, and say put them all on the stuff. Okay, thank you very much. Or we just need a couple more people and we'll get it. Rollins said the amount being wasted is uncovered is frightful. We've had dozens of arrests, people going to jail, fraudulent activity of 50 million here. One guy's registered for SNAP, 6 different states. I mean, it's one thing after another. I'm looking for full accountability. And they need to rid of Matt Damon. That's right. So the problem we have is extremely corrupt program. Advocacy groups such as the Center for Science and Public Interest. And G. Sharkman says, free Bella, free Bella. All right. With that, we are now 50 away from the first additional hour and 25 away from Bellavision. So, Bella, 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 Bella. Speaker Johnson told reporters that the government benefits program are designed to help people get through short periods of need, not support them for life. Johnson said there's a bad side to long-term benefit programs, and just like some big government advocates like Marxists, they're socialists, they want the government to take over everything. Guess what? If the government can give you everything, it can also take it away. Your freedom is sacrifice and socialism. Don't get me started. Hey, Kelly's here. Says she's late and rewinding. Oh, it's Halloween, Jim. Let Bella fly. Well, I will for $25 more. That's right. Getting closer to Bella. Remember, for 1 month. Then we got this. Someone just sent this to me. Oh. Terry says, happy Halloween for Bella. Thank you. With that, we are now 20 away from Bellavision and 45 away from the first additional hour. Bellaween. I've seen women complaining about SNAP, but they look overweight. Oh, they all do, don't they? It's really crazy how overweight some of them look. Like maybe they could go a little. I don't know. I don't know what they're getting on SNAP. It seems crazy to me. Crazy. But who am I to judge? I'm not a judger. I don't judge. Holy crap! A massive group of youths are fighting with the National Guard in Washington D.C. Time to give the National Guard full arrest powers and end this BS. Let's see here. We got a video here. Before we do the video, we had another. AZ Merce comes in for 5. And with that, we are now 40 away from the first additional hour and only $15 away. $15 away from Bellavision. Oh, man, we're right there. We're right there for Bellavision, man. We're right there for an extra hour, too. Thank you, Merce. That's right. Thank you very much. Let's see. Here's this video. Let's see. They decided to take over tonight. It seems like it. Maybe they're just out trick-or-treating. Neurodivergent 1, happy Halloween. Oh! Thank you, Renee Collins. Thank you, Renee. With that, we got Bellavision activated. And we are now 20 away from the first additional hour. And we have Bellavision activated. Bella butt vision. No, that's Bella's face. What are you talking about? That's Bella's face right there. It's so good to see Bella. Doesn't look like much fighting. Yeah, it doesn't look like fighting to me. It just looks like people, maybe some kids. I don't know. It doesn't. I didn't see any really fighting. Just maybe they're getting all crazy. Thank you so much, Renee, for the $20. That's greatly appreciated. She's gonna move. Let me see. Let me see how me fix the camera a little bit. Maybe I can get her to move. Let's see here. There. No, that's her face, not her butt. Funny. Yeah, so it wasn't really, I didn't see like this looks like we were having a party in a park and it got broken up. Yeah, like maybe because it's Halloween, maybe they were trick-or-treating and stuff, or bag snatching, or doing whatever, egging houses. Who knows what they were doing? I didn't see any, I don't know. I didn't really see anything more than just, she's upside down, she's spooky. Yeah, I don't know how you did that. Well, technically it's Bella's flank. Yeah, rubber belly. You wish the StreamYard duck could go somewhere. Oh no, that's the that StreamYard duck is the that's the Cash App QR code. Oh, Woodchick Mike says, check the ghetto chat, first of the month government money. Okay. Oh, $10 from Woodchuck. Thank you, Woodtick Mike for $10. Thank you. And with that, we are now just five. We're now just wait. We are now just $10 away from, why do I think I did this wrong? Hold on a second. Hold on. I got to do some math here. Give me a second. I got to do some math. I think I did some math wrong here. So I got 20, 30, 40. No, that's right. That's right. I'm sorry. That's right. My bad. Now we have Bella's butt. Oh, I didn't know that. Still, I wish I could go in another place so we didn't have all of Bella. Well, I'm going to fix it in a second. I mean, I could put Bella on the bottom and me up there, but then it's, you know, then she'll be covered whenever. Okay. And he goes, here's some Snap money, Jim. I don't want you to starve. Well, thank you. Thanks to Woodtick Mike too. I don't know if I got Woodtick Mike. Not. And with that, we are now just $5. Just $5. $5 away from the first additional hour. Wow. That's $5. Mm-hmm. We got this. We got another ruling that's very infuriating. It says an infuriating move An activist judge blocks President Trump from ensuring citizenship to vote in federal elections. Judge Colleen Kohler-Catelli has decided that Trump cannot have the states require proof of citizenship to vote. Yeah, you can't prove citizenship. That's crazy. Why would you have to prove citizenship? How would the illegals get to vote? You know? How would illegals get to vote if you had to prove citizenship? That's nuts. That's just nuts crazy. Not so crazy. There we go. That's better. Wow, I feel better now. Yeah, just $5 away. She believes that she is the president of the United States. Ignore an appeal. We'll get it overturned. We're facing a judicial coup. This judge wants illegals to vote. Federal judges blocking proof of citizenship requirements aren't defending democracy, they're enabling fraud. America First Legal's constitutional framework already laid the groundwork for durable voter integrity reforms, but activist courts keeps sabotaging the enforcement. Tim asks a good question. How can I get my friends and family in India to vote in America? Well, it's very easy, actually. Just go to any California counties, go to like LA counties, voter registration, online stuff, and you can just do it all online. And you don't have to submit any ID or anything. All you got to do is just click a box that says, I'm a citizen, I can vote. You don't even have to be in the U.S. They'll mail you the ballot anywhere in the world. Yeah, file as absentee voters, that's right. In California, will send ballots anywhere in the world for you. All you got to do is say, oh, yeah, I'm a citizen, the Scout's honor, and that's it. Now, the ruling isn't about separation of powers. It's about preserving a broken system where bureaucrats and judges override states' authorities to secure elections. The Democrats scream voter suppression while fighting every common sense check that would expose non-citizen voting. The real coup isn't judicial. It's systemic erosion of election integrity to prop up failed policies. Here's the Associated Press saying, a judge says Trump can't require proof of citizenship to vote. Oh, people in China voted for Biden in 2020. That's right. Thank you. I know a lot of Trump supporters in India. Good. Tell them to vote. California makes it super easy. And I don't even think, honestly, if they're, and this is not like legal advice in any way, shape, or form, but I don't even think, honestly, I don't think they could actually do anything to somebody in India registering and have them send the ballots to India and then mail them in if they're stupid enough to count them. I would bet that, what are they going to do? Oh, we send us that person in India that's never been in the U.S. I don't see how it's possible. I really don't. India would be like, say what? Yeah, but here's the reason. You guys want to know the reason? The reason why they're doing all this is because Illinois Congressman Louis Gutierrez spilled the truth in 2015. The left's plan was never about compassion or unity. He bragged that mass immigration and naturalization would drown out conservatives and give Democrats permanent power. If millions of people naturalize, become citizens, and we add that to the million Latino citizens who this year will turn 18, plus all of our allies in the African-American community, LGBT voters and young voters, environmental voters, women voters, Asian voters, union voters that are being pushed away by the Republican Party, although people that they don't want in their coalition constitute a majority of Americans, except for all the unions are on the Republican side now. It's kind of weird, like the unions that matter, like, the Teamsters and the the carpenters union, the painters unions, all the construction unions, they're all pilots union, flight attendants union, air traffic controllers union. Let's hear what this guy has to say. If you ever get to see this guy's hands up close, look, he's got some gang tattoos on his hands.
Look, Mr. Speaker, almost all of the immigrants in this country are going to remain in this country until the day they die. Let's be honest. So for the millions who meet the requirements of citizenship, I say take the step. Learn the language, learn our history, and how our government works, and take the test.
Did you hear what he just said? He just said that every illegal immigrant in the country isn't leaving. He just said that. He's like, they're all staying here, so just make them citizens. Daniel Gygax for the extra hour.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
And with that $5, we are now have one additional hour of show and working on the second additional hour. Thank you very much, Daniel Gagax. Was that Liberty Prime? Yes, that was Liberty Prime. Now we are $75 away from the second additional hour of the show, if you so choose. The Toys for Tots in Iowa requires more documentation that's needed to vote in some places. That's right. It's excellent. Yeah, I love Fallout. Good show. Good. He also said they should learn the language and assimilate. Yeah, but he just said, though, that they all should get to stay. He said all of them. So they should all just get to stay. So let them do the step and let them assimilate. So let's go back and listen. Listen what he says.
Look, Mr. Speaker, almost all of the immigrants in this country are going to remain in this country until the day they die. Let's be honest. So for the millions who meet the requirements of citizenship, I say take the step. Learn the language, learn our history, and how our government works, and take the test. Every time you see Trump's face on your show, on your TV, vow to learn a little more English or a few more history facts so you can take the citizenship test. Let's turn the ignorance and the hatred of a TV personality running for president and turn it into something that strengthens democracy for all Americans.
Strengthens democracy, huh?
If millions of people naturalize, become citizens, and we add to that the million Latino citizens who this year will turn 18, plus all our allies in the African American community, the LGBT voters and younger voters, environmental voters, women voters, Asian voters, union voters that are being pushed away by the Republican Party, all the people they don't want in their coalition constitute a majority of Americans.
That's weird, though. Trump is saying you're fired, yeah. That's as the Mexicans I know go home for Christmas every year. I don't know. Let's see, though. Let's read the story and see what it says. And a federal judge rules Trump can't require citizenship to vote in federal elections. It's crazy. Yeah. Basically everything else but white voters. Yeah, well, Democrats just come out and say they hate white people. I mean, that would be the best thing to do. Be honest. Yeah. You know, if they did become citizens and started paying taxes, they would start becoming Republicans for the most part. A vast majority of them do. That's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of, like, that's why Texas, a lot of those border towns, the border places in Texas, which are very Hispanic. I mean, let's be honest, there's a lot of people that have been, you know, our fourth and fifth generation, sixth generation, like basically ever since Texas became part of the United States, that have lived there, who they were Mexicans, and then they became Americans when Texas became part of the United States. Same thing with California and New Mexico, Arizona, all those areas. Those people are not like, they're Americans. They're not, you know, they just because you're Mexican, of Mexican descent, you're still an American. It's ridiculous how these people think, like, oh, because, you know, like 8 generations ago, I was a different whatever, or my background is this, I should vote a certain way. That's nuts, man. You know, that'd be like people saying, like, oh, well, you know, I'm Italian, so I have to vote for fascists because of Mussolini or something. What? Or, you know, oh, I'm, you know, British, so I should vote for, you know, bad teeth. Or I'm Canadian, so I should vote for retards. You know? President Trump's request to add a documentary proof of citizenship requirement to the federal voter registration form cannot be enforced, the judge says. Oh, you can't enforce the law. A judge sided with Democrat and civil rights groups that sued, and she ruled that proof of citizenship is unconstitutional violation of separation of powers. Really? Dealing a blow to the administration and its allies have argued that such a mandate is necessary to restore public confidence. Mm-hmm. Yeah, bad teeth, exactly. But he never dreamed that young black men would be abandoning the Democrat Party, or that Trump would have got like 40-something% of the Hispanic vote in places like Texas. Because our Constitution assigns responsibility for election regulation to the states, and the Congress and courts hold the president lacks the authority to direct such a change. Okay. To further emphasize on matters related to setting qualifications for voting and regulating federal elections, the Constitution assigns no direct role for the president in either domain. The president is responsible for enforcing the law, making sure they're faithfully enforced. And so that's kind of what he's doing. Yeah. She's saying illegals have a right to vote. Yeah, that's what she's saying. She's saying no one can check. Yeah. Or being you're European and you believe in uncontrolled underarm hair. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. You know, or being from France and, you know, being of French descent and you believe in just dropping guns and running away. Yeah. LBJ screwed up with his great society. Detroit was the first city to implement his policies, and look what happened. Yeah. NAACP picked a white woman. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the NAACP and all these, they would rather have a woke white woman than a black woman, even though their entire purpose for being is for the uplifting of black people, the advancement. The North American Association, or what is it? The North American Association for the Advancement of Colored People, National Association for the Advancement, something like that. I don't know, but it's for the advancement of colored people, not for Abigail Spanberger. Kotar echoed comments she made when she granted a preliminary injunction over the issue. The ruling grants the plaintiffs a partially summary judgment that prohibits the proof of citizenship requirement from going into effect. It says the U.S. Election Assistance Commission, which has been considering adding a requirement to the federal voter form, is permanently barred from taking the action to do so. So Congress set up this commission, but she's saying they can't do oh man. Yeah, I believe that we have all the proof we need that shows they need to bring back teaching civics in schools again. Yeah. Oh, it's chocolate people, not colored people? Oh, okay. I thought you weren't allowed to say colored people. It's people of color. Well, then they need to change the name of the NAACP. It should be the NAAPC then, not CP. In a statement, Sophia Lynn Lacken of the ACLU says it's a clear victory for our democracy. Anytime anyone says our democracy, you should wonder why they're not taken out and put up against the wall. President Trump's attempt to impose a documentary proof of citizenship requirement on the federal registration form is an unconstitutional power grab. So it's an unconstitutional power grab to say you have to be a citizen to vote. Holy fuck, man. You see this, how asinine and backwards this is? A top Republican priority attempts to implement proof of citizenship for voting has been fraught. The U.S. House passed a citizenship mandate last spring and it stalled in the Senate, and several attempts to pass similar legislation in states have proved equally difficult. Such requirements create problems and confusion for voters when they have taken effect at a state level. It presents particular hurdles for married women who have changed. No, it does. That's bullshit. Just they might need to show birth certificates and marriage certificates as well as state IDs. Oh, yeah, because nobody has a birth certificate. Wow. Those complications were removed early this year. Well, don't most women. So it would only be, but here's the thing, though. Wouldn't that only be a problem for conservative women? Because all the liberal women don't change their last name. They hyphenate, or they keep their name, or they make their husband change their last name. Is that what they do? In Kansas, a proof of citizenship requirement that was in effect for 3 years created chaos before it was overturned in federal court. Well, how could the federal court overturn something if it was passed in Kansas? That's weird, isn't it? Some 30,000 otherwise eligible people were prevented from registering to vote. I don't buy that. Voting by non-citizens has been shown to be rare. That's a lie. That is a lie. The lawsuit brought by the DNC and various civil rights groups, which are just DNC light, will continue to play out and allow the court judge to continue other challenges. It includes a requirement that mailed ballots be received rather than postmarked by election days. Democrats, state's attorneys asked a separate federal court to reject Trump's executive order. Washington and Oregon, where virtually all voting is done by mail, filed their own lawsuit against the order. You've hyphenated yours just to piss off the in-laws? Oh, whatever. I'm not saying. I'm just saying. You know, I'm not saying. I'm just saying. My wife kept her last name because it would be a pain in the ass for her to change it. It is what it is. I'm just saying that excuse that they're using is not a good excuse. Why it doesn't work. You know, look, we got this. We got these judges: Amir Ali, Edward Chen, Indira Telwani, Sparkle Suknanen have all overruled and tried to overstep their duly elected president of the United States in the last few months. Just a few. This isn't a separation of powers, it's a judicial coup. This is sedition. And these are the judges. Look at them. This is an Egyptian Canadian born judge who just became a citizen, like right when he got appointed. He didn't go to law school in the US. He didn't clerk in the US. He's a Canadian lawyer. And somehow he's on our federal bench. Okay? We got this one. Indira Talwani. Yeah. Another Indian born, dual citizen, foreign born judge. And then Sparkle Suknanen, a judge from Trinidad, Tobago. Huh. Wow. Interesting that we're being ruled over by people who aren't even American. Impeach corrupt judges. Right here. So, as predicted by MOI from the Seventh Circuit just months ago, while this litigation presents very challenging circumstances, the district court's order has two principal failings. First, it puts the court in a position of an inquisitor rather than a neutral adjudicator of the parties' adversarial presentations. Secondly, it sets the court up as a supervisor of Chief Bovino's activities. This is the judge that ruled that Greg Bovino, the head of the Border Patrol, had to come in every day at 5:30 and report to her what he did that day. Basically, like, come tell me what you did today. That's who these judges think they are. And this judge is also another one who's not an American. Yeah. Yeah, so it's unconstitutional now to enforce federal election law? Yeah, it is. This is why I loathe the Congress. They could do something about it, but they won't. They just sit on their fat bottoms and put questionable money in their pockets. Yeah. Second, it set the courts, so right here, so it puts the court in a position of an inquisitor rather than a neutral adjudicator of the parties. That's right, because the judge was looking, what am I supposed to do? I'm going to find this. I'm looking at this. You're doing this. I'm violating this. Two problems are related and lead us to conclude that the order infringes on the separation of powers. Review by appeals at the end of the case would not solve the problems created in the interim, which justifies review by a prerogative writ. Judge Ellis's order that the chief of patrol, Bovino, appear every day at 5:30 to answer her questions goes up in smoke. Yeah, because he says, I expect this will be subject to writ of mandamus later today. The Seventh Circuit ruled that the district court's order to the federal immigration official infringes on the separation of powers. Hey, what's up? Who's handsome? He's over there too. What's up? Kick. Yeah. Pound it, pound it, pound it. Bum, 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 bum. After the district court issued a temporary restraining order affecting some aspects of immigration law enforcement in the Chicago area, the judge on her own motion entered a further order requiring Gregory Bovino, chief patrol agent at US CBP, to appear in her court at 5:45 p.m. every weekday to report on the use of force activities for that day. The judge justified the order by stating that she had seen videos that led her to question whether the TRO was being obeyed. The order was not, however, a response to any motion. And the videos to which the judge referred apparently did not deal with behavior involving any of the plaintiffs. Federal defendants seek a writ of mandamus with respect to this aspect and only this aspect to the district court's ruling. We issued a stay of the order requiring Bovino to appear, and now we grant the petition for mandamus. While the litigation presents a very challenging circumstance, the district court's order has two principal failings. First, it puts the... Okay, we read all that. So this is reason? That's your fucking story? You're just quoting? I changed the chat to followers only so you wouldn't get those bot messages. Okay. Oh, it ain't no problem. I thought I had it set for followers only, but maybe I didn't. Reason Magazine. What a piece of shit. All they did was just quote the fucking ruling. Bovino's daily meetings with the judge would infringe in the separation of powers. Greg Bovino no longer has to worry about daily check-ins with a federal judge. After the appeals court ruled Friday that the meetings would infringe on the separation of powers, the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals has put a temporary stop earlier this week, but the appeals court followed Fuller on Friday, siding with the Trump administration. Ellis had said Bovino that she wanted to meet with him every weekday until November 5th. She wanted to discuss the events of the day. This judge should be impeached immediately. So should Talwani. Every one of these judges, all these judges, they just need to start impeaching these judges. Mass purge impeachment needs to happen. The appeals court, in an unsigned 2-page order, found that the problematic for 2 reasons. First, it set up Ellis as an inquisitor rather than a neutral adjudicator. Second, it would have made Ellis a supervisor of Bovino's activities, including into personnel management decisions of the executive branch. These 2 problems are related and lead us to conclude the order infringes on the separation of powers. Ellis is presiding over a lawsuit about the Fed's treatment of protesters. The lawsuit was brought by media organizations, including the Chicago Headline Club, the Block Club of Chicago, and the Chicago Newspaper Guild. The judge earlier this month forbade federal agents from using gas or other riot weapons without 2 warnings or against people who pose no immediate threat, which should be appealed. She doesn't get to make that decision. Then last week, attorneys in the case accused Bovino of personally tossing a tear gas into the crowd. Homeland Security said agents were being threatened by hostile members of the crowd and warnings were given. Still, Ellis ordered Bovino into the courtroom, triggering a high-profile hearing in which Border Patrol boss spent about an hour on the witness stand. Ellis warned that she didn't want to see any of Bovino's agents out and about with deploying tear gas on Halloween. It's not up to her. That didn't stop Bovino from putting out a Halloween-themed post on X, posting ICE is bringing all the skeletons in the illegal aliens' closets. No monsters, no superheroes, no costume necessary, but maybe we'll wear masks. Yeah, lose the money allocated for their pay and see how they stick around. That's what needs to happen. They need to start cutting the money. Cutting the money. The appellate court only undid Ellis's order requiring Bovino to appear in her courtroom. Still intact on the other aspects, which mandate conspicuous identifiers on the uniforms, require the feds to turn over use of force reports and body camera footage dating back to September 2nd. Also left in place is Bovino's order to obtain a body-worn camera by Friday. He admitted to the judge that he didn't have one, nor had he been trained on its use, even though 99% of Customs and Border agents here have them. Well, anyway, so, I mean, it's just ridiculous what's going on. It really is. And speaking on more ridiculousness, let's get to this. Illinois lawmakers approve a ban on immigration arrests near courthouses. So if they can see a courthouse, you're not allowed to arrest them, according to Illinois lawmakers who totally don't have this authority to do. And this is another ridiculous thing, just like California saying that they're going to tell ICE agents they can't wear masks. Illinois lawmakers have sent Governor Fat Slob Prickster legislation prohibiting federal authorities from making immigration arrests near courthouses. But even one of the measure's top sponsors question whether it can survive a court challenge. What? I mean, don't these people know, like, what the fuck did they learn in civics class? Or did they not know anything? I mean, what the Constitution is? What the Constitution says about supremacy? The Supremacy Clause? They're not allowed to pass laws to control the federal government. It doesn't work that way. They have no power over the federal government. Only the federal government has power over the federal government. It's not how it works. I mean, what's next? They're going to pass a law saying it's illegal to vote for a Republican? Yeah, the legislation approved largely along party lines also requires hospitals, daycare centers, and higher education institutes to create policies dealing how they would handle immigration agents inside their facilities. I think that's going to get challenged too, because they don't have a right to tell any of these people you got to create policies to tell these agents what we say. Illinois lawmakers approved ban on immigration arrests near courthouses. Yeah, that's right. Linda says, hit the like, subscribe, hit share. Yeah, help it all out. That's right. That's right, people. We've been going an hour and a half. We've already funded Bellavision, as everyone can see. We've also funded one additional hour, the first additional hour. Mm-hmm. And let's see here. We've got currently 130 people watching on YouTube and only 82 likes. So come on, let's get those likes up. Hit the like. Only take a second. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Illinois lawmakers sent J.B. Fatslob Prickster legislation prohibiting federal authorities from making immigration arrests near courthouses. But even one of the measure's top sponsors questioned whether it can survive a court challenge. It is done, Frederick says. Well, thank you very much, and please subscribe. The proposal adopted early Friday also allows lawsuits when people believe their constitutional rights have been violated during civil immigration arrests. The legislation imposes civil damages for false imprisonment when someone attending a court hearing or appearing as a party or witness to a legal proceeding is arrested. Well, proponents say courts must be accessible to everyone to pursue remedies for violations of their rights. Democrat Senate President Don Harmon, a lead sponsor, acknowledged that the measure would face a court challenge. It's not just about constitutionality of the law, which I think is sound, but it's really that the courts are stacked against us. The federal government could try to remove it from state court to federal courts. They could try to substitute the government itself for the individual defendants, but that's not a reason to try. What? You made a law specifically targeting federal law enforcement for enforcing federal law, and you think they're not going to remove it to federal court? Says Benny Johnson did a video allow shock, massive food stamp fraud exposed, 59% of welfare are obese, illegal aliens. Americans rage. That sounds awesome. New York port houses. What? Cool. Cool. Oh, well, you know. Prickster, a Democrat, supports the idea and will review the plan when it reaches his desk. 2 weeks ago, a top judge in Cook County, home in Chicago, issued an order with the same prohibition. It's unclear whether the Department of Homeland Security has followed the dictum, but at the time, federal officials dismissed it, saying there's no legal sanctuaries where you can hide to avoid the consequences for breaking the law. That's right. They don't have to follow a judge's order saying you can't arrest people when it's a violation of the Constitution. The Trump administration's immigration enforcement, which began 2 months ago in Chicago and its suburbs, is intended to round up illegal aliens living in the country, particularly those with criminal records. But witnesses have reported repeated instances when immigration customs enforcement detained people regardless of citizenship or legal status. Yes, if you throw something at a federal officer, they're going to detain you. If you try to ram them with your car, they're going to detain you. If you try to box them in, they're going to detain you. What is going on here? You know, no one should have to choose between seeking justice and risking their freedom, said Senator Selena Villanueva. Courthouses must be places where people can resolve disputes, testify, support loved ones, not sites of fear and intimidation. Right here, this guy's right. 8 U.S.C. 1357. They can detain anyone they suspect of being an alien. That's right. If they commit a federal crime in their presence, they arrest. That's right. What they're doing is they keep saying these things like that. They go like, oh, but they arrested, they detained. Like they keep saying they detained 170 U.S. citizens, and then they let them go without charges. Yeah, and they were later indicted. They just indicted like 95 people, including the one. Remember we played a video a while back with that woman who's running for Congress in Illinois that got thrown on her butt. We kept playing, she's like, boom, falling on her butt. The cat, whatever, Cat Demernin or something is her name. She's running for Congress in Illinois. She's also a pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas person. But anyway, yeah, she just got indicted. So they're going and getting indictments and then rearresting the people. They let them go and they just process it and indict them. They don't just hold them. Yeah, they're just trying to stir up riots. That's all there is. They're lying to stir up riots. That's all they're doing. It says other states have taken similar actions. California has limited action in courthouses since 2017. Guidance published by the Attorney General says the state cannot control federal immigration action, but the state has a responsibility to provide safe and secure access to court facilities. Oh, okay. In September, Connecticut Supreme Court Justice Raheem Mullins issued a policy prohibiting warrantless arrests inside state courts, as well as banning the use in judicial buildings of face coverings routinely worn by ICE officers. Judges, staff, litigants, members of the public must all be able to conduct their business in courthouses. They need to start arresting judges. That's what needs to happen. Be like Lincoln. Be like Lincoln. Arrest judges. Another story. Illinois lawmakers were banned on immigration arrests near courthouses. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see where that goes. And then we got another case here, which is interesting. We were talking about legal stuff. He says a New York judge dismisses a legal challenge from Texas in the early test of the abortion shield law. Yes, see, New York passed a law saying like, oh, it doesn't matter what any other state says if they charge you with a crime, we're not going to do anything. And Texas passed a law that said if anybody sends abortive stuff into the state for abortions, that they're going to charge them with a crime. So a doctor mailed a bunch of shit into Texas, which she knew it's against the law in Texas, so she broke Texas law. But that's how it works, you know. But this is going to be a problem. I'm going to tell you right now, because there's that whole full faith and credit part of the Constitution, which says that other states have to, you know, abide by it. You know, they can't circumvent other states' laws. They can't allow it to happen. So this is going to come down to a constitutional fight. I think New York's going to lose because Texas passed a law saying this is illegal in our state. And a person in New York is mailing the shit in, the illegal substance into the state. The same thing is like New York passed laws saying that like ghost guns and all this stuff was legal and all these different things. And they went after and arrested people for mailing them into the state. It's the same thing. It doesn't become all of a sudden not the state doesn't have the right to control it in their own state. It doesn't become that because it has to do with abortion. You know, New York did it with guns. So, you know, turnabout is fair play. It says late, but still hetero. May have to learn. Long weekend ahead. Not fun either. Well, I wish you the best. Yeah. A New York judge dismissed a legal challenge from Texas seeking to enforce more than $100,000 civil judgment against a doctor accused of prescribing abortion pills to a Dallas area woman in the early test of the state's shield law designed to protect providers. Republican State Attorney General Ken Paxton wanted a New York court to enforce a civil decision who practices north of New York City in Ulster County for prescribing abortion medication via telemedicine. But the acting U.S. county clerk refused to file the judgment, saying that the government employee who had to comply with New York's shield law, which protects providers from other states' reach. New York is among at least 8 states with shield laws. Opponents of the law argues it violates the constitutional requirements that states respect the laws and legal judgments of other states. Full faith and credit. This is going to be a constitutional issue. Judge David Gannon ruled that Bruck followed New York law and granted his motion to dismiss the petition. The judge sitting in Kensington wrote that the medical services Carpenter rendered are legal in New York, and they fall squarely within the definition of legally protected health activity under the state shield law. They're not legal in Texas. Can't they just extradite them? Something's going to happen, you know. Yeah, California doctors are second to face a Louisiana arrest warrant over abortion pills. Bruck said he was relieved. It seemed to be clear to me that as a government employee, I should not have to comply with this. Since there's no precedent for the shield law yet, it feels good to set the precedent. And it was not clear if the trial court judge's ruling would be appealed in an email seeking comment to Paxton's office. A Texas judge in February ordered Carpenter to pay $100,000 in penalties for prescribing abortion pills to a woman in Dallas after she failed to appear in court. The judge also issued an injunction barring Carpenter from prescribing abortion medication to Texas residents. The ruling in Texas was handed down the same day as New York Governor Kathy Hochul rejected a request for Louisiana to extradite Carpenter, who was charged in the state with prescribing abortion pills to a pregnant minor. The good thing about all this is we get a nice civics lesson, those of us who care about the law. Yeah, I mean, this is going to end up in the Supreme Court of the United States because you got 2 states now, and New York is actually violating the Constitution. Because Texas has a right to control what happens in its state. And if a person in New York is violating Texas law and by, communicating with somebody in Texas, a patient in Texas, by sending items into Texas, they are violating, they are basically opened themselves up to Texas law. That's the way jurisdiction works. And so New York can't just say, well, we're not going to abide by it. We're just going to say, fuck you. We don't like that law that you have in Texas. That's not how it works. That's not how the Constitution works. Does Gandon also denied a motion from the Democratic New York Attorney General to intervene in the case, which could have escalated the interstate court battle. The judge said her intervention was not warranted because the constitutionality of New York shield was not an issue with the case. Of course, Tish James just wanted to get in the headlines and say she was doing something. But she might have to fight it out because it's going to go to the federal court. It's going to get removed there. Yeah, New York judge dismisses legal challenge from Texas. It's not a legal challenge from Texas. It's actually a judgment in Texas. It says I tagged you on X, Jim. All right, let me look. I don't see it. Wait, did you tag? Hold on. Did you tag? Who did you tag? Which account? Let me see. Maybe you tagged the other account. Let me see. I bet you tagged my other account, the Jim Tells You account. Yeah. All right, here it is. Oh, crap. I got sidetracked. I'm sorry. Uh-huh. Yeah, sorry about that. I explain it to you right now. Here we go. So basically, I set up that Jim Tells You Twitter account just so no one could steal it. Just so the new X account. Yeah, I don't really use that one. I just set it up so that no one else could get it. Because they wouldn't let me switch. I wanted to change my Twitter account to Jim Tells You, but it wouldn't let me change the handle. Twitter won't let you do it. Won't let you change the handle. And so I just had to set up a new account. Hey, Eastman Farms, what's up? So anyway, so let's see what this is. New X, yeah, I got it. So Jim, people stealing for the market. Okay. Let's see here. When EBT Cargo doesn't swipe, the truth comes out. Last night, the Red Apple Quick Fill in Buffalo, Lower East Side, where I live, is turned into a war zone. The moment the benefits dried up, the savages came out, kicking in doors, storming the aisles, stealing what they could while the police stood outnumbered, waiting for reinforcements. See, when dependency fails, chaos follows. This is what happens when we raise generations on free. No ethic, no discipline, no God. The same hand that takes without thanks will steal without guilt. America has to decide, will we keep funding this moral collapse or start rebuilding families, fathers, and faith? Is this real?
It's live out here.
Yo, they really going off for no reason.
Oh, hell no. They doing too fucking much.
Here they come.
Yep, them jump boy, our boys are coming. Always some dumb shit.
Always some dumb shit.
Damn, here they come. Got the undercover out.
What was that big Chris Rock did about black people trying to have a good time and always showing up?
It was like 50, 60 little kids out here. She better shut her ass up and go the fuck home.
Trying to pick up that accent. It doesn't sound like
There's more coming.
that don't sound like that don't sound like a chicken head.
Huh? They were fighting. It was like 50, 60 kids fighting.
Right, yo, I was walking her out the house. They fucking started fighting. That shit crazy. Yo, they was beating up the cop and shit. That shit crazy.
Yeah, they were going
Right, they were doing too much. Hold up, wait.
Happy Halloween.
All right, bye, yo.
All right, I'm out. Too much police action for me. Love you too.
Too much police action for me. So that's what's going on there. All right. On to Michigan. You guys ready? Do you hear about what happened in Dearborn, Michigan? The FBI stopped a terrorist attack in Michigan before it could unfold. Thanks to swift action and coordination with our partners, a violent plot tied to international terrorism was disrupted. This is what defending the homeland looks like. Vigilance saves lives. That's right. Michigan Halloween arrests are tied to international terrorism, a top federal law enforcement office tells Fox News. Multiple suspects are accused of plotting violence over the Halloween weekend. FBI, Bash Patel, terror plot. That's right. Dearborn, Michigan. That's right. New York or Baltimore. I don't know where that last one was. Where was this? Quick Trip, Red Apple. I don't know. I don't know where that last one was. Doesn't say. Let me look. Hold on. Say where it is. It says Buffalo. That's Buffalo, New York. That was Buffalo. Buffalo, New York. That last one. Are we back to not mentioning Islam again? We really seem to be following Europe's failures quickly. This is extremely troubling. It's called Islamic terrorism. Director Kash Patel and the FBI deliver a... The FBI says it just stopped a potential terror attack targeting synagogues involving arrests of multiple suspects linked to Islamic terror, all located in Dearborn, Michigan. So they will just arrest Minnesota then? I hope so. The whole state. Yeah, at least we can take solace in the fact the FBI is doing its job again. Well, for the longest time, the FBI's job was to instigate terror attacks. You know, basically try to get people to say they're going to commit a terror attack and then arrest them and say, aha, we stopped the terror attack. So I hope that's not what they're still doing. Because, of course, wow, look at this. So they've got like one AR, a shotgun, and some ammo, and a pistol. And it's like not even that much ammo. Like, geez, that's like a weekend. Come on, people. Come on, people. Do better. Do better. Be better. Do better. Be better. Be better. Do better. Be better. Be better, be better, be better, do better, 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 better. Director Kash Patel and the FBI delivered a critical win for national security. Yeah, it's enough to do some damage on a soft, unarmed target, though. Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah. I mean, that wasn't even like, come on. It's like a shotgun, a pistol, and a rifle. Like, who? Anyway. Disrupting the potential international terrorist plot targeting Michigan, this operation highlights the necessity of a robust federal counterterrorism efforts, especially under the Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act of 2025, which mandates interagency coordination to neutralize threats. Yeah, that is one prepper's just getting started closet cash. Yeah. Hey, better. Swing better. What's up, Woodham? How you doing? While details are pending, the arrest proved proactive enforcement prevents chaos, yet questions linger. How many taxpayer-funded counterterrorism programs failed to stop prior threats? Yeah, but a synagogue, Target Ridge, close quarters could probably get a Pulse nightclub numbers. Oh, yeah. I don't understand. I didn't think synagogues celebrated Halloween. Do they? I got to ask. I don't know. Maybe I'll ask Joe next time I talk to him. Do they celebrate Halloween? If things don't change in mini Somalia area, I might be a resident of North Minnesota soon. Oof. Wait till they see what no one stopped on the southern border. Yeah, I got that. Every dollar spent must yield results, not bureaucratic complacency. Mm-hmm. So here we go. So breaking news. The FBI raided a Dearborn, Michigan home connected to the Islamic Halloween terror plot. Dun, dun, dun. It's probably planned for tomorrow. Well, I mean, for Orthodox Jews, though, I mean, from Friday night to Saturday night is the Shabbat, the Shabbos. So they don't, they don't do anything. So I don't know what. I mean, they do stuff, but they don't use like. It's hard. It's like a day of rest. Yeah, I don't think Orthodox Jews do Halloween. I don't. Yeah.
Oh, there they go. Long set up.
Well, that was crazy. Oh, Saturday. Yeah, Saturday is when they go to synagogue. Yes, it is. Saturday is when they go to synagogue. Yes.
Oh, there they go. Long set up.
Oh, wow. I mean, that was kind of crazy. Huh. So, the target. Yeah. It says the FBI has foiled a Halloween terror attack to target a group linked to ISIS in Dearborn. Somalia being Dearborn, probably. What language? It's not English. I don't know. It didn't sound like Pushtu to me, or I don't know. The Muslim mayor of Dearborn is on video telling a Christian resident he's not welcome here. Time for ICE to pay Dearborn a visit.
The FBI stopped a potential terrorist attack in Michigan, according to Director Kash Patel. The FBI has arrested 5 young people who were allegedly planning a violent attack over Halloween weekend. Arrests were made this morning in the cities of Dearborn and Inkster, just outside of Detroit. Officials say the group has a connection to ISIS extremism, and law enforcement officials are telling NBC News the suspects had access to guns. The FBI stopped a potential terrorist.
They had access to guns. So the target. The FBI arrested Amar Abdul-Majadi Mohammed Saeed, a 19-year-old from Melvindale, Michigan, a suburb of Detroit, along with any potential accomplices identified in the ongoing probe, said a former member of the Michigan Army National Guard. Saeed, that's the guy's name, is a former member of the Michigan Army National Guard. He's 19, so how is he a former member of the Michigan Army National Guard? What, did he get kicked out after a year? Faces federal charges, including attempting to provide material support to a foreign terrorist organization and distributing information related to destructive devices. These carry severe penalties, potentially up to 20 years or life in prison if convicted. English must be a minority now. I should get my EBT card now. You should. Let me guess, they were using social media to organize. Oh, probably. The plot, Saeed had been plotting for months to stage a mass shooting at the U.S. Army Tank Automotive and Armaments Command facility, also known as Detroit Arsenal in Warren, Michigan. He shared detailed plans, including handwritten diagrams of the site, with undercover FBI officers posing as ISIS sympathizers. Why am I getting the feeling that this was, I don't know. I'm getting the feeling that this might have been like the same type of shit like what happened in the past where the FBI is talking people into shit. I don't know. I hope not. The attack was timed to align with the ISIS directives, but specifics on a direct Halloween tie-in beyond the weekend heightened vulnerability are still emerging. He launched a reconnaissance drone just before his arrest on October 30th, signaling the plot was imminent. How it was stopped. The investigation began over a year ago after Saeed confided in an undercover FBI employee about his long-standing desire to engage in violent jihad. 2 undercover officers infiltrated his network, recorded meetings and communications. The arrest happened Tuesday evening, preventing any execution. No shots were fired. Well, I heard something being fired, and no public areas were directly threatened. What was that sound we were hearing? That was something being fired at something. How come this information doesn't mesh with the time of the arrest and the day of the week? Couldn't tell you. I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. How could the arrest have happened Tuesday evening, but this said he launched a drone on October 30th, which was yesterday, Thursday? It's a fine line the FBI plays. I know those were flashbangs, no shots in my ass. It sure sounded like something firing. I mean, there was something. They were firing, either some 40 mic or something into the. Something got fired in. Well, here we go. Just in, the FBI thwarts a potential Halloween terror attack. Several arrests made in the Muslim-majority Michigan city. Tuesday isn't Halloween. Today is Halloween. That's what I'm saying. Today is Halloween. And he was arrested last night. So something is wrong here. Early this morning, FBI Director Kash Patel and FBI Director Deputy Director Dan Bongino announced that they had thwarted a potential terrorist attack in Michigan. It sounds nothing like the plot with Gretchen Whitmer. Yeah, it doesn't, right? And Patel said that several people were arrested, calling it an incredible success. Bella fixed herself to be better seen on camera. Yeah, she wants to give you guys a perfect view of her belly. In his expos, Patel thanked the men and women of the FBI and law enforcement everywhere standing guard 24/7 and crushing our mission to defend the homeland. According to Patel, these suspects were allegedly plotting a violent attack over the Halloween weekend. Hey, look at that. We've been going over 2 hours now. I want to thank everybody who's here. Please remember, hit the like button. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. We are just a couple subscribers away from 1,600 on YouTube. I mean, we're right there. It's been bouncing back and forth between, it's been bouncing back and forth between, been bouncing back and forth between, been bouncing back and forth between, 1598 and now it's 1597. So it keeps going. So we're right there. So if you haven't subscribed, please think about subscribing. We'd really like to see that jump up to 1,600 tonight. It would be nice, be real nice. See that go like boop and jump up to 1,600. Joe says, Halloween just ended at my home. I'm late. Forgive me, Father, for I've sinned. Go ahead and start the show over. I don't want to start it again myself. Joe, don't worry about it. We're always here. I'll start it over. Basically, what happened tonight is a bunch of judicial overreach all over the place. Judges gone wild. Basically, we should have Maybe I should start like a show. Like, they never had Girls Gone Wild. We just have Judges Gone Wild. Just have a show just like that. So, I don't know. I'm not going to sit here all night and stare at this, but it would have been nice to see it jump up one, but I guess not. I guess there's nobody here that hasn't subscribed yet. Although the FBI has not named any of the suspects, Dearborn is a Muslim majority city. Oh, Colorado Mountain Girl says, I'm coming in late, but I want to say hello to Jim in the chat. Well, thank you. Thank you. We do have we got at least another hour and 15 minutes, maybe an hour and a half left to go on the show, unless we hit the next $75 goal, but we'll see. We'll see. We're cranking right along. On September 9th, during a city council meeting, the city's mayor told Dearborn resident Ted Barham he wasn't welcome in the city after he objected to Wayne County's decision to name a major street in Dearborn after a longtime leader, Osama Sibilani. The objection to the street being named after was due to his terrorist ties to Hamas and Hezbollah. Yeah, judges think they are kings, not Trump. Yeah, judges gone wild. Basically, SSDD. Oh, same shit, different day. Okay, I get it. Dearbornistan. The Muslim Dearborn mayor has been criticized for what appears to be his attempt to alienate non-Muslims in the community while making it obvious that he attempts to cater to the non-English speaking Muslim immigrants. A perfect example is Mayor Hamoud catering to the city's foreign population in his use of Arabic subtitles in his posts on X, like the one below, which shows the Dearborn mayor introducing the city's latest all-Arabic magazine mailed to residents. Muslim Dearborn mayor Abdullah Hamouda is making all his posts with Arabic subtitles. The Dearborn created a magazine to send to residents. All copies come in Arabic. This is the same mayor who told residents to get out of his city if they oppose street signs in Arabic.
Not sure what's happening in Dearborn? Dearborn now has its own magazine. We're mailing the magazine to every household across Dearborn. You can read in English or you can read in Arabic. Even has a tear-out of all the events happening this season. And given the limited number of coffee shops, we decided to make it easy for you to find one. Check your mailboxes, as it should be dropping any day.
In May, the FBI thwarted another potential terror attack when they arrested a 19-year-old man after he allegedly spent months plotting an attack on the Army installation in suburban Detroit on behalf of the Islamic State group. According to federal investigators, Ammar Saad had... Wait a minute. What the fuck is going on? So this is a different attack they're talking about now? According to Ammar Saad, had planned another person to carry out a mass shooting at the Army Command and informed us. Unbeknownst to him, the two individuals who believe were helping him were actually undercover FBI agents monitoring his actions. Agents documented their meetings through audio and video recordings, captures, hand-drawn diagrams. He had recently joined the Michigan Army National Guard, was taken into custody after launching a drone to conduct final surveillance of the site ahead of the planned attack. According to census data, Dearborn is a population of... Something is wrong. Why did it say May? What is going on here? According to the census, Dearborn has a population of 109,000 and became the first U.S. city with an Arab majority population. Yeah, and immediately as soon as they became the majority, they started imposing their Sharia law shit on people. So just remember that, people. An incredible success, Patel and Pacino thwarted a potential terror attack in Michigan, arresting several people, thanks to the men and women of the FBI. Something's wrong. My cousin in the UK, their kids in school are having to learn Arabic. No English homework is given, only Arabic. Oh, no. No. That ain't good. ISIS-inspired Michigan gang busted and foiled terror plot debated. Pumpkin Day attacks. Federal investigators prevented a real-life Halloween terror plot by busting 5 terror plotters inspired by ISIS, source familiar said. So maybe that Saeed guy was a different case. Maybe, I don't know why they're talking about that. More FBI thwarted a terror attack, arresting multiple subjects in Michigan. Thanks to the men and women of the FBI, law enforcement members standing guard, crushing terrorists. Stayed on or spot on, maybe. Authorities raided 3 homes in the Detroit suburbs of Dearborn and Inkster and recovered weapons, including legally owned guns. Well, if they're legally owned, why did they recover legally owned guns? What's going on here? This says those arrested were described as homegrown radicals, but authorities were investigating possible foreign contacts of the suspects. In Dearborn, you think? FBI and Michigan State Police vehicles were spotted in the neighborhood near Fortson High School in Dearborn. Investigators walked in and out of a house with one official gathering, collecting paper bags and other items from the evidence truck. J.D. Vance dresses up like the meme version of himself for Halloween. Say thank you. The alleged plotter spoke of launching a Pumpkin Day assault while they were under round-the-clock FBI surveillance and trained in a local shooting range. A juvenile was among those arrested. Too familiar with the investigation, told the Post. One source specifying the suspect is 16 years old. There was an internal dissent within the group about whether they should go ahead with the attack on Halloween, with some believing they needed more time to prepare. It's unclear how well developed any of the attack plans were, with one source saying targets do not appear to have been picked out. Wait, what the fuck is going on? Didn't we just read that they were going to attack an army base? Those arrested were described as homegrown radicals. And members of the group have also overheard speaking about visiting New York City Rockefeller Center and watching the sunrise at the Statue of Liberty. The sources say that trip was planned as a tourist excursion and there is no known threat to the Big Apple. The law enforcement sources specified to the Post that no threat to Friday night's Village Halloween parade, and added that the NYP assisted in surveilling the suspects, which without providing specifics. What the fuck is going on? What does it have to do with New York? Oh, that's a nice looking computer. Look at that. What kind of case is that? What are those Corsair fans? Patel tweet blindsided many federal and state officials in charging documents are not immediately available in the case. Though FBI Detroit spokesman Jordan Hall confirmed there's no current threat to public safety. A senior U.S. official who asked not to be identified told the Post that the Dearborn Police Department was informed in advance of the FBI operation, but Michigan Democrat Governor Gretchen Whitmer was not given an early heads up. Why would they tell the governor what they're doing? They tell the local police. They don't have to tell the fucking governor. Oh, K Jab says, I totally appreciate you, Jim. Great place to consume news. Your personal takes are the best. Blessings. Well, thank you very, very much, K Jab. I appreciate you being here. Sounds like this news story was written by AI, doesn't it? Because it seems like they're conflating two different. It really does. It's just they're conflating two different arrests. They were talking about this guy that got arrested for attacking an army thing in May, and then they're talking about this. Like they're mixing the two together. Most are written by AI. It sure sounds like it. When Patel posted, nobody had been briefed, the official. So now everybody's slowly getting the information. After Patel's initial disclosure, Whitmer tweeted, "This morning I was briefed by Director Patel on the thwarted potential terrorist attack in our state. As details continue to develop, I'm grateful for the swift action of the FBI and MSP protecting Michiganders. In May, the FBI announced the arrest of a man authorities said had been planning an attack." So these are two attacks they're talking about. The suspect in that case, the former National Guardsman, said he didn't know his supposed allies were undercover. Anmar said did not know that his supposed allies in the plot were undercover FBI agents. That one sounds like the FBI basically talked some idiot into saying he wanted to do something. The sources tell the Post they will examine any connection between Friday's arrest and the case of Saeed. Oh, look at this. Oh, rumor spread about Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens' relationship. Seriously, you're going to start trying to claim that shit? Fox News says thwarted Michigan Halloween terror plot has connection to ISIS. Oh, let's see. We got a Dearborn resident going to say something?
Here's why you should switch from Google.
Here's why you should switch. Oh, join Fox News for access to this content. You know what, Fox News? I'm starting to really get pissed off with you. You guys are really sucks. You guys really suck lately with all your crap that you're doing. Fox News. You're just constantly fucking putting shit behind paywalls. Honestly, I don't care if they entrap the F out of them. I don't care either, but I just don't want to get entrapped by the FBI.
Thought that this neighborhood was a threat. No, I never
Hold on. I want to turn the volume up because I can't hear it.
actually thought. No, I never actually thought that this neighborhood was a threat until today, and it's very scary.
I never thought it would hit this close to our home, but
it
can happen here. It can happen anywhere.
Keep voting Democrat.
This is probably 8 blocks away, so we wouldn't know anybody over here particularly. But yeah, it's a pretty close-knit neighborhood.
I'm just happy that the FBI responded quick and state police are here. You know, Dearborn police is not even here, which is a good thing. So they don't interrupt the investigation. You know, there's no conflict of interest and stuff like that. So I'm just happy that the FBI are here and Michigan State here are doing their job. It's very scary. I take it very serious because it's the FBI director that was appointed by Trump that made this investigation. So I know that he's not going to make no false reports and accusations for no reason.
Oh, what do you know? That guy sounded like a Trump supporter. That was weird. I could get behind the paywall, but I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna go here. We're gonna go to the Blaze. We'll go to the Blaze. I would never verbalize such a thing with someone who wasn't like family. If I were ever to. Yeah, right? You know, like, why would anybody ever say these things? Jihadi terror attack planned for Halloween weekend leads to multiple arrests, says the FBI. Oh my God. Oh my God. Julio Scissors comes in with 5 subs, gifted 5 memberships. Let's see. Love the Bearded, WR332, Kansas Meemaw, Sherry Reed, Lee L.E. Munoz, all received gifted memberships from Julio Scissors. Yeah. And with that, we are now just $45 away from a second additional hour. Yeah. Thank you, Julio. Let's go. Rally. Rally. You're pretty sure a decent percentage of Dearborn Muslims actually voted for Trump. Congratulations to all the new members. I heard that. A bunch of them did. Yeah, almost in their backyard. How can Trump allow this to happen? Woohoo, Julio. I think you got to have more than idle chatter, though, because who hasn't fantasized about some wild shit not selling the government, well, like Ron and Bank? Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. You know, I hope so. So, FBI operation conducted in 2 Detroit area cities. A terrorist attack was planned for Halloween weekend and was prevented by arrest made in Michigan, said Federal Bureau of Investigation Director Cash Patel. Patel offered a few details, but Sebastian Gorka, deputy assistant to the president, Donald Trump, and senior director for counterterrorism at the National Security Council, said in a statement on social media the plot was jihadi in nature. Jihadi in nature. The FBI thwarted a potential terrorist attack and arrested multiple subjects in Michigan who are allegedly plotting a violent attack. Jim, did you do the sound effects? Because anyone else hear them? Because I couldn't. Okay, hold on. Did you not hear that? Anyone? Anyone hear that? No, huh? That's odd. Barely. I turned it up. I can turn it up. I don't want to turn it up too loud and scare people. Okay, it says I could hear it. I could hear it. Ditto. Heard cha-ching. Okay. I have them turned down so because I don't want it too loud and it hurts people if they're wearing headphones. So this morning, federal agents under direction of Cash Patel and Pam Bondi successfully disrupted a slight ringing. They hate the transparent digital age. Yeah, they do. Sounds like a thud. That's the level up sound from Fallout. Mm-hmm. Okay. And then this is a cowbell. And this should be like a cash register. And that's the level up from Morrowind. Okay, cool. All right. It sounds like your sound effects are split second and then truncated. Okay. Maybe it's my, maybe my, I don't know, maybe something's going wrong with my soundboard. Mm-hmm. Dearborn Police Department confirmed that there had been an FBI operation in the city Friday morning and there was no longer any threat to the public. A spokesperson for the Department of Justice said in a statement to Blaze News that the law enforcement operation also included the city of Inkster, another city near Detroit. All good. Don't get sidetracked, Jim. Could barely hear the first two. Okay. This FBI. Hey, Rocky McCobb. What's up, buddy? Long time no see. You've probably been here before. I'm just messing around. Thanks to men and women of the FBI and law enforcement are standing guard. Okay. Morning, I was briefed by Patel. Okay. Michigan badge with Arabic writing is Muslim. You thought it was Pink Floyd? Start of Money? Oh, it was. Oh, man. Oh, man. Money is a gas. Don't make a big splash. You're a bigot and you're a racist and you're an Islamophobe. Oh my God, that's crazy. I just made you like me a lot more being a Morrowind fan. Oh yeah, Morrowind's my favorite game, actually. I still play it quite a bit. Yeah. Anyway, so. All right, this is going to make you angry now. I hope you guys are ready. This next story is going to make you really angry. It'll make you really, really angry. 5 top Democrats on the Maine Legislative Council voted against a bill that would ban AI-generated kiddie porn. That's right. Democrats said, no, we don't want to make AI-generated child porn illegal. That's crazy. Why would we want to do that? The vote kills the bill from reaching committee, so it will not even receive a public debate. The House Minority Leader, Billy Bob Falkingham, can't believe it. Well, that was interesting. Just got out of a legislative council today where I'm in Augusta. We're voting on bills, but the one that really blew my mind was when a bill sponsored by a Democrat that would prohibit child pornography created by AI. And of course, even though a Democrat sponsored that bill, I voted yes for it because I think child pornography is absolutely disgusting, no matter how it was created. Unfortunately, that bill failed to enter into the second session because the majority of Democrats voted against letting the bill in, even though it was sponsored by a Democrat. Oh, we got the names. We got the names. I don't understand the reasoning why you would not want to go against child pornography, but it's actually happening today.
Well, that was interesting. Just got out of Ledge Council today, where I'm in Augusta. We were voting on bills for the second session, and about 80 plus new bills got introduced. I would say probably 90% of them Democrat bills that aren't going to be helpful to the state of Maine. But the one that really blew my mind was a bill sponsored by a Democrat that would prohibit child pornography created by AI. And of course, even though a Democrat sponsored that bill, I voted yes for it because I think child pornography is absolutely disgusting, no matter how it's created. Unfortunately, that bill failed to get entered into the second session because the majority of Democrats voted against letting that bill in, even though it was sponsored by a Democrat. I don't understand the reasoning why you would not want to go against child pornography, but that actually happened today. So doesn't really leave me with a lot of optimism for the second session. That's what happened today, folks.
Wow, Maine is overrun by Somalis, Julio says. Wow, that's crazy. That's nuts. So yeah, so here they are. So that's who they were right here. It says voting no, not ban. Disgusting. You got Daughtry, Pierce, Dewson, Fecteau, Monin, all voting no. And you got Harrington, Gramlich, Falkingham, and Smith voting yes, and Stewart. Go figure. Those are the names, right? But, you can have their names, but wouldn't you like to see their faces? Wouldn't you like to see their faces? Here at Jim's Tells You, we want you to see their faces. So let's put faces to the names. Why don't we just go put faces to the names? What do you know? Oh, Senator Jill Dusan. Oh, what do you know? And then Speaker of the House, Ryan Fecteau. He's feckless, Fecteau. President of the Senate, Matty Daughtry. Oh, yes. Majority Leader, Matt Moonin. And Senator Teresa Pierce. That's right. Bella's Belly deserves more likes and subscribers. Most definitely. Most definitely she does. She does. Yeah. So these are the faces. I want you to let these faces, just remember these faces. These are the faces of evil. These are this is what we are going to call demon rats. These are demon rats. These are not, Bella plushies when. Julio, don't do that to me. I don't want no Bella plushies. Maybe we'll see. We'll see. When I hit 10,000 subscribers on YouTube, I'll get Bella plushies. Maybe. We'll see. Let's see here. Them faces, boy. That's crazy. All right. Well, let's go to North Carolina, where we have an alleged cash for vote scheme has been taking place in New Hanover County. It says they are just socialists. Just call them for the evil they embrace. Yeah, demon rats. Yeah. Who the F in Maine votes for that woman on the left? Demon rats. Demon rats. I mean, it's a good idea. It is a good idea. We'll see. It appears the youngest has been made the leader. That's a Dem thing, too. Yeah, of course it is. Yeah. It's you don't have to be anything else to ruin a culture, just a socialist. It's that easy. Yeah, demon rats. The Wilmington City Council election, left-wing groups, demon rats, have offered voters $100 to vote for 3 Democrat candidates. It's like, here, hey, just following up on our conversation from Those Kings, just a heads up that the Wilmington City Council election is coming up soon. These candidates on the ballot are this, and this. You can read all about them. Each candidate will pay you $100 for your vote. How do I get paid? I can't afford my electric bill. How long till the money after I vote? Can you direct deposit or does it get mailed? After you vote, one of our team members will meet you in her car near your polling place and pay you cash money. We can arrange transportation if needed. Wow. Wow. Is this real? Is this real? Could this be real? Could this be reals? Vote here. Alleged cash for vote scheme in Wilmington election. The thing that never happens. Great reporting, Nick. And North Carolina GOP has referred an alleged cash for vote scheme to the North Carolina State Board of Elections. Of course they did, but for immediate release, the North Carolina Republican Party has referred the alleged cash for vote scheme. Over the last 72 hours, the North Carolina GOP has been made aware of this alleged scheme and appearing to monetarily solicit votes for Democrat candidates for the Wilmington City Council. Yeah, cash in a car, like a drug deal. Yeah. A registered voter has alleged they received text messages indicating they would be compensated by 3 Democrat City Council candidates in exchange for their votes. The voter was offered $100 and arrangements to be made to meet the voter at a polling site subsequent to casting a ballot. After reviewing the information provided, we asked the State Board of Elections to investigate. I would think this would be more of the FBI would investigate, because I think that's against the federal law. That's bribery. It's like got to be other laws. It's not just like election law. It's like a fucking crime. Like people should go to jail. It's a troubling thing, and we need to chastise them and tell them, no, don't do that. That's bad. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Liz at TikTok says, holy crap, Democrats are paying for votes in North Carolina. Mm-hmm. Here's the North Carolina Journal. You wonder how many city councils they took over just like this? Honestly, that's an old thing, a Democrat thing they used to do all the time. They would give people bottles or buy them booze or do stuff like that. Yeah. I can sell my vote, but do states give anyone a ballot? Yeah. It's probably a smaller town. Who knows how many people are in the town? It's possible they only have a couple thousand people. Like maybe it's a town of 5,000, 6,000. So it's not like they could just generate a bunch more ballots. And so when you're talking about city councilmen, they might be in certain areas. So if let's say it's 6,000 people and each 1,000 people, so they can't it's not like they can just create like with the federal election where they just keep adding ballots because there's, unlimited people in other places. So an alleged cash for vote scheme tied to the municipal election has been referred to the State Board of Elections for further investigation, as they're already casting ballots for city council. A New Hanover County voter claimed they received text messages offering payment in exchange for voting for 3 Democrat city council candidates. According to the text messages, the voter was promised $100 per each vote. That's a lot for a vote. North Carolina Republican Party received the unredacted text message it received before being forwarded them to the so it's 115,000 people, decent-sized town? That is a decent-sized town. Do you know, Barang, do you know how many city council members there are in the town? Is it more than 3? Is it like 5 or 6? 7? It's a troubling allegation. Paying voters or attempting to buy votes is an affront to our shared values. No, it's a fucking crime. It's not an affront. It's a fucking crime. We remain steadfast in our commitment to the integrity of honest elections. Mm-hmm. We take these allegations very seriously. The voter who received the message did the right thing and reported it to the election integrity hotline. If you see something, say something. Yes. 7. So there's 7 city council members. So 115,000, 7. So you're talking about what, like 17, 18,000 people per city council seat, if they divide it up that way. My flabbers are gasted. What are people thinking? That's right. Jill Hopman, chairwoman of the New Hanover County Democrat Party, said the messages are not connected to any Democrat candidate or the party, calling the allegations a farce. Oh. The Democrat Party is fully committed to free, fair, and secure elections. Yeah, I'm sure you are. It said, to be clear about the facts here, one well-known local MAGA activist received a text message from an anonymous, untraceable number not affiliated with any candidate. Oh. Nothing to suggest a widespread scheme. Instead of waiting for the election board to investigate, the GOP is trying to turn this into a sensationalized circus. 5 council members, but the mayor and the mayor pro tem sit on the council. That's what the website seems to say. Okay, so you're 5, so you're talking about 22,000, and about 22,000 people per. Wait, so this person could say it's nothing. It's a weird system. Yeah, so this person saying all this stuff that they didn't wait, but you didn't wait to say it's a farce and you don't know anything about it. Election fraud is a serious allegation. If these allegations are determined to be true, the guilty party should be prosecuted. My understanding is that both state and local authorities are aware, and they're conducting an investigation. Yes, election integrity is a cornerstone of public trust. That's right. Without election integrity, if you just have ballots coming in from anywhere, and like say in the middle of the night, say at like 2 o'clock in the morning, all of a sudden, if there's this race and at 2 o'clock in the morning it goes like this, people wouldn't believe it. That's not election integrity. That's bogus. So they attained counsel to closely monitor the situation. Cassidy Santaguido, who's running as a Democrat in the council election, said she has not seen any evidence to substantiate the allegations. Well, wouldn't the text message be the evidence? Then the city council appoints a city manager, almost like a parliamentary system. Yeah, that sounds weird. Sounds like some commie gobbledygook to me.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible.
Which always it's not widespread. Local corruption is the issue here. That's right. It says, I have not seen evidence to validate the truth of this message, but I alerted the chair of the accusation on Tuesday and have no further knowledge, Santiguino told the Carolina Journal. I've run an honest, transparent campaign focused on the issues. I will continue to focus on the need of our city. I trust that law enforcement will investigate. As a veteran and someone who works in cybersecurity, I've dealt with plenty of bad actors who use technology to bribe and scam individuals, Roberts told Carolina Journal. It's a shame that we're seeing this happen in our community with local elections. Thank you to the GOP for bringing it to light. State Auditor Dave Boliak said on social media his office is aware of the allegation. Our office will provide any additional resources to assist the needed to thoroughly investigate this matter, to give voters confidence in our elections. So, not only are they eating the dogs and eating the cats, they're bribing people to fucking vote for them. All right. Now we're going to talk about judicial coups and what needs to happen in this country. Oh, look at that. It's been 2 hours and 37 minutes we've been going. So I am going to update the goal over here on YouTube since it expired. I'm going to start a new goal and I'm going to run it. 15 super chats. Run it $5 super chats for 1 hour. And we're going to say like this, go like this. Where are we at here? We are just $45 away from a second additional hour. So I'll do this, then I'll do this. Say we are 45 away from a second additional hour. And I'll start the goal. So we have 1 hour to make $45. And if we do, we will add another hour to the show. That's how that works, folks. All right. Eric Schmidt says, this is the first time I've called for a judge's impeachment. Normally, appellate courts and the Supreme Court rein in rogue district judges. Not Boasberg. He's truly lawless. He's openly biased, gone rogue, and likely broken the law. I've just called for the impeachment of Judge Boasberg. Boasberg is a poster child for rogue judges, forcing his way onto Trump cases. Let's see here. Let's listen to what Eric Schmidt.
Judge Boasberg gave a speech about how he was going to thwart the Trump agenda before he got those cases. He was not the assignment judge. The D.C. courts have a daily assignment judge. He wasn't the assignment judge. He's on vacation. Somehow gets these cases at 1 a.m. Was he tipped off? Did somebody tell him these cases against President Trump and his agenda now were coming? I don't know. We should find that out. But Judge Boasberg, what he did to Senator Cruz and maybe other senators, absolutely, and I don't say this lightly, absolutely is worthy of impeachment proceedings. There has to be accountability. The American people have heard a lot about this, and you're going to hear more. We should have Watergate-style hearings on this for months. If we're ever going to root this out, we have to be serious about it, and consequences have to follow. Resignations, firings, criminal prosecutions. You simply can't, in this country, use the justice system to throw people in jail because they have a red jersey on or a blue jersey on.
That's right. Mm-hmm. If the feckless Republicans actually do something beyond talking, I'll have an actual heart attack. Yes. Missouri Senator, good man. I think didn't he used to be the Missouri Attorney General before he ran for Senate, if I'm not mistaken? The huge violation of separation of powers. Yes, it is. Huge violation of separation of powers.
Judge Boasberg.
I've called for his discipline in July after his extrajudicial statements revealed bias against the Trump administration. This says, I've encouraged the Trump administration to consider firing judicial misconduct complaints and to pursue all necessary rogue judge may face discipline. Judge waives disciplinary referral for DOJ lawyers in Venezuela deployment case. This was the judge that got all crazy over the stuff. And soon after, the DOJ filed a misconduct complaint against Boasberg, citing the threat of integrity. DOJ's filed a misconduct complaint against the activist Judge James Boasberg for making improper public comments about President Trump. Right, he did. This guy, this evil cocksucker needs to go, baby. That's right. He broke the rules. His judicial hubris has been clearer since the Alien Enemies Act case, MS-13 deportation case, where he ordered Trump to turn the planes around. Yeah. Judge bad to the people, Trump, nothing but Ted and Peach. He fought Biden on Second Amendment. Wow, I clicked in at the right time. Sorry. A great piece by Robert Luther contextualizing the judicial hubris of Judge Boasberg from turn the planes around to trying to hold the DOJ in contempt for properly stating his lack of jurisdiction. SCOTUS affirmed. Yeah, Boasberg. Beyond the hubris, Boasberg leveraged his position as chief judge of the district court in D.C. to force himself into an important case. How did Judge Boasberg get the TDA case when he wasn't the emergency assignment judge on March 15th? Did he use his position as chief judge? Did he? He probably did. To force himself on the case. The American people demand answers. Well, get them answers. Get them.
Judge Boasberg, over the weekend, it came out, he's not the emergency judge in D.C. He inserted himself in that role. He was on vacation. The case was filed at 2:30 in the morning. Somehow he ended up with that case. He wasn't the emergency judge on duty. So I think this requires further investigation and legislation.
So let me get that straight, because I'll quote you on that, because that is news to me and maybe a lot of other people too. If he wasn't the emergency judge who would naturally matriculate into that position on this, he just gets to pick himself and say, well, I'm the favorite. Let me go do this case against Trump.
He's the chief judge, and he inserted himself. That doesn't happen. The emergency judges 100% of the time get those cases. So he could have been tipped off that this was going to be filed, and while on vacation, he took the case. So again, this speaks to, I think, the very aggressive, unusual, and unprecedented measures that these activist judges are taking to insert themselves. Ultimately, they're not going to be right. The Supreme Court's going to slap them down. But the Judicial Conference, Chief Justice Roberts ought to look at this, and we also, the Article 1 branch, I intend to file legislation to make sure this randomness, which is supposed to happen when these cases are assigned, actually happens. We need more transparency, because right now, people don't think it's random at all.
So what I think you are getting at is the politics that potentially are being played, where a judge who may feel a certain way politically may step up against Trump at this point. So it fits right in with a brand new opinion piece titled, America Has a Robed Politician Problem, arguing that the left, unable to secure their agenda at the ballot box, has turned to national injunctions as a weapon to engineer outcomes they could not achieve democratically. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, this is really the fundamental difference between a conservative justice and a liberal activist judge. The conservative will view the law as it's written, not how they want it to be. But the liberals, for a very long time in this country, they had control of the Supreme Court. They just made up things. They made up rights that didn't exist to get to a political outcome. Now that you have a more conservative court, they're desperate. They're not in power in Congress anymore. And so I think a lot of these judges are taking it upon themselves to usurp really important power. For example, when President Trump declared a predatory incursion of these criminal violent gangs, he's well within his Article 2 executive power to deport them. He can do that. The judge, by stepping in there, Judge Boasberg, by stepping in the case that we're talking about, he somehow got, said you can't do that. That is like that judge dictating missile strikes or deciding troop movements. Those are national security issues. Those are those are powers of the commander in chief that the judge doesn't get to do. So the separation of powers works both ways. You don't get to kind of jump into the Article 2 branch's authority on commander in chief powers. So I think you're about to see all these cases make their way to the Supreme Court, and I think President Trump's on very firm ground. But we should address these abuses that are happening now every day.
That's right. These abuses are happening every day. Every day, these abuses are happening. After the leak of the documents tied to the MS-13 deportations under the AEA, the plaintiffs, and likely Boasberg, knew they were coming and lay in wait to thwart them. Julie provides a smoking gun. Boasberg forced himself on the TDA case even though he wasn't the assigned emergency judge. Now it's been revealed that Boasberg issued a gag orders on subpoenas for records in the Arctic Frost investigation. See, this is where he screwed up because he broke the law. There's actually a law that says that anytime they try to investigate the Senate, any senators are special people, you see. And any type of spying on senators, they're supposed to get notified. And they can basically, if someone gets a subpoena or a warrant to spy on senators, the Senate can vote and override. It's in the law. They can override the subpoena or whatever and say, yeah, no, you're not looking at my shit. But Boasberg put a gag order so they wouldn't be informed on it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And there are judges that haven't gone to law school. Yep. Schmidt is proud to be an American, and I am proud of him. Well, I kind of like him. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Arctic Frost subpoenas targeted an organization I chair, the Republican Attorney General's Association, and a similar gag order may have applied. If official Senate devices were targeted, Boasberg violated federal law 2 U.S.C. 6628. As Mikey Fraggs noted, Boasberg's gag order is a blatant violation of U.S. law, which explicitly bans gag orders on collection of Senate data and communications. Let's read this. The law requires Senate notification to give the Senate an opportunity to move to quash any subpoena on separation of power grounds. It also requires federal courts to quash any subpoenas as a result of Senate opposition. Boasberg issued the illegal gag order precisely to prevent the Senate from going to court to vindicate its rights. Boasberg was certainly aware of the statute and deliberately violated it anyway. There's some good YouTube videos that explain how Trotsky thought you should overthrow a country via what is now called the Long March philosophy. You slowly insert co-conspirator into all key roles. Yeah. That's what's been going on. Yeah, we've been getting overrun by Marxist, communists, whatever you want to call them. Well, we will soon know how truly screwed we are if this doesn't move them to action. Every judge should be made to take and pass a Constitution test. I hope he's the first in a long line of impeached judges. Yeah, Chuck Schumer was bragging about they got 236 judges installed. Yeah, progressive judges that are going to stop Trump. That's what he said. Yeah, so it says, notwithstanding any other provision of law or civil criminal procedure, the office of SAA or any other office, the Senate office shall not be barred through operation of any court order or any statutory provision from notifying the Senate office of any legal process seeking disclosure of Senate data. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they can seek to quash it. Upon a motion made promptly by the Senate office or provided for Senate office, a court competent jurisdiction shall quash or modify any legal process directed to the provider for a Senate office in compliance with legal process to require disclosure of Senate data of the Senate office. Boasberg's excessive use of non-disclosure orders is so egregious that 3 Democrat appellate judges on the D.C. court recently reverted a sweeping order that allowed the DOJ to attach an NDO to any subpoena in the unspecified criminal investigation run by Matthew Graves. The case is largely under seal, so no one's sure who he was targeting. Graves attached Boasberg's omnibus NDO to an X subpoena to unknown accounts. At this point, Jack Smith, thanks to Beryl Howell, had already obtained all the president's Twitter data. They challenged the NDO as in the president's case, claiming Boasberg violated the Stored Communications Act, which requires a judge, not a prosecutor, to determine whether one of the 5 factors have been met to justify a non-disclosure order. I mean, this is nuts, but it really gets to the heart of the D.C.'s court's rubber stamping of whatever Biden's DOJ wanted. Graves did not even present a subpoena to the magistrate judge who first handled the matter. Boasberg upheld the magistrate judge's omnibus order allowing non-disclosure orders on all subpoenas. More Boasberg impeachment fodder. The court did not comply with Section 2705B of the Stored Communications Act. That's where we're at. Judge Boasberg is lawless, highly partisan, and beyond Article 3's good behavior requirement. It's time for him to go. The House must begin impeachment proceedings. If impeached, I'll await his Senate trial. I think it's, I don't think he has to be impeached. I think he should just be removed. He should be removed. The they should just vote in the Senate. They should have a vote in the Senate to say he's not acting in good behavior. File a resolution and say this judge is not acting in good behavior. Then that'd be okay. He's not acting in good behavior. You're not going to impeach him for high crimes and misdemeanors. You just say he's not acting in good behavior and have him removed. Yeah, he should be in jail, not just removed. Can't Congress just remove these courts altogether? Oh yes, they can. Which if they got rid of the filibuster, they could do all types of crazy shit. But then the Democrats would do it as soon as they come in. That's the argument. But the Democrats are going to do it as soon as the Democrats get 50 votes, 51 votes to change the filibuster rules. They will. The only thing that stopped them from doing that under Biden is Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema refused to go along with it. So yes, the House GOP should act swiftly to impeach Boasberg as well as the other indefensibly lawless judges like Boardman, reducing sentencing for the Woodbury killer of Kavanaugh because he was trans. Irodino says Democrats would rather punish their rivals with lawfare than win elections fairly. Boasberg must be removed. Jack Smith must be held accountable. Yeah. We need to give Trump massive majorities in both the House. Yeah, well, both houses of Congress. It would be nice, we should have, there should have been 57 senators, Republican senators in the Senate. If they would have won the Senate seats in all the states that Trump won, there would have been 57 Republican senators. But somehow, oddly, again, at 3-4 in the morning, there was a massive spike for these Democrat senators, and nobody said anything about Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and New Mexico or Nevada. I can't remember which the other one was, but yeah, Republicans suck. They're morons. Yeah, they are.
Because there are a lot of laws that I think were broken here.
I think a lot of laws were broken, Larry. First of all, anybody that was in the chain of approving these wiretaps or these subpoenas, they need to lose their law license, because now you have a rogue prosecutor in Jack Smith, who Joe Biden and Merrick Garland went and got out of mothballs for the express purpose of trying to take down Donald Trump and anybody that was in that path, regardless of what the facts were, regardless of what the law was. They turned this guy loose, and now we know he was subpoenaing records of U.S. senators and other members of Congress. This is insanity. But it is the radicalism from the Democratic left, where they would rather punish their opponents as opposed to go to the American people and try to win elections on the merits, on the arguments.
I mean, we don't know. For all I know, they were tapping cell phones. There's stuff that we just don't know about, because there are a lot of laws that.
Well, here's the reason. Arizona's majority red, and we have no GOP senators. Part of the problem was the McCain family and their machine hates what's her face, Carrie Lake, and basically did everything they could to keep her from winning. So Tucson cheats too much. They all cheat, but the McCain machine, Maricopa County is crooked as fuck. Yeah, it is. And Stoge says Judge Boasberg's pattern of rulings against Trump's policies isn't judicial activism, it's taxpayer-funded obstruction. The No Rogue Rulings Act aims to rein in judges who abuse nationwide injunctions to paralyze enforcement. Boasberg blocked deportation flights under the Alien Enemies Act, ignoring clear national security imperatives. Congress must impeach rogue judges weaponizing their benches for political sabotage. Lawfare isn't justice. It's DC elites exploiting lifetime appointments to override elections. Drain the swamp, starting with the bench. That's right. I remember what Arizona did to Bernie. Oh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. We need massive electoral reform. Roach judges. Yeah. I mean, honestly, what I would like to see happen is I want to see them go back to the way it was supposed to be with the House of Representatives. There should be thousands of representatives in the House. I mean, look, the original Constitution, it was supposed to be a representative for every 35,000 citizens. Every 35,000 person was supposed to have a congressional representatives. I thought Minnesota is the worst, but Jim tells you has shown me that it's not the case. Thanks. Oh yeah, there's a lot of worse places than Minnesota. I mean, Minnesota's just Minnesota. I mean, Minnesota hasn't voted for a Republican in I don't even know how long. I mean, I think Nixon didn't even win Minnesota when he won 49 states, if I'm not mistaken. They would need to use the new ballroom for Congress. Well, they would just have to vote differently. They would have to be able to, I mean, they don't need to all be on there at the same time. They would have to come in. Your rep in Arizona lives 5 hours away. It shouldn't be that way. You should be able to, that's the thing, is your representative is supposed to be accessible to you. That's the whole point. Like, the Senate is not supposed to, Senate was never intended to be voted on by the people. It wasn't supposed to be that way. The Senate was supposed to represent the states' rights, protect the rights of the state, each individual state. That's why they were appointed by the state legislature until they changed it to be voted on by the people. And that's why these people keep saying, well, why does this state have the same senators as this state? And it's unfair. And Nixon won Minnesota in 72. Only state he lost was Massachusetts. Okay. All right. I wasn't sure if it was Minnesota. I knew it was an M state, but I wasn't sure if it was Maryland, Minnesota, or Massachusetts. But I know Reagan didn't win Minnesota. That was the only state that Reagan didn't win. But yeah, I mean, you should be able to go see your representative, go talk to him, and tell him your problems. That's what the whole point is. To have like no taxation without representation. I mean, how are you going to get representation if you can't meet with your representative? And the way it is now, some representatives represent almost 1 million people. That's insane. There's no way that everyone could come and meet to them and tell them their problems. They should only represent as much people as they could actually speak to them and find out what they need and what's going on. 72 was the last time a Republican won Minnesota. Okay. As Julie Kelly says that Judge Boasberg's executive use of non-disclosure orders is so egregious that the 3-Dem appellate panel on a D.C. court recently reversed the sweeping order. Oh, we read all this, I think. Yeah, we read this. Graves didn't even represent a subpoena to the magistrate judge. We read. I think we read this too. Yeah. Mike Fraggs is has noted Boasberg's gag orders are blatant violation of federal law. This says corrupt federal judge Boasberg's gag order against AT&T, which prevented AT&T from informing the Senate it was being spied on, was itself illegal and a blatant violation of the 2 USC, which requires the Senate be given notice of collection of its data or communications. Oh, Salty C says, my Social Security just dropped 4 days ahead of time. Yeah, no, we aren't represented anymore. In smaller population states like mine, I can actually just call up my reps. I went to high school with my mom. Well, that just might be why, because you know them. But, I mean, even if the smallest population state only has 1 representative and 2 senators for the whole state. There's several states that have 1 congressman and 2 senators. The same law also requires courts to quash the subpoenas. He knew exactly the Senate would have immediately gone to court to nuke the Biden administration's illegal spying against at least 8 U.S. senators. Yeah, like I said, it helps me. He knows my mom. Yeah. It's clear that Boasberg was engaged in a lengthy conspiracy to defraud the U.S., and he did so deliberately and with malice. Its blatantly illegal gag order exposes the entire scheme. Yeah. I mean, basically, here's the thing. You should probably use it more. Very special access. Yeah. The thing is, like, basically, if you want any normal person, if you want to be able to talk to your congressman, it's going to cost you about 10 G's in donations to be able to actually speak to your congressperson. Just from experience. Boasberg should obviously be impeached, but he should be also indicted, arrested, and convicted, or imprisoned. Yeah, I already saw all this stuff. Okay. He says, this is a blatant, bright line, unambiguous violation of 2 SC 6628. Was done deliberately by Boasberg to prevent the Senate from being able to vindicate its rights in federal courts. Federal law explicitly bans this type of gag orders on collection of Senate communications, requires notice to the Senate anytime communications are collected. Yeah, 10 G's. That doesn't sound corrupt at all. No, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about in donations. In donations. If you make about 10 grand in donations to, to their campaign, you'll be able to get them on the phone. That's why Boasberg knowingly violated the law. He knew the Senate would get the subpoena quashed upon noticing the illegal spying. So here's a non-disclosure. It just says, oh, Verizon, you can't tell anybody that we're looking for the stuff. Yeah, late Roman Republic decadence and corruption. It is. Still is a bribe. It is. But, you know. And Senate Mike Lee says, what should be the punishment for domestic government-funded political espionage? Your HOR area is 90% GOP and most red portion in the USA. Well, good for you, AZ Merce. Good for you. I would say it's still October here. I will check in 1.5 hours. It says Judge Boasberg's gag order epitomizes judicial overreach that enables federal abuse. The Fourth Amendment Restoration Act explicitly prohibits warrantless surveillance of U.S. citizens, yet bureaucrats and compromised judges circumvent these protections to shield illegal operations. Boasberg's suppression of ATT's obligation to notify the Senate isn't just unethical, it's a felony obstruction of congressional oversight. Yeah, so arrest him. When courts weaponize secrecy to hide politically motivated spying, it validates the urgent need to dismantle FISA's framework entirely. Punishment for domestic espionage, maximum penalties under 18 U.S.C. 794, life imprisonment or death for compromising national security. Oh, I kind of like that. I kind of like the way that sounds. I mean, some people start dying. I think, people start getting executed, like legally, sentenced to death and executed. I think that's got to have a deterrence on crime, right? I mean, has there ever been any studies about the death penalty? Does it actually work? Does it deter crime? Can we find out? Just saying. Let's give it a whirl. But until DC stops protecting its own, accountability remains a fantasy. The evidence behind this judicial cover-up demands exposure. See the full breakdown. Wow, we've been going 3 hours, 3 whole hours. Holy crapola. 3 whole hours we've been going. Please remember to hit the like button if you haven't already. Hit the like button. Please. If you haven't already. Please. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. Please. And also, if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Please clap. Please clap. And if you want more coverage from Jim Tells You, if you feel like you like this, you want to see more, and you want to hear more of what I have to say, more news, more of my witty commentary and my subtle jabs, my attempts at humor, think about making a donation, because we're only $45 away from adding a second hour. We have approximately 34 minutes left to collect $45 if we want to go another hour. I'm just saying. And subscribing is free. Yes, it is. And then Mike Bennett says, so this is all you need for impeachment, House GOP. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It definitely deters the one executed for further crime. Right. So it's got at least that, right? It's that person can't commit any crime. So like if somebody was a murderer and you execute them, they can't murder anybody else. So that does, yeah, you're right. I think it works. Huh. Just, just step by step, one at a time, one step at a time. Just keep it going. Mike Ben says, a message must be sent to future judges that they cannot secretly spy on Congress and cover it up for years until a random whistleblower steps forward to reveal what the judge has secretly done. Mm-hmm. It's a good system. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The cannibalistic wizard says, you know what else is free? Calling Bella fat. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you?
What is your major malfunction, numbnut?
Wow, look at this. The investigation began 4 days after Trump announced he was running again. They are looking at a decade as one big criminal machine. Comey, Garland, Jack Smith. It was an ongoing criminal enterprise like the mob or a mafia kingpin. How dare you? Yeah, Bella is just big bone. I think this is the biggest scandal I've ever seen in American history. I just got the phone with senior law enforcement, and they're looking at arresting everybody. They're arresting everyone. I wish I had that scene from The Professional, when Gary Oldman's on the phone and they said, "Send everyone." That would have been great.
Jim Jordan over the House is going absolutely ballistic on this. I think this is the biggest scandal I've ever seen in American political history. Your thoughts, sir?
Yeah, I think we're getting there. I think this could be one of the greatest civil liberty violations in American history under the color of government authority. You've got a predicate that's open that, according to the FBI agents I showed to experts and prosecutors, it doesn't meet the standard. It's basically, there's no evidence. The evidence is, oh, Steve, you were on CNN. That was the evidence for literally opening the investigation. They're trying to criminalize in this memo when they open it up in April of 2022, 15 months after January 6th, and just 4 days after Donald Trump has announced he's going to run for re-election. And I think that's really important. This investigation, if you thought what happened on January 6th with the electors was bad, you could have done it on the 7th or the 8th or 9th of 2021. They wait a whole year until Donald Trump raises his hand and says, I'm getting back in the arena. I'm running for 2024. And they open up an electronic communication that every expert I talk to says is thin, doesn't meet the rules. Then they try to say the crime is by some people offering alternate electors to the Senate. That is a criminal conspiracy. Now, if you're going to do that, the FBI has an obligation to go back and look at how alternate electors were done in the past. They don't do that. They ignore the fact that in 1876 and in 1960, alternate electors were submitted to the Senate twice. Nobody got prosecuted. Nobody thought it was a crime back then. Oh, by the way, in both of those cases, it was Democrat candidates who were doing it. So they ignore the precedent and they just simply open up and then they just go fishing. I call this a MAGA dragnet. They 400 and plus Republicans and their groups are targeted. 8 senators, 1 House members. They're getting millions and millions of lines of phone data, geolocation data. They're looking at anything and everything they can, trying to find a crime that they can hang on someone that is close to Donald Trump. That's not what law enforcement's done. That's not what the Fourth Amendment says we should be doing with our law enforcement. I think when you saw the Jim Jordan interview I did last night, he is furious. He said, listen, if Jack Smith doesn't come voluntarily, he's getting subpoenaed. And by the way, I'm not settling for another renewal of FISA. We are changing FISA. We're changing the spy rules. You can see people are worked up. This may be a moment where we get some real civil liberties reforms and some real accountability. Now, here's the news I want to give you. I just got off of the phone with some senior law enforcement officials. The FBI is internally now investigating some of its own personnel for their conduct in Arctic Frost, meaning they're looking at the possibility of their own agents engaged in criminality by opening up this investigation or conducting or doing things in the investigation. The entire unit that ran this has been dismantled. Every agent that played a role in this has been fired. This is unlike the FBI in the past, which would just sweep things under the rug and say, nothing to look here. There is accountability internally going on. And if the FBI refers people for prosecution, Pam Bondi will be able to do to maybe people who committed crimes here, what she's now done for James Comey and John Bolton and Letitia James. And I suspect with the referral that happened earlier this week, John Brennan could be someone who's facing an indictment soon as well. So you're getting an accountability lens, which never happened in the first Trump administration. People got away with all sorts of crimes in the first Trump administration. No one really got anything more than a slap on the wrist. This time, you're starting to see real accountability, firings, criminal investigations, prosecutions. So this looks a little different than the frustrated storyline you and I have covered for the last 10 years.
John, is there a realization now, because this began, I believe, with a whistleblower coming forward with the situation about the senators. Is Cash and Bondi and Todd Blanche and others, have they come to the realization that this is systemic? This is just not bad apples, and that there's a deep festering problem of
cultural.
This is the way the cultural and institution. These institutions have been warped, so it's beyond now even just. We have to have accountability in the individual.
That's right. We have to have accountability. Have to have accountability. We really do. You have to have accountability. Definitely. And then I just remember too that Bella's built like a barrel with legs, but she's thick and she's firm. She's not like fat and chubby. You touch her and it's solid. So, in 2016, the lawsuits brought by Judicial Watch and the Cause of Action Institute that sought to force the government to take more aggressive steps to recover Hillary's deleted emails under the Federal Records Act was dismissed. The judge was Judge Boasberg. Always Judge Boasberg. Always protecting the Democrats. Yeah, Trump has to do this or violence won't have a real term either. That's right. They got to solve this, man. They can't let this keep happening. You know, it's got to stop. We got to stop it. Stop it now. We got to hit them hard. We got to hit them fast. That's right. Wow, it peaked at 140. We're going to jump on to the next story, which is funny. A little bit funny. It's a little bit funny. Feeling inside a radical leftist FAO'd and almost died. The DHS came with a battering ram to arrest him for posting threats to kill ICE agents in Florida. Ugh.
You just watched the
I have
moment
children in
federal
the house.
agents used a battering
Yep.
ram to bust down the front door and serve a search warrant. Once inside, they searched the
Obama.
home from top to bottom, turning cameras toward the wall and taking computers. This morning, we know why. You can see some of the death threats agents say Giancola made online, including shoot the ICE agents down. DHS says he posted the threats to the social media platform Blue Sky under a fake name called Kane DeLon. Agents provided 8 different instances where Giancola allegedly threatened to shoot and kill ICE agents, calling them Nazis, Gestapo, and rabid dogs.
Sir, hands above your head.
Yeah, so you see that guy? Yeah, the Democrats and the media have incited this behavior towards our federal agents. FAFO, good, get them. Enough's enough. Support ICE. All right? This cowardly individual made repeated, disgusting death threats against ICE agents and law enforcement officers. He is now in federal custody and will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Authorities in Florida just arrested Joseph Giancola for making death threats against ICE agents. All right, did you see the fake account? Yeah, Blue Sky. Yep. Yeah, should have thought of the kids when they made those statements. That's right. What breed is Bella? Bella is known as an American Staffordshire Terrier. You had me at Florida. Ready? So this is the person. All right, look at this. This is the person that made the death threats against ICE. Okay? Look at him. He thinks he's all happy and smiling. And this is the fake account. Look at the fake picture he put up there. Shoot the eye. Yeah, look what he said. Yeah. A big difference there, isn't there, between what picture he puts and this? Kind of weird. Kind of weird, isn't it? So threatening law enforcement is never acceptable, but let's be clear, his vile rhetoric didn't emerge in a vacuum. For years, Democrat politicians and the media allies have demonized ICE as Nazis and Gestapo, while Sanctuary City actively obstruct federal enforcement. Yeah, the guy is a freak. Unanimously confirmed by the Senate in 2011. Boasberg and neocons. Yep. Yeah, Bella is a Stafford tank. Yes, she is. Well, that's the common name, Pitbull, but I don't like that name, Pitbulls. She is the cutest. Yes, she is. She's not a freak. What are you talking about, my dog? I know you're talking about the guy. Bella's not gross. I don't see. Pretty girl, all muscle. He's a clown for his day job. That smile will be gone quick when someone takes him as a girlfriend. Yeah. He's not going to... He's not in, let's just put it this way. He's not in he's not in DC. He's not in Virginia. He's not in New York or California. He's in Florida. He's going to have problems with a jury in Florida. No, that man, I know you're talking about the man. Boasberg's also on the FISA court and the Alien Terrorist Removal Court. Obama's top guy. Yep, he is. I would never call Bella free. I know, I was just joking. I was joking. I know who you were talking about, guys. I know you're joking. I know I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. The inflammatory language emboldens extremists to target ICE officers risking their lives to remove the violent, criminal, illegal aliens. Yeah, that's right, Joe. He is in Florida. He is done. He is done. Dunsky. Yeah. You want to stop the threat? Start holding politicians accountable for the reckless dehumanization of law enforcement. HSI arrests Florida man who posted death threats online to ICE officers. U.S. Department of Homeland Security today released the following statement. After Homeland Security Investigations, HSI, special agents in Fort Myers, arrested Joseph Giancola. That's right by me. He posted on a social media platform Blue Sky under the pseudonym Kane DeLome. Yeah, Florida or not, that's federal charges. Yeah, but I'm just saying it's still Florida though. It's like Florida still going to be Floridian jurors. Now, some of the threats he made, he said, shoot the ICE N-words down like rabid dogs, get a gun and ICE and yeah, 1, 2, I'll shoot everyone. See, I don't know. I think he's Italian. He's probably he probably is a fucking one of the people that fled to Florida from New York because it's all fucked up, but didn't bother to say like, hey, maybe my politics made Florida or made New York all fucked up. I might not want to bring them to Florida, but no, they don't. They just, probably an old boyfriend's name. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Yeah. Oh yeah, if he says he's if he says he's a trans woman. Wait, Bella's not a terrier. She looks as big as a boxer. That's what they're called, American Staffordshire Terriers. There's terriers that are larger dogs. I mean, there's even just Staffordshire Terriers are, it's an English version. The cowardly individual made repeated disgusting death threats against ICE enforcement. He's now in federal custody, and he will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Our ICE law enforcement officers are now facing an 8,000% increase in death threats against them. Wow, that's crazy. Our officers are experiencing an unprecedented level of violence and threats against them and their families. Yeah, those crazy Victorians went nuts with breeds. Yeah, they did. From bounties placing on their heads to murder threats, DHS remains committed to safeguarding its personnel. For months, the Department of Homeland Security has warned politicians and the media to tone down the rhetoric, comparing ICE day in and day out to Nazi Gestapo, secret police, and slave patrols has consequences. The men and women of ICE are fathers and mothers and sons and daughters. They get up every morning to try to make our community safer. All they're doing is enforcing federal law passed by Congress. Like everyone else, ICE and CBP are hardworking men and women who have families and are real people. The violence and dehumanization of these men and women who are simply enforcing the law must stop. Yeah, she's Pitbull. Yeah. Pities dare some of these people's sweetest dogs I have known are, and I have known a lot. Yeah, she'd never hurt a fly. I mean, shouldn't say that. Might hurt a fly actually. If another dog acts aggressive towards her in any way, shape, or form, it's a problem. Put it that way. She's fine with them. She won't do anything. Just doesn't go and attack dogs. But if a dog like growls or does something, whoa, buddy. But people, loves people. Loves people. She's a people person. Loves people. She loves the way they taste. I mean, just kidding. And then this news came out today too, which I thought was interesting. It says, the Trump administration has just banned reporters from part of the White House after several members of the media were caught secretly recording video and audio and taking photos of sensitive information without permission. Wouldn't that be called espionage? I mean, I'm just an old school weirdo, but I would think that if they're secretly recording video and audio in the White House and taking permission, without permission, taking photos of sensitive information, I would think that would be called espionage, right? I don't know. A good guard dog? Oh yeah, she's a good guard dog. Oh yeah. She'll bark and everything like crazy. Anyone comes near the house, when someone comes, she hears people outside, she'll start barking, go crazy. Usually. Reporters have spied on private closed-door meetings and wandered into restricted areas near the Oval Office and even been seen ambushing cabinet officials after private meetings. Why so sensitive? Why is sensitive info out in the open so reporters can take a picture of it? Well, I think some of it's like on people's desks and stuff. They just go walking into people's offices where they're not supposed to be. Yeah. Yeah. Legally, he can ban all press for any amount of reason. It's a privilege. Yeah, it is. Maybe maybe when she's awake. Yeah, if she's awake, man, she's crazy. Like right now, she's just plotting what she's going to do. She might look like she's asleep, but she's actually using astral projection. She's patrolling outside the house right now, walking around. Look at the jackals. Someone needs to jerk a knot in these media people's ass. Whatever that means. Slap a pair of handcuffs on one of them and see what happens. So much for the Trump White House working to be accessible as possible. They abuse their privilege. The media, lying, disgusting, dishonest, corrupt media, enemy of the people. Scum. Let me fix Bella's cam. I see it's off. Over here, it's off. She's moving. There she goes. She's moving. You can sort of see her face now. Treat the White House like a skiff. Nothing available for others to see, especially if they walk in, they shouldn't be able to see anything. You would think, yeah. Some reporters have been caught secretly recording video and audio of our offices, along with pictures of sensitive info without permission. Some reporters have wandered into restricted areas of our offices, feet away from the Oval Office. Some reporters have been caught eavesdropping on private, closed-door meetings. That would be espionage. She sleeps with such strength and vigor. Those flies have no chance. Yes, she'll get the flies. Cabinet secretaries will coming out of private meetings only to be ambushed by reporters waiting outside the doors. The press still has access to the lower press, where the press team sits and can answer all inquiries. Reporters can make appointments to see us in our offices. Okay. And here's the Newsbuster. Newsbuster says the press no longer allowed in White House room 140 without appointment. Late Friday afternoon, the National Security Council released a memo announcing that a White House West Wing room is now off limits to members of the press, unless they made and been granted an appointment with authorized White House staff member. The change, effective immediately, is the latest step in the Trump administration's ongoing effort to protect sensitive information. The memo, issued to top White House press officers and assistant to the president, Steve Cheong, explains. It says, my 128-pound puppy eats locusts like it's no tomorrow and anything else that flies by. The memorandum directs the prohibition of press pass holders from accessing room 140 in the West Wing, also known as the upper press, which is situated adjacent to the Oval Office, without an appointment. This policy will ensure adherence to the best practices pertaining to the access of sensitive information. As a result of the recent structural changes to the NSC, the White House is now responsible for directing all communications, including all the NSC matters. In this capacity, members of the White House communications staff are routinely engaged with sensitive materials. Members of the press may continue to freely engage with White House press aides in the lower press area outside the briefing room. Media outlets rebelled against the Trump administration's efforts to protect sensitive information at the Pentagon earlier this month, with the vast majority of reporters turning in their press credentials to protest the new rules, requiring them to be accompanied by escorts at times and prohibiting them from soliciting confidential information from government employees. Wow. Interesting. He had a dog that would eat honeybees. Yeah. When I was growing up, I had a dog, a Labrador, that used to hunt for beehives. And boy, that became a problem when he was getting chased by a swarm of bees. The White House restricts reporters' access to parts of the press office, so they can't come in with an appointment. They're barred if they don't have prior approval to access, which is where Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt's office is located. Reporters have now been have until now been free to visit the area, often wandering up to speak to Leavitt or senior press officer to seek information. They're still allowed to access the lower press area, which is at, the new rules that the Pentagon, that major outlets, including AFP, have refused to sign earlier this month. Okay. So we said this. So the change was necessary because the press officers were routinely dealing with sensitive materials and putting it under control of the Secretary of State Marco Rubio, the NSC, and Senior Security Advisor Mike Waltz assigned in May following a scandal over the Signal app. Okay. The White House also banned the Associated Press from key areas where Trump speaks after it refused to recognize his order changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. Good. Fuck them. Fuck them if they can't take a joke. Right. I had an Irish setter whose nose swelled up because of bee stings or probably wasps. Oh, and we got this story, which I think I'm very like, what is this? The United Nations Human Rights Chief says the Trump administration must halt strikes on narco-terrorist boats to prevent extrajudicial killing. First of all, who the fuck does the UN think it is trying to tell us what to do? They're not running shit around here. You're not in charge of shit, UN. You have no fucking authority over the United States. You're lucky we let you fucking mooch off us. It's about fucking time we should stop spending all this money on the UN. They get enough of our money. They don't need any more of our money. They shouldn't even be in this country. Let's kick them the fuck out. What does the UN even do? Nothing. Nothing. Oh, hey, look at this guy's right with me here. So the UN can F right off. No one got loud about illicit drug killings, 1,000 daily. The illicit pillar of the global economy is too powerful, and global institutions are composed of evil. Right here, see, look at fentanyl killing people. Deaths per 100,000. Oh, wow. Wow. Wow, look at this. Rise in fentanyl. Look at this. Oh, heroin, no fentanyl. RX, opioids, no fentanyl. Look at this. Fentanyl with stimulants, fentanyl, no stimulants. It's just killing people, killing people, killing people, killing people, killing people, killing people. The UN Human Rights Chief says Trump must halt the strikes. How about you go fuck yourself? The United Nations chief called the U.S. military strikes in the Caribbean Sea and the Eastern Pacific Ocean allegedly carrying illegal drugs. No, they're narco-terrorists. They're terrorists. The High Commission for Human Rights, Volker Turk, called for an investigation into the strikes and what appeared to be marked the first such condemnation of its kind from a UN organization. Ravina Smadasani, a spokesman for Turk's office, relayed the message on Friday. These attacks and their mounting human costs are unacceptable. The U.S. must halt such attacks and take all measures necessary to prevent extrajudicial killing of people aboard these boats. UN chief dies in boat accident earlier today, yeah. She said Turk believed airstrikes by the United States of America on boats in the Caribbean and Pacific violate international human rights law. No, they don't. Human rights law, no, terrorists don't have human rights, so fuck off. President Trump has justified the attacks, calling them narco-trafficking vessels. Yeah, they're narco-terrorists. Excess announced that his strike in the military campaign, he said, it targeted a boat carrying drugs in the Eastern Pacific Ocean. 4 people aboard the vessel were killed. Yeah, they never once said anything about Palestinian attack in Israel. You allow illegal poison into your country at once for the benefit of innocent South American drug and human traffickers. Human rights aren't natural rights, no. In some, but not all, the strikes, officials have said the boats were linked to the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua, which is designated a terrorist organization. So, yeah. Did they say anything about Obama drone striking people? No. Well, then fuck right off. They announced just weeks ago it's determined the U.S. is in a non-international armed conflict with drug cartels. It's designated as terrorist organizations. We're at war with them. So, fuck right off. And we're going to keep blowing them up. And the administration announced their determination in its notification to Congress in September after the first couple strikes on the drug boats. The notice referred to 3 individuals killed as unlawful combatants, which is the same term George W. Bush administration used to describe members of Al-Qaeda and other terrorist networks. We'll see how they go back to George Bush, not President Obama. Obama drone killed way more people than Bush ever did. Yeah. We are a nation of laws. People refuse to follow them, but what are our laws to protect them? F off. That's right. September 11th, Congress authorized the use of military force against the terrorist organization responsible for the terrorist attacks carried out that day. Congress has not yet authorized the use of military force to target drug cartels. Trump doesn't, if they're actively bringing the stuff into the country and he sees they're coming in and it's poison to kill us, it's chemical warfare. And the president has the right to defend the country and stop it. President Gustavo Petro, one of the most critics, questioned their legality under international law. Well, that's the guy. They're going to say anything that he threatened to murder Trump, that he wanted to get rid of Trump just like that? They're going to say that? CBS? Huh? Are you? Are you going to say something? Yeah, Obama never identified just who he was killing. That's right. The Trump administration sanctioned Petro last week, saying it allowed drug cartels to flourish and refused to stop the activity. Well, technically, no, he didn't. That's not what they sanctioned him for, threatening to murder the president. But you don't even have that in here, that he's threatened to murder the president of the United States. That's weird. He was going to have him killed. Shanja Shmani noted that the U.S. explanation of the effort and counterterrorism campaign, but the countries have long agreed that the fight against illicit drug trafficking is law enforcement matter, governed by careful limits placed on the use of lethal force. This is not drug trafficking. This is terrorism. The intentional use of lethal force is allowed as a last resort. Imminent threat to life. Otherwise, it would amount to a violation of the right to life and constitute extrajudicial killings. So they're a violation of the right to life. So they're pro-life now. The UN is pro-life. They're against abortion? Is that what they're saying? I don't think so. The only lives they're ever worried about is criminal lives. The strikes taking place outside the context of an armed conflict or active hostilities. Well, okay. Well, folks, I'm going to open up some more tabs. We got 5 minutes left to hit the goal. I don't think we're going to make it, but I'm going to open some tabs. We're going to do some more stories, and then we'll see where we're at. I don't know. See what happens. Man, I can't believe how many tabs I have in this one topic. Well, illegal alien crime and ICE enforcement action. Wow, that's a lot of tabs. Holy crap, that's a lot of tabs. All right, here we go, here we go, here we go. All right, here we go. Oh, there we go. We got DHS agents were rammed by occupants of a car tailing them. Yeah, we've been going 3.5 hours, so if anyone wants to go another hour, we're $45 away from another hour. Just keep that in mind. Got a few minutes left to go. Both were pulled from the vehicle and forcibly arrested. The driver thinks being a U.S. citizen allows you to commit felonies against federal agents. Crazy Karen is yelling and screaming in the background. Before I go, what did Dome stop at the border? They stopped a truckload full of guns and ammo, like a couple, like 500 or 600 guns and a bunch, like 30,000 rounds of ammo or something at the border. Going out of the country, going to Mexico, an illegal alien, a Mexican national bringing guns and stuff out of the. He sent me 2 more on X. Okay, I'll look. I don't. Let's see. This is what's happening. What's happening?
An accident was caused. They're attacking a person. got papers. My name is Andy Paneco. I'm a United States citizen. Get back. That's all you can do. Get back. Get back.
Cállate, pendejo. There's no plate. There's no plate.
Don't put your hands on people. Get your hands up. Get the fuck out of here. Back up. Back up. Don't put your hands on me. Back up. Don't put your hands on me. Nobody's touching you. Nobody's touching you. Get your hands up. Please. Get your hands up. He's not here. Get your hands up. Get your hands up. What the fuck? Get back. Get back. Get back.
That guy clearly came up and put his hands on the agents.
What are you doing?
Arresting people.
Leave him alone.
Do you have papers? He's going to jail.
Shame! Shame!
Oh, I hate these fucking people.
Get out of here!
I wish 9 people would send $5 each. That would be nice.
Alone, you fucker! Get out of here! Yeah, get out of here, you fuckers! Get out! Ice out! Ice out!
Yep, in the old days, clubs would have come out and things would have got quiet really quick.
We're watching you fuckers! Leave our neighbors alone!
Did she say leave our N-words alone? What is wrong with her? You don't own them people.
They crashed into her, they kidnapped her, and they left.
Yeah. Yeah, they crashed into her. This lady in this car rammed into the back of them, and so they got out and arrested her, and then other people attacked them. This is going to end badly for these retards. Oh. Additional video where you can see the shrieking carrots and whiny Will videoing them. Yeah. Well, you'll see these ladies shrieking, so let's see these videos, see who these people are.
Fuck out of here, ICE! Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out of here! Get out of here! Get the fuck out of here! Yo, get the fuck out! Fuck out of here, ICE!
I mean, what are these people thinking? You don't come running up on them doing that shit, you know? ICE is taking our slaves. You know, like Rolling Thunder for funerals, we need something similar for ICE. Something. ICE agents deploy pepper balls against this vehicle being driven by a legal alien. My sympathy card expired long ago. Should have self-deported, Maria.
Llama al 631-803-81 8123. I got kids in my car. I warned you. I got kids in my car. I have kids in my car. I'm not moving. She's just trying to help the adults. I'm just trying to help you. I'm not threatening you. Do not touch me. I'm not threatening you.
I'm not threatening you. I'm not threatening you. Look at this in Aurora, Illinois. There's a lot of gangs in Aurora. People deported with no due process. Bill Clinton, 12.3 million. Bush, 9 million. Obama, 4 million. Trump, 1.2 million, but it's just a problem when he does it. That's right. Holy heck, this Karen opened the door of a DHS vehicle and attempted to help one of the detainees escape. The agent had to pull his firearm on her. Looks like she committed a felony. Yeah. Yeah, CPS can take care of those kids. Yes, they can. We need the military. Yeah. PayPal? Did I get a PayPal? Oh, I got $10. Thank you very much, KPT. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you, KPT. Thank you very much. Why is it not letting me? And with that, look at that, folks. Now we are only $35 away, just $35 away from an extra hour. Just $35. KPT did her part, gave 10. Let's see what we can do. Thanks, KPT. Just 10 more. Well, no, 10. What do you mean just 10 more? Was there something else? Let's see. Hold on. Nothing on Cash App. Oh. Mm-hmm. 7 more $5 donations. Yeah, that's right. And Sunshine can send 5, so that's 1. Mm-hmm. Oh, Nanny Goat gifted a Jim Tells You membership. There we go. So that's 6 off. There we go. So now we're $29 away. $29 away from an extra hour. Just $29 away. Going once, $29, $29, going once, going once, gotta get the money, make it money, 29, 29, 29, 29. I'm not good at that, so. Let's see what's happening here. We got this. It says, this is not a long video. We got this. Oh, this is the video.
Hey! Hey!
Oh, this is the lady trying to go get somebody out of the car. That was a different angle of the same video. Look at them all. Same type of shit. Let's see here. So, then we got this. This is very interesting. Oh, look at that. It says PayPal gives you 10, so it's like 3 $5 donos. No, it doesn't actually work that way, but thank you, though. I appreciate it. And then Sunshine comes in for her 5. Now it's just $24. Just $24 away from just 24. Anyone else got a few dollars? Just 24 away from another hour. There you go. So Wednesday's ICE raid at a container freight station in Avenel, New Jersey. ICE agents detained 46 illegal alien workers, 22% of the warehouse's workforce. 22%. They all went to the Soros LARPing training center. Yeah, 22%. 22%. I mean, if it gets close, I'm going to keep it going a little longer here. But, gotta have some kind of standards, gotta have some kind of math standards. That's it. $24 away. Right? Oh, there we go. John Mosley comes in for 12. Thank you, John. And with that, we are now $4 away. Just $4 away, man. $4 away from an additional hour. Crazy. And my college kids couldn't get summer jobs. There you go. Yeah, that's right. Because they're all working there. Thank you very much, John. Thank you very much. That's right. $4 away. So let's see. So they arrested. Oh, this is there's music playing, so I'm gonna have to pause it. But see, they're arresting all these illegal aliens there. Right after the handcuffs. That's right. Woo-hoo! Way to go, John. Yeah. Right there. So they're arresting all these people who are working illegally at this place. And they're going to play music, and they're crying about it because it's sad. And mi had the master okay, che se pezzino zero, fare patria frere. You have the right to remain silent. Can anyone do $4? I want to know. Leg shackles, get them all, get them all. And then we got this. We got an illegal from El Salvador was arrested at Salt Lake City International Airport on October 29th, 2025. Marta Bedera Randeros Leva, 39, entered the U.S. in 2007, and she was given a final order of removal in absentia February 19th, 2020. Confirmed by ICE. Oh my God, Brian Oldenkamp comes in with the another 20. And with that,
tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
wow. And then John Mosley with another 5.
Okay.
Wow. So with that, we did hit. Thank you very much, guys. Yeah. So that's another 25. So that means that we are now, let's see here. It's 25, so 75. It's $54 away from a third additional hour. What do you know? PayPal, Jim. Oh my God. I came back with 4, so we're at 50 for the additional hour. Oh, that's awesome. 50. Coming in with another 4. Oh man. Thank you very much. No, 50 away. 50 away. Oh, okay. Awesome. Awesome. So now we are 50 away. 50 away from the third additional hour. What do you know? So we'll save that. Show that. Do this. And then I'll even go over here. Thank you, everybody. Brian Oldenkamp, John Mosley, KPT. Thank you so much. I'll come over here. I'll create a new goal in the old thing here for the YouTubes. We'll start another goal. For 1 hour. That'll say we're now 50 away from a third additional hour. What do you know? Okay. And with that, oh man, Brian Oldenkamp, you just gave me old tricky trickster. Brian Oldenkamp with 10 gifted memberships. Thank you. Wow. And then with that,
tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Yeah, so with that, now we are, that's $60 right there. So we are now $65 away from a fourth additional hour. Wow. That's great. Let's see who got those while we're at it here. Let's see. So Brian gifted 10. Jim tells you memberships. We got T-Rex and Crypto Travels received a gift of membership. Making Law Simple MLS. Gryphon Dior. Rob Swan. Earth Angel 2200. Nailing Maps to the Wall since 1969. That's an awesome name. Nurse Not Lawyer. Kelly All Day. Chris Subdivisions Baldessano. Electric Deb. Received gifted memberships. Yep. That's awesome. Wow, wow, wow. And I guess maybe I should I should just stop that goal and then start a new goal since it's I'm going to end that, remove that goal. I'm going to start a new goal because it's 2 hours now. So I'm going to do this and do this live chat. And so we're going to top live chat goal, 15 super chats. And we're going to make this for 2 hours because we got 2 hours paid for right now. We'll put this in and we'll say we are $65 away from a 4th additional hour. That way I use the goal. I use the goal on YouTube to keep track of the time. Thank you, Brian Oldekamp. That's awesome. Let's see. I see 123 people watching on YouTube and 117 likes. Let's see. I'll refresh. I see 124 likes on YouTube, so it's hard to tell. So, and 123 people watching right now. So we still got, I mean, we did at one point, we were up to 145 people watching. Yeah, that's Nurse Not Lawyer. Good to see you here. That's right. Refresh. So Melissa Salvador was entered the U.S. in 2017, given a final order of deportation by ICE. So we got 2 hours of shows left, guys, right here. Oh, shit. It's 3:51. I have to stop the show on Instagram. I almost forgot. See that? Because at 4 hours, they just cut it off. So, and I'm going to stop it on X, too, because well, why not? Who needs to be on X? So anybody, if you're on X or Instagram, come over to YouTube or Rumble or Twitch or Kick or even Facebook to watch the show. But otherwise, Jim will tell you some more news tomorrow if you're on those. Everyone else, hang on 1 second. We'll start in 1 second. So I'm going to remove Instagram. I'm going to remove X because I don't like X. I just don't like it. And then save the changes. Yeah, come over to YouTube and smash the like button. That's right. And all right. The reason I stop on X, all right, they're gone. The reason I stop on X is because, well, it screws up the numbers on StreamYard. X makes me not understand how many people are watching. So we got 123 watching right now. The woman who allegedly recorded the video, Shannon Hale, wrote a long sob story about this incident. Of course, she has her pronouns in the bios, and mass deportation will continue regardless of emotional manipulation. We know that Democrats are trying to do, and it's used illegals to cheat in elections. That's why Biden imported 20 million. Democrats actually care about illegals. Democrats should tell illegals to self-deport. That's a great percentage of likes. Usually I see like 10%. Yep. Yeah, we peaked at like 140 concurrent. I don't know. I mean, we've had, let's see, I'll tell you in a second.
Baby, he did me. No! My daddy! Help me! I don't know how to let me quit. I haven't been pregnant. No! Help me, please! My daddy! She's a human being! No, my daddy! Baby, he did me.
Yeah. She was ordered deported in 2020. Yeah, what a spoiled brat. Was ordered, Queen, what's up, KPT? She was ordered deported in 2020 and refused to leave and just ignored it. So, and these people go, oh, I have mercy. Oh, you have just ignored the law. I have mercy. No, I mean, what the fuck? She's a criminal. That's the way it is. A criminal. You know? Just a criminal, and everywhere they go, people know the part they're playing. They're stealing all the food and taking all the snap, and that's what they're saying. There will come a day when you will ask to play, and we can say goodbye, because ICE agents are now performing workplace safety inspections at international airports like this one in O'Hare. For many years, illegal aliens have been using Uber and Lyft to fraudulently drive passengers. This puts the community and passengers at risk. Many of these illegal invaders speak no English and cannot read English traffic signs. Of course, there's always a Karen who is embarrassed. My daddy is a phrase used to show elder respect. Funny. Yeah. Boo-hoo, get a free ride home. That's right. Let's see. This is a minute and 19 seconds. Let's see what's going on here.
This is ridiculous. I don't know how to go live on Facebook, so I'm just going to record this bullshit. This nonsense.
This nonsense? enforcing the
Embarrassed
law?
as an American. I hope I don't get arrested. I'm embarrassed as an American. I want everybody to hear me. I'm embarrassed as an American to see what's going on in this Uber lot. Embarrassed. Embarrassed as an American. You got it. I know I have white girl privilege, so I don't care. I got white girl privilege. I get it. I get it. I get
You
it.
should have taken a free $1,000 at an airline
This
ticket.
is absolutely ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous.
This is embarrassing.
It's not
as an
embarrassing. This is
American.
awesome. This is what I voted for.
What? Of course not. Of course not. This is absolutely embarrassing. A checkpoint.
A checkpoint.
At the
A
Uber
checkpoint.
lot right
At the
now.
Uber lot. Yep, get them all.
Remove all these people's IDs. That's why it's surging here. I was like, what the heck? Let me give it a try. And this
You are
is what they're doing to
embarrassing as an
all
American.
these people. Checkpoint. This is live. I don't know how to go live on Facebook.
I don't know how to go live on
this.
Facebook because I'm an old lady and I don't know shit and I don't know what's going on. So I'm just going to say it's embarrassing because I was late because I wanted the illegal aliens to take all the jobs and they buy their vehicles with Snap. Yeah, I guess. This is what real enforcement looks like. It's bringing out the skeletons in the illegal aliens' closets. No monsters, no suit, just superheroes. No costumes necessary. Maybe we'll just wear masks. Taxi license drivers need special license. Get off your high horse, woman. Yeah, Spo embarrassed, but she won't leave the U.S. And she can always leave. Oh, I can't play that music. I'll get hit. That's right. Look at them. They're getting them all. Get them all. Get them. Get them. Get them. Get them. Oh, look at this. Just these poor Maryland fathers. These poor guys. They're just here with, yeah, it's terrible. Homeland Security. Drama is an epidemic. Rosie O'Donnell needs some friends. Yeah, she does. They go there. She acts like she's never been through a checkpoint, a license check. They do DUI checks all the time. Does she do that when there's a DUI check? Does she go and act like that? When does she go start, this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. I thought this was America. They have DUI checkpoints all the time. Just, no. She has no problem with that. Forget ghosts or ghouls. The true horror is violent, criminal, illegal aliens whose sanctuary politicians protect, putting the safety of Americans at risk. Halloween's a little less scary this year with these monsters off our streets. That's right. Look at these monsters. These are monsters on our streets. Get the monsters
Breaking
out.
right now this hour, it is a Newsmax exclusive. ICE announcing the arrest of some of the worst criminal illegal aliens. These men are all off the street in time before Halloween. DHS sharing these pictures exclusively with Newsmax. Among the suspects taken into ICE custody across the United States, these suspects are accused of heinous crimes, including sexual abuse of a child, indecent assault and battery on a child, and patronizing a child prostitute. DHS is saying Halloween is now a little less scary with these monsters off the American streets. Breaking right now this hour, it is a Newsmax.
J.B. Prickster is silent about the murder of an Illinois County Republican board member by an illegal who he protected in his sanctuary state. Your silence is deafening, J.B. Slob Prickster. What do you know? He didn't say anything about this, about these Michael Clayton. Oh, look at this. This guy was murdered by an illegal alien. And J.B. Prickster didn't say nothing about it. Nothing. Sanctuary policies prioritize illegal immigrant criminals. And proves that the Clayton case is an isolated repeat offender shielded by Prickster Trust Act kill with impunity. ICE detainers ignored, DUIs unchecked, families shattered, all while taxpayer money funds this lawless charade. Illinois spends millions protecting illegals instead of deporting them. surprised about harassment. When federal agents clean up their mess, every sanctuary city is a crime magnet, and every politician enabling it owns the bloodshed. Defund the bureaucracy, enforce the law, and put Americans first. Mm-hmm. That's right. Mm-hmm. No, that's my son, KPT. He, I don't know. The only thing sanctuary jurisdiction provide is a safe place for illegal aliens to hide until they kill a citizen. Bill Malooted. Per multiple federal law enforcement sources, the suspect charged with killing a so-called high school student in a DUI hit-and-run crash this month is a Mexican illegal alien with 2 prior DUI crashes in California in 2004, but the Biden administration never sought to arrest him. Look at this. Mm-hmm. This is what happens when a demented president lets people in our country that were not raised with some morals and a value system and its native-born citizens. The elite rich don't care because they know they'll be prosecuted from these criminals. Mm-hmm. Yeah, more of my white people, definitely. The white people who keep committing all the crimes, Joe. And Secretary Noam says, I want the American people to know this about DHS law enforcement. The brave men and women every day are thwarting criminal plans of evildoers. DHS arrested 2 individuals smuggling over 500 firearms and 31,000 rounds of ammunition through the Laredo port of entry in Texas. Mm-hmm. That's enough to supply a small army. Emilio Ramirez Cortez, a Mexican citizen, and his son Edgar Ramirez Diaz hid the weapons behind false walls and 2 box trailers of vehicles traveling to Mexico. Thanks to the Justice Department, these criminals will face American justice. Mm-hmm. Yes. If they are stopping everyone to check, it's not a singling anyone out, ergo not a civil rights violation. That's right. They can it's legal to do checkpoints. It's been taken all the way to Supreme Court. And they do DUI checkpoints. They can do these immigration checkpoints. They can do anything just to ask for ID. They're doing a vehicle safety checkpoints to make sure that these people can read English, because they can't be transporting passengers if they can't read English, according to the Department of Transportation. They're doing it at the way stations in Florida. Anytime a truck pulls in, they hand them a book. Read this. It's a kid's book, a small kid's book, like Hop on Pop or whatever. And if they can't read it, they take the keys out and they take the thing and they go, have a nice day. Have a nice day. Yeah. Granola says, didn't Obama make the largest ammunition purchase in history and give it to the FEMA to store? Yep. Yeah, they did. Border Patrol should be stopping everyone trying to enter. Yeah, they should. Mm-hmm. Under POTUS, American law enforcement is now empowered more than ever to keep our borders as a national security state. So here's all the guns. And look, they're nice and wrapped. Look at this. They spent a lot of time wrapping them in plastic and wrapping them up and everything to pack them in there. But these don't look like, these just look like regular old rifles. Unless I'm mistaken, it don't look like, I don't see like M16, ARs or anything. They just look like rifles, like maybe surplus rifles. Then all the ammunition is like bagged up and stuff in bags and like all loose. It's weird. I wonder where they got it all. Mm-hmm. And this seizure proves all counties do checkpoints. Yeah, they do. Border Patrol. This looks like they're from a small gun buyback program. That's what I was gonna say. It looks like something like somebody got these. Like they're not like, they're probably on. I don't know, something weird. Who knows? I wouldn't be surprised if some company that was supposed to be destroying them, like that worked for, that would be the funniest irony of all. Like one of these companies that handles the gun buybacks for these states, and like, we're going to do gun buybacks and do this stuff. And companies come in and take them, and then they were just selling them to Mexico. The seizure proves Trump's border strategy works. Can we charge Mexico tariffs on those? Well, technically, those would be tariffs on us because they're going into Mexico. Aggressive enforcement, it stops cartels cold. 500 plus firearms intercepted, traffickers arrested, and a clear message sent. The CBP home app streamlines deportations, freeing resources to crush high priorities like this. Cartels don't operate when every port of entry is locked down. The Biden era of open borders is over. Under Trump, ICE isn't just empowered, it's dismantling smuggling networks daily. Real security means stopping weapons, drugs, and illegals before they cross, not more catch and release. No more loopholes. American borders are finally defended. Sanctuary states around the country have been issuing illegal aliens commercial driver's licenses. The Trump administration is ending the chaos. Yep, that's what I voted for. Isn't Canada currently doing a gun buyback on some guns? Yeah, but I don't know what they actually like. I think they're just basically telling people they have to turn them in. They're going to take whatever. Not really a buyback if they're mandatorily like basically saying, "Come turn your gun in." Yeah, by land, sea, or air, illegals beware. Thanks to POTUS, Operation Midway Blitz has already removed over 140 illegal alien truck drivers in Indiana. Operation Midway Blitz, Trucker Edition. 223 illegal aliens arrested in Indiana commercial driver's license crackdown. 40 plus aliens with CDLs. 146 truck driver arrests. Look at California. Oh, limited term. Petrie, Arthur, Carmichael. What's that other one say? Non-domicile CDL. Not this. 2 truck drivers attempt to flee from Oklahoma Highway Police after state DPS and ICE launch another surprise sting on semi-trucks. Dozens more detained. They're trying to put one together, but the feds in Canada are so corrupt, it's retarded. Well, there you go. There we go, man. This is what's happening. This is what's got to happen.
29, we've learned an enforcement operation has been underway on Interstate 40 by Oklahoma Highway Patrol and ICE agents targeting commercial drivers. So it happened right across state lines in Sequoia County, Oklahoma.
And that's where 4029's Brett Rains is with the latest.
Right now, we're waiting on exact numbers, but a spokesperson with Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt's office says dozens of people have been detained, and tonight, dozens of 18-wheelers are sitting in local impound lots here in Muldrow and throughout Sequoia County. If you traveled Interstate 40 through Sequoia County, Oklahoma on Tuesday and Wednesday, you probably saw a lot of state troopers. The Oklahoma Highway Patrol partnered with Immigration Customs Enforcement agents for a 2-day operation, cracking down on commercial vehicle drivers who are not in compliance with federal immigration laws. Dozens of people were detained, and dozens of commercial trucks and trailers that were stopped on the interstate were towed to local impound yards. Local law enforcement personnel say they were called to help after 2 drivers ran from troopers. They were found and arrested. In September, OHP and ICE agents worked a similar enforcement operation on the west side of the state that resulted in 125 people being taken into custody. A spokesperson for the governor's office says all of the people who were detained during the past 2 days in this area were taken to an ICE contracted facility in Tulsa. In Muldrow, Brett Rains, 4029 News.
In Tulsa. They were taken by the Tulsa King to Tulsa. Yeah, I love it. Those are some high-paying jobs, man. Truck driving is not like, it's not like, oh, we know Americans. It's like good jobs. Those are fucking Teamsters jobs, basically. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Nobody gonna do them jobs, man. Come on, man. We got here, Indian semi-truck driver causes an accident, keeps on driving, and a citizen has to stop him. He then tries to deny he didn't cause the accident. Oh, yeah, and he doesn't speak English.
Here you go. Today's lesson. Somebody who doesn't know how to drive a truck and thinks it's their fault for getting in an accident rear-ended from behind. You want to try to tell me it's not your fault? Right. Ridiculous. Pulls on the highway, cuts people off, causes an accident, and just drives away. I don't think so, buddy. Take all the pictures you want. What? You show me that video. You speak English. Get off your phone. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. I'm a victim. Poor me. Dumbass. Make up any bullshit you want, buddy.
All right. Cool. Awesome. Yeah, fancy rig. That's right. Watch the Tulsa papers for a truck auction. Yeah. If you don't speak English, you should not have a driver's license. How are you able to read road signs or not? It's actually, if you've been to Miami, I see a driving test is in Spanish. Yeah, but CDLs, though, you're supposed to be able to, that's what I don't understand. If you have to be able to read and speak English to get a CDL, why would they have CDL tests in other languages? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Yeah, how many more innocent people must be victims of Gavin Newsom? Stop playing games with American lives. Dahlia Coleman's life was forever changed when an illegal alien driving an 18-wheeler slammed into her and her family. Dahlia experienced a broken femur, skull fracture, has since been diagnosed with quadriplegic cerebral palsy, global development delay, and will need lifelong therapy. I was hit. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. The CDL too. I know that's what I'm saying. But that's what I don't understand, Joe, is why, if you have to, it's a requirement that you have to be able to read English and speak English, would they have tests for CDLs in foreign languages? Makes no sense. Shouldn't be. If you have to be able to do it in English, why wouldn't they just have all CDL tests in English? Seems dumb. KPT says, I was hit by an illegal 30 years. The cops gave him a ticket and I had to pay my deductible. I'm still pissed about it. Oh, yeah. Really? It doesn't sound like a lull. I understand. It says, I'm in the UK. I've never been to the US. Dolly Swan. Oh. Come to the US. Have fun. Come to the US. Have fun. We need to stop stuff like this from happening.
We recently spoke with Marcus Coleman, the father of Delilah Coleman. She's a 6-year-old who was actually victimized by one of these illegal immigrant CDL recipients in the state of California, and she is fighting for her life still. Marcus is a truck driver himself. Here's what he had to say.
It was mainly just the laws that need to be changed. Governor Newsom needs to stand up and be responsible for his constituents instead of sitting there throwing the blame on everybody else.
We recently spoke with Marcus Coleman, the father of Delilah Coleman. She's a 6-year-old who was actually victimized by one of these.
That's crazy. Better question. What is the current trend of citizens killed versus how many illegals still remain here? How many more citizens must die under any politician's watch because illegals aren't being rounded up and deported fast enough. It's crazy. It is crazy. What happened? What happened, Chris? Legal aliens that are driving big rigs and stuff are killing people because they can't read English and they don't know signs and they're doing stuff. And, in the 80s, I was offered to take my test in English, Spanish, already, Haitian Creole. Well, those were the three major groups, English, Spanish, or Haitian Creole, because there was a lot of, there was little Haiti down there too, which, was that him speaking or a translator dubbed over his real voice? I don't know. Secretary Noem highlights more than 140 illegal alien truck drivers arrested during Operation Midway Blitz. They announced a successful 287G operation with Indiana State Police that resulted in 223 illegal aliens on Indiana highways near the Illinois state line, including 146 truck drivers. This operation took place in Northwest Indiana as part of the Chicago-based Operation Midway Blitz. Criminal activity associated with the 223 illegal aliens arrested for this effort, including driving under the influence, drug trafficking, theft, burglary, assault, child abuse, domestic battery, prostitution, and fraud. What's up, Steve? Happy Halloween, everybody. Nice to see ya. Over 40 drivers have been issued commercial driver's license. The top states that issued these licenses, including were Illinois, California, and New York. Mm-hmm. Look at this guy. Cuba Chica Davos, Caba Chica Chica, Rolling Meadows. Federal limits apply. Non-domiciled CDL. Oh, look at this. This one's limited term A, Petrova Arthur. But this is that star means this is a real ID. How did this illegal alien get a real ID? Because that's not for federal purposes. This one doesn't say anything about not for federal purposes. So California is issuing like actual real ID licenses to people, not specifying that they're not for federal purposes. Like this one says not for federal purposes, New York State, and the Illinois one, not federal limits apply. There's something going on with California. There needs to be an investigation. Too many innocent Americans have been killed by illegal aliens driving semi-trucks. Yet, sanctuary states have been issuing these CDLs. The Trump administration is ending the chaos. Thanks to President Trump, Midway Blitz has already removed 140 illegal alien truck drivers in Indiana. Indiana is the crossroads of America, and it's something we're proud of, but it also means we must stay vigilant about using our interstates for crime and endangering communities, said Governor Mike Braun. The safety of our state is our top priority. And surrender is not in our creed. And we're going to work with our federal partners to keep Hoosiers and Americans safe. This operation would not have been successful if it wasn't for our 287G partnership with Indiana State Police. It's an ICE Deputy Director Madison Sheehan. When cities and states partner with us, communities are safer. Hey, Jacob Castro has rated this stream. Thank you, Jacob Castro. But an uninsured citizen in the U.S. can be sued for the deductible. Yep, that's right. Can be. But if you can't find them, then there's nothing really you can do about it. Thank you, Jacob Castro, for raiding the stream. Raiding the stream. Raiding the stream. Raiding the streams. I don't know, but years back, if you had a military license with enough qualified equipment and endorsement from a commander, you could get a CDL. Yeah. In August, ICE lodged an arrest detainer for an alien, Hajinder Singh, following his arrest for 3 counts of vehicular homicide while driving a semi-truck in Florida. Last week, ICE lodged a detainer for an alien, Josh Pernernitz Spring, for people killed in California. Wait a minute. So it's a Josh Hanpreet Singh, and what's the other one's name was Harjinder Singh. Sing and sing. I wonder if they're related. Sing a song about killing people on the highways because you can't read right or wrong. This says, do not assault or interfere with federal agents doing their jobs. If an agent feels threatened, you may get shot. You will be arrested and charged. Carlos Jimenez, 24, of Ontario, is charged with assault on a federal officer and faces federal prison sentence after interfering with lawful immigration enforcement yesterday. Singh is like Smith. Okay. According to the federal complaint filed yesterday, Jimenez pulled up in his Lexus while federal agents conducted a lawful traffic stop on Thursday morning in Ontario and began arguing with the agents. When told to leave, Jimenez dove forward, then reversed at speed towards the agents, one who opened fire, wounding Jimenez. satisfaction and lien on income tax return. Arkansas State Police had an interesting interaction with a non-English speaker body cam released last month. Very human interaction, was very professional overall. Hey, Nixie, what's up? How you doing, guys? He's expected to make his initial appearance this afternoon in U.S. District Court in Riverside. He's presumed innocent. Well, he's presumed innocent. He's also presumed shot.
But over Ontario, about 6:30 this morning, here in the 2800 block of South Vineyard, according to Ontario PD, they responded to an officer needs assistance call and an officer-involved shooting. We believe the officers in question were federal agents, DHS, Department of Homeland Security, and FBI. It's unclear if anyone was struck by gunfire. Ontario PD is only here to secure the scene. There's another scene, though, inside the Country Meadows Mobile Home Park.
Wow, that's crazy. That's a crazy
But over
story.
Ontario, about 6:30
That's
this
nuts.
morning, here in the 2800 block of South Vineyard, according to Ontario PD, they responded to an officer needs assistance call and an officer-involved shooting. We believe the officers in question were federal agents, DHS, Department of Homeland Security,
All right, sorry
and
about that.
FBI. It's unclear if anyone was struck by...
Sorry about that. I was opening a couple more tabs. Just wanted to make sure I had enough open. Wait, what happened? All right, I think I got enough open now. Let's see. We got the Dapper Detective, who's a great follow. Says, search warrant reveals an illegal alien beat a man to death with a bat, crushing his skull in North Carolina on Thursday. The Canadian news outlets love putting people with speech impediments in front of a mic. Granola, you're from Canada. Do you know Frankie McDonald, the greatest weatherman in the history of the world? He's from Alberta. Or he's from where's he from? British Columbia or Alberta? I don't know. He's from like I think somewhere, but Frankie McDonald.
This is the Catawba County home investigators say became the site of a murder investigation Thursday morning when the victim of an assault the night before died at a local hospital. Sheriff's deputies are now charging this man, 49-year-old Roberto Ariola, with murder. A search warrant shows eyewitnesses told police Ariola beat the victim, Jose Figueroa, in the head with a baseball bat. We talked to a man named Benjamin who has family here.
With a bat. And how crazy is this world?
How crazy this world, man. He beat him with bat.
We're getting so greedy. I don't know if they argue about money or something, but to kill somebody with a bat, it ain't no feelings.
That search warrant shows investigators seized
I want
a
to see that
baseball
guy's
bat
immigration
from this
papers.
property after witnesses told them they
The
saw
guy
a
just
baseball
talking,
bat
I don't
in
think he here
Ariola's
legally.
pickup truck, which is still here at the scene. Court records show Ariola's listed address is where the crime happened, which deputies noted in the search warrant had been turned into 2 or 3 living spaces. Police say when they got to the home for a disorderly conduct call, Figueroa was unconscious. Deputies located Ariola close by.
I'm glad because whoever done that kind of stuff gotta pay the consequences and gotta be, I would say, for the rest of his life in jail.
Catawba County investigators say they believe Ariola is an undocumented immigrant. Thursday morning, a judge denied him a bond.
Huh. Well, what do you know? Unfortunate last name, Ariola, yeah. At least he speaks English. Yeah, broken English. Very suspect. I got my eyes on him. It says, KPD, I've been in Texas, only state where the drivers may be worse than Florida. Yeah. Mexican word of the day. Nah, no way. Okay. At least he's speaking understandable English better than some. You know what? I've seen some people that were born in this country. We'll just say they speak Ebonics. That's unintelligible. And you're right. That guy. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was getting at. Try driving in LA or Boston. Man, I remember the first time I went to California, let's say. It was, I can't remember if I flew into San Francisco or San Jose airport. I was 13, 12, 13, something like that. 14 maybe. And there's these huge highways that are 8-9 lanes wide, and the people are driving like. I was like, what the hell? Watching the stuff, it was pretty scary, man. It was pretty scary. California drivers are insane. And so here's it says Roberto Areola, an illegal immigrant landlord in Western North Carolina, has just been arrested after beating one of his tenants to death with a baseball bat. The victim died protecting multiple women from Roberta Areola. So this Roberta Areola was doing something to women or something. He had people living there and he was taking advantage of them. Probably San Jose. Yeah, I can't remember if it was San Jose or San Francisco that I flew into. I think it was San Jose. It says outrage after an illegal alien was murdered. A man in North Carolina with a bat. When Democrat governors and mayors oppose President Trump on rounding up illegals, this is who they are protecting. Utter, complete barbarians. Well, we already read that. This is a dapper detective. You see he's sharing it, but so. Because this tragedy is exactly why Trump's deportation strategy is non-negotiable. Roberta versus Roberto. That's what I don't understand. Like Roberta would be a woman's name, right? Roberto would be a man's name. After seeing the Eisenhower Expressway, the roads in SoCal did impress me too. Yeah, right. Like the roads and the highways in Chicago, like 4 lanes, I think, is the widest it gets. Right, 4 lanes wide, I think, is all the most you get on any of them. It's 4 lanes wide. I mean, there's 8-9 lanes wide in some of those. X was an airline captain in California, then San Jose cop. Okay. Constantly under construction. Yeah, those are always under construction, but they did when they last time they did the Dan Ryan, they did a really good job on it. Whatever they did they did white topping, which is how they built the Autobahn in Germany. They actually did black top and then rebar and everything, and then concrete, like 12 inches of concrete on top. And so far, I think that's the way that should go. But I bet you some people probably got mad because it keeps them from having to do construction all the time. Nope, I got to fix Bella's. You know your airports, yeah. At the time, at that San Jose airport, if I remember, at that time, they had the old at that time they had like where they wheeled the thing up to the plane and you got off and walked up the plane outside, and it wasn't like whatever you call it, like a jetway stuff a thing. It was just like a roll up stairs that you got off. It was crazy. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. Yeah. When blue states politicians block ICE, they're not protecting asylum seekers. They're shielding violent offenders who've already flouted our law. The Blake and Riley Act mandates detention for criminal illegals, but Democrats gutted its enforcement provisions. Every time a radical DA releases an illegal with a DUI or an assault record, they're gambling with American lives. Secure the border, unleash ICE, and deport every criminal illegal alien before they claim another victim. What? The Katy Freeway in Houston has 26 lanes wide? Oh my God. That's insane. Yeah, why do it right when you can half-ass it and get paid twice? Well, that's pretty much how it always was in Illinois with the roads. It was like a constant thing. They would start working on them and work on them for years and then get done, and then they would start up again. It was like a constant thing. They were always working on the roads. There's some roads, if you go down to southern Illinois around like Menard or what is it? Vienna, Vandalia, around that area, those roads like 57 and 24 coming into Illinois, those are always under control. Always under construction. Always under construction. Never not under construction. Going through Peoria, going through all these places, they're always on construction. They've been under construction for 20 years, nonstop. It's just a constant thing. It's just constantly working on them. It's just those are jobs. That's the only way to jobs that they have down there is these construction jobs doing that work. And the state, it's like a grift, and the state just keeps paying it. And these companies, and it's the same companies doing it. And it's all corruption. It's corruption is what it is. It really is. Mm-hmm. Breaking news: cartels in Mexico are now offering $10,000 for individuals to shoot Border Patrol agents, and they might wear Mexican military uniforms while doing so. What? What? What the fuck is wrong with her? With who? Who are we talking about? This is why we must quash the cartels with the military. They are enemy combatants. The Rio Grande Valley sector has received information suggesting plans. Yeah. They just redid I-474 around Peoria. Yeah, they're constantly doing it. They're always doing it. I-69 was always worked on. They're always working on 57. It's constantly being worked on. Hey, Sober VTech, what's up, man? How you doing? Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, they're always working on it. And then intelligence indicates that a cartel may offer $10,000 to individuals who engage in shooting. Additional reports suggest assailants may wear Mexican military uniforms to avoid raising suspicion while carrying long arms or machine guns. Oh, well, that would be have to close to the border then. It would have to be near Mexico to do that. Because people walking around with Mexican army uniforms on in the United States would kind of raise some suspicions to anybody who's not retarded. Cartels declaring open season on Border Patrol agents. This isn't law enforcement. It's war. DHS confirmed cartels are paying bounties up to $50K for hits on federal agents using gangs like the Latin Kings. Sanctuary policies embolden these terrorists, putting targets on our officers' backs. Trump's National Guard deployment under Title X authority was necessary. When states refuse to protect federal personnel, decisive action is mandatory. Chicago's riots and rooftop ambushes prove local leaders can't handle this. Every dollar spent shielding illegals is a bullet aimed at our agents. Defund sanctuary cities, deploy the military, crush the cartel networks. Weakness invites attacks, strength ends them. That was scary. They drive that bad and not a single woman's behind a wheel. And I think women are allowed in Egypt. Don't remember if I saw any. Yeah, cartels are asking for a full-out war. Homan won't F around. No, he won't. It won't be time. It'll be time to Bella keeps moving. Sober V Tech says, I just drove 1.5 hours to go trick-or-treating with my daughters. This community was handing out full-size candy bars. He brought home almost $500 in candy. That's awesome, man. That's awesome. That's awesome. Just shock her more. Oh, Bella, I get it now. Funny. I don't shock my dog. When there's something strange in a vehicle, who you gonna call? Meth busters. Dun, 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 dun. Earlier this week, CBP officers found 88 pounds of meth in a car. Thanks to CBP's vigilant efforts, this deadly drug won't reach American streets. The cartels know better. Well, don't sound like they do. Look at that math. Mexicalito. What's that stuff? It's called methamphetamine. Methamphetamine. Mark up and sell. Methamphetamine. Ding, ding, ding. TVP's Must Best and Eagle Pass proves what real border security looks like. Aggressive enforcement, cutting-edge technology, and zero tolerance for cartel poison. Under Trump's leadership, ICE and CBP aren't just seizing drugs. They're dismantling smuggling networks that Biden let flourish because Hunter wanted the drugs. Biden probably was telling him to bring the drugs straight to Hunter. The CBP home app streamlines deportations so that agents can focus on high-priority threats like this $816,000 haul. The song needs work, I know. It's kind of hard. I'm not like a professional rapper. I can't just make up lyrics on the fly. I try. But they don't rhyme unless I give it time. Every pound seized is a win for American communities. The real victory is Trump's restored deterrence. Traffickers now face consequences. instead of red carpets. I sent you links on X in regards to the Christian. I sent you links on X regarding Christian slaughtering that's occurring in Sudan and Nigeria. I got that story. I got the story. I got it, Salt Sea. Thank you. Keep your day job, Jim. Okay. It was, I don't know, it was a kind of a Jim 10. Keep the wall built. Yep. Keep the tech sharp. Keep it going. Mm-hmm. Fearing for his life, ICE officers injured, opens fire after alleged illegal alien tries to run him over after a traffic stop. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! ICE officer shoots illegal immigrant during Phoenix traffic stop gone wrong. Both are hospitalized. Yeah, bring back the ethically sourced local meth. That's right, man. Math. He's got math, but it's meth. Sorry, voice to text sometimes multiplies itself. Oh, I thought you were bringing the papers. Bring the papers. We're going to call you salty 2 times because you say everything 2 times. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officer and a man from Honduras were injured Wednesday after a shooting during a traffic stop near Phoenix, Arizona. Game over, man. Game over. The shooting happened at 4 a.m. Wednesday after officers pulled over Jose Garcia Soto on Interstate 17 in North Phoenix, man. The driver initially stopped, but then tried to pull away as officers walked into the vehicle. Mm-hmm. It's unclear why he was stopped. As the vehicles abruptly began speeding away, an officer in the path of the vehicle, fearing for his life, he defensively discharged a service weapon 2 times, striking Garcia Soto's vehicle. Garcia Soto was taken to the hospital and remains in stable condition. The other officer was taken to the hospital, so did he get hit by the car? Second detainee dies after the ICE facility sniper attack. Okay. The officer who shot Garcia Soto was also taken to the hospital, though their injuries and conditions have not been made public. Garcia Soto's wife, Anya, told the local news Arizona family her husband was on his way to work when the shooting occurred. Oh, well, was his job running over ICE agents? Because that's what he was shot for. He wasn't shot for going to work. He was shot for trying to run over an ICE agent. Clearly, he struck him with the car because the guy's in the hospital. He would get home and hug his 2 kids, and they'd see he didn't get here yesterday. It really hurts a lot. Oh, is she an illegal alien too? Maybe she needs to go. Oh, the suspect's wife told the local news outlet that her and her husband are living in the country illegally. Go pick her up, and she needs to go too. That's how that works. The family that's deported together stays together. She said that she heard about the shooting and family members saw it on the news, and officials had not given her information about the incident. They don't want to say anything to me. They're only saying that he's in the hospital and he's in there with a different name, and they don't want him to talk, so no one can visit him. Yeah, hit a chutzpah this one, right? I'm in the country illegally, and I'm going to complain that my husband tried to run over somebody, and she admitted to Arizona family that her and her husband are in the country illegally, and that she is praying for ICE. What they're doing is bad, but I don't know. What they're doing is bad, but I don't wish anything bad towards them, because I'm not judged for them. I pray for them. She got to go. They're enforcing the law. What you're doing is bad. You're in this country illegally. You're breaking the law. Breaking the law. Breaking the law. Mm-hmm. The outlet reported she will return to Honduras with her children if Garcia Soto is deported. Yeah. The northbound exit ramp of Dove Valley Road was closed during the investigation. DHS did not immediately respond to Fox Digital request for comment. The chutzpah on this one, I swear. This Collier Sheriff, Rambosk, knows firsthand what critical role of strong federal and state collaboration in enforcement of immigration law can bring. Through our 287G partnership with Florida and Florida sheriffs, we are safeguarding communities and protecting families. Yep. Big old jet airliner. Don't take me too far away. Take him home. Stop breaking the law, asshole. That's right. Let's see this. A nice video, promotional video for Florida. Why they got to put music in it? You know,
we've seen since implementation of the 287G program, we've seen about a 50% reduction in crime. And with the 287G GEM model, it allows us to focus on those individuals committing crimes against our residents in our community. It also gives them due process to allow them to explain their actions.
Well, that's the thing. Exactly. How did these illegal aliens get mortgages? It seems like maybe somewhere along the line, somebody is breaking the fucking law by letting people who don't have a legal right to be in the country get mortgages. They're supposed to have to provide documentation like social security numbers and stuff. So what's going on? Is this another mortgage crisis fraud where people are just given, like, what's going on? How is this happening? De-immigration by Parker Brothers, a game the whole family can play. Exactly. I mean, personally, I'm going to tell you right now, I was beyond pissed that the banks got to keep the houses that the federal government reimbursed them for back in 2008 when all the foreclosures and stuff. They got paid by the federal government, and they still got to keep the houses. They shouldn't have got to keep the houses.
And have the court system determine whether they should remain in this community or not. If you think about reducing crime, preventing crime, reducing operating costs in the jail, and removing those who have taken advantage of your residents and your businesses, the 287G jail model is absolutely the direction to go. The 287G program looks at those individuals that are committing crimes in your communities against your residents, your businesses, your visitors. And if you want to develop a safer community and prevent those crimes, the 287G program will focus on those criminals and ultimately allow them due process through immigration court and removal if that is determined to be the case. This program can make your community safer for everyone.
Awesome. Oh, Granella says they didn't just get to keep the houses. They got to steal properties from people that didn't have mortgages. I fucking hate bankers. I really do. I hate them. Says ICE captures a Salvadoran illegal with 10 prior arrests, 19 charges in Virginia Sanctuary County. Jorge Armando Melendez Gonzalez wreaked havoc in Fairfax County for 7 years despite being under a deportation order the entire time. Ironically, he was wearing a Nayib Bukele shirt. This is crazy. This guy wearing a Bukele shirt. What the fuck was going on? Send him to Bukele. I'm sure Bukele will take this guy and take care of business on him. This guy should have been deported. Mostly peaceful immigrant. Ashes to ashes, deport. He needs to go see Bukele. Bukele will take care of him. Broward County, Florida on Saturday. Homero Hernandez Zambarro was arrested for sexual battery of a victim 12 and under, lewd and lascivious act of victim 12 to 16 and more. He's on an immigration detainer hold. What do you know? Now let's see. Are we going to play our game tonight? Is he white? Race white. Right there. You see it? Oakland Park. Arrest date 10/25/2025. Race white. False ID given a Leo. Sexual battery of victim 12 and under. Fucking white people, man. We got to stop these white people with these crimes. We really do. This is what you get when you let people... Hello, Mac. How you doing? Who are not raised with your same value and honor system. Of course, Democrats didn't care about opening the borders wide because they knew these perverts wouldn't be anywhere near their families. Where's Joe? Is Joe here? I'm sorry, Joe. More white people. Sorry, Joe. More white people. Essex County, New Jersey, last week. Aiden Escalonian was arrested for aggravated sexual assault. Victim under 13. Victim under 13 and endangering sexual assault with a child. I know. I'm trying to control my white people. If they would let me use martial, corporal punishment on them, I think I could get them under control quick. What do you think? Can I get permission to use force? There's so much white crime. There really is. It's everywhere, man. It's everywhere. Uh-oh. This guy, look at him. Man. Sex male, hair black, brown, complexion light brown. What does it say? No race, huh? Doesn't say race on here, does it? Anywhere? Race Hispanic. Okay, haha, you got to take this one, Joe. Sorry, Joe, you got to take this one. I didn't mean to let. Castration charge, airdrop, whoever fuck is a fucking stand. Yeah. Wait a minute. Did I already see this one? Oh, this is a repeat. He looks white to me. Not Jim. Your brown whites are out of control. Yeah. Fine, one for you. Usually that's how it works, Joe. I take one, you take one. I take one, you take one. That's usually how it's been going. It's usually been back and forth. I think this is the same guy we just saw. Someone else posted about it. Yeah, this is the same guy. And, Utah County, Utah, yesterday. Miranda was arrested for manslaughter after allegedly hitting and killing a 2-year-old girl while driving with trash bags on the hood of her car. Oh my God. She is a Guatemalan national and has an immigration detainer hold. Oh man.
Police say 28-year-old Nareda Miranda had trash bags on the hood of her car as she drove through the mobile home park.
He doesn't know why the lady, didn't look out, why she had her bags on her car.
Hitting and killing 2-year-old Claudia Isela and injuring 4-year-old Ezekiel.
She could have just walked to the dumpster, throw out her trash, went back to her car, and head her way.
Their aunt, Kathleen Vaca Cepeda, says Ezekiel is home from the hospital, but still very hurt.
He can't walk. His left leg and foot is turning purple as of now.
A Guatemalan native, Miranda was arrested on a manslaughter charge and has a federal ICE hold. Police say 28-year-old Nareda.
The trailer park looks like it should be a prime target for an ICE roundup operation. I'll be calling it a tip this morning. Negligence on the part of Utah conservatives and Democrats alike. No illegal should be in Utah, and none especially should be driving. We need to get them all out. Why is a 2-year-old out on the street? Should be a vehicular manslaughter. Obviously, it wasn't an accident. No, this guy's blaming it on the 2-year-old. It's not a street. It's a park. It's a trailer park. What the fuck is this guy talking about? Oh, look at this. Look at this. We got an illegal alien sentenced in his role for a scheme that stole $2.4 million in SNAP benefits. What do you know? What do you know? What do you say? They will never assimilate to our way of life in the United States. What do you know? What do you say? Man sentenced for...
An Italian man living illegally in Oregon has been sentenced to 2 years in federal prison for his involvement in a multi-state scheme that stole more than $2.4 million.
Wow, what do you know? So if you're an illegal alien and you steal SNAP money from the government, you can get $1 million. You get 1 year for every million you steal. 1 year for every million you steal. That's how I feel, Joe. God, please help me not hate these people. I don't want to hate. Amen. It's rough, man. But yeah, so if you're an illegal, you can steal $1 million from the government and only get a year. So you steal 2 million, you get 2 years. 10 million, 10 years. I mean, that's not a bad trade-off. $1 million for every year. I mean,
dollars in SNAP benefits. 29-year-old Giovanni Spirera and his co-conspirators used skimming devices to steal EBT card data from low-income families and then used clone cards to buy thousands of pounds worth of goods in Oregon, Washington, and California. The items were resold on the black market. He pleaded guilty to conspiracy to defraud the U.S. and must pay nearly $62,000 in restitution.
oh, so he's only got to pay back $62,000 in restitution, even though he stole $2.4 million. That seems odd. That seems odd, doesn't it? Yeah, they're only here to grape our country. That's crazy. It is. Harrison County, Mississippi, right? Last week, Christopher Garcia Cruz was arrested for aggravated sexual assault of a child. He has an immigration hold. Now, this guy could pass for a white guy. Aggravated sexual assault of a child. Last name, suffix. Race, white. Well, they got him classified as white. Christopher Garcia Cruz. I mean, I could, he could pass for a white guy. I mean, he is Hispanic, but he could pass for a white guy. Mm-hmm. Studies confirm that these chips implanted in pedophiles' heads reduce the possibility of them harming another child by 100%. Now, these microchips could solve the problem. Yes, they could. So is sexual assault an exploit to defer deportation? It's starting to seem that way. It's starting to, these motherfuckers preying on children, right? It's starting to seem that way. Like maybe there's some kind of, maybe because of Joe Biden's history with his daughter and the showers he used to take with her and smelling kids and stuff. Maybe anytime that happened, they just said that was a strong family or something and they let him stay. I don't know. Yeah, my goodness. White people are out of control. They have to be stopped. Tulsa, Oklahoma. Earlier this month, Jesus Orlando Burgos Ramos was arrested for assault and battery with a dangerous weapon. He has an immigration detainer hold. Burgos Ramos is accused of attacking a man with a hatchet, leaving the victim with a nearly severed forearm. Huh. Hatchet man. Hatchet man. Hatchet attack. Convicted felon arrested after a parking lot assault. So wait a minute. So this guy is a convicted felon, and he's an illegal alien. So what the fuck is he still doing in the country? White. What's this? What's the G stand for? Gender, male, race, white. Another white man. This white man with this Burgos Ramos Jesus Orlando is a white man. White man. Oh, what do you know? Jorge Armando Melendez Gonzalez, a career criminal and legal alien from El Salvador, was arrested 10 times and charged with 19 different crimes. Previously lodged. So this is the guy we saw earlier. Yeah. The apprehended Salvadoran previously arrested 10 times and charged with 19 crimes. Commission of a felony. This is the guy we saw wearing a Bukele shirt. It's crazy. It's a cultural thing. They need to take their cultures back to wherever they came from. Seriously, I don't claim any of these Latinos. Some of us are not complete douchebags. I can't stand those fucking assholes. You can't pick a vice. They all overlap. And gatekeepers extort addicts and buy their kids. Hard to wrap your head around the facts. It's fucked, man. It really is. It is fucked. It is fucked. DHS and Indiana State Police arrest 223 illegals on the highways, including 146 truck drivers, as part of Operation Midway Blitz. Crimes include DUI. We saw all this stuff. Okay, yeah, we saw all this stuff. Just closing some tabs. I got way too many open. Okay. Got this from Breitbart. Says truckers say a Middle Eastern driver out of California asked him for help using his phone as a translator. Alleges that the way station in blue states like California, Minnesota, Colorado, New Mexico are not enforcing English proficiency regulations from Trump Secretary Duffy. Let's see what this is.
So this driver right here in this truck, AA Truck Lines Incorporation out of California, Mid-Eastern driver, come up to me just now and asked me, he said, hey man, do you know what time this place opens? We're getting unloaded at. But he didn't ask me in English. He asked me on his cell phone because he couldn't speak English. Now we're in Albuquerque, New Mexico. How did he make it from California to here without getting pulled into a weigh station and them putting him out of service because he can't speak English? Now we done had 2 trucking accidents, one in Florida and one in California, where people were killed because of folks driving around in trucks that couldn't even speak English. Well, let me tell you how. You got the state of New Mexico, you got the state of California, you got the state of Utah, you got the state of Minnesota, you got the state of South Dakota, you got the state of North Dakota, and the other states in between, like Colorado, who are not pulling these guys into the weigh stations and checking to see if they can't speak English, or even to see if they're legal to drive, which the guy in California was not. So that's what's going on. So as a truck driver, should I just run to weigh stations since the DOT officers are not going to do their job? Because I'll be damned if I pull into one and get put out of service for a tire or anything like that. And these guys, they just let them go. What do y'all think?
I think it's crazy. I think it's crazy. Oh, here we go. It says, so DHS detained more illegal alien Uber Lyft drivers at O'Hare Airport today. The usual mob form, but they seemed afraid to do anything. I thought, did we watch some of this earlier when they were doing a? Is this the same thing? A different video? Damn, bro, they arrested everybody. Damn, that's crazy, bro. Damn. Come on. What's up, Lefty Lowe's? What's up, man? How you doing? Thanks for coming by. Hit the like. Please subscribe.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Wonder what he did.
What are you doing? Wow, that's crazy. Lefty says, I've been subscribed. I just sent you my sleeping viewers from my stream. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. ICE is now arresting illegal immigrants in Pittsburgh. Love this. This is Pittsburgh. The Vicksburg in Pittsburgh.
Off because we want information.
Can you identify yourselves?
Stand back.
Can you identify yourselves?
Me and 5 sleepers are in the left grade. Well, thank you all for coming. Please hit the like button and please subscribe to the channel.
Sir, what is your name?
Where are you taking him?
Sir, what is...
Please hit the like button and please subscribe there. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $2, Hellfish Haven. I do these shows every night at 10 p.m. and they go usually about 2.5 hours or longer. Tonight we got a lot of donations, and so for every $75 in donations, I extend the show by an hour. And right now we are, with your $2, we are $63 away from the 4th additional hour. We're currently about another hour to go, 52 minutes to go on the donation to see if we get that, if we get the $63 now that we're away from. If we do, we'll add another hour onto the show, because I can go all night with these things. It says, yes, Joe, the particular amount of drugs of humanity, both like them. All Hispanic men I know have been good guys. Yeah, I have no problem with the. Let's see.
Your name? For what? Where are you taking him?
None of your business.
Why is it? It is my business. I'm an
No, it's
American
not your
citizen.
business.
Sir, are you okay? Sir, are you okay? Fall in line. What am I doing that's not in line?
We're bearing witness. We have every right
We're
to
bearing
do
witness
this.
to people being
This is
arrested
our
for
right.
breaking the law.
I am.
This is our right.
I'm going to stand right here all day long.
You're working for a pedophile.
What's going on, English? What's going on?
Y'all
Get
support
the fuck out
this?
of our neighborhood, ICE.
Neighborhood police support this. That's great.
Put your siren on to fucking drown them out, please.
Why? Why, ICE? We don't want ICE in our neighborhood.
Sir, what is
We
your
don't want
name?
ICE in our neighborhood.
What is your name?
Fucking van.
Sir, what is your name? Are you okay?
We'll call Casa San Jose for you.
Yes, we will. What is your name? Fucking bullshit.
fucking bullshit that they're enforcing the law.
Right off the street.
They're not kidnapping people off the street. They're enforcing the law.
Man kidnapping people off the streets? Is this serving and protecting the neighborhood? Is it?
Fake ass federal agent, my ass. ICE. We don't want ICE in our hood. You can leave.
Were you Proud Boys? Were you on campus on January 6th? Did you storm the Capitol and beat real police officers?
These people are
I
fucking
have a
crazy.
Job, thanks. My job doesn't include kidnapping people.
What's your job? What's your job, KKK?
These people are fucking delusional. This only ends one way, people. I hope you realize that. Where this is going. And it ain't going to be good. It ain't going to be pretty. ICE says a suspect accused of killing a teen in a second drunk driving incident was in the U.S. illegally. Another Joe Biden, Mayorkas, and Democrats' illegal alien caused more death in America. What do you know? ICE says a suspect who killed a teen in a second drunk driving accident. Second time. Mm-hmm. Oh, my Lord. A due process or nonprofit attorney, it's a riot of ignorance. Yeah, it is. Their voices are as annoying as their stupidity. All I hear is MSM coming out of their mouth. Don't end up in a blue state live, Vidaire. Right. Mm-hmm. This is the legacy media and programs like The View that have radicalized the stupid people. Yeah. Tase these Karens already. Oh yeah, dude. I'm all for them. I think make wood shampoo great again. Mm-hmm. A suspect facing a DUI manslaughter charge in connection with the tragic death of a 16-year-old in Mobile, Alabama, is in the United States illegally. ICE announced the detainer placed on Franklin Oriel Barajo Arana. The agency described him as an illegal alien from Honduras following his arrest by the Mobile Police Department on Monday. ICE remains committed to prioritizing the arrest and removal of criminal illegal aliens who pose a threat to public safety. Mm-hmm. Acting ICE New Orleans Field Office Director Scott Lawdig said the statement, this case underscores the critical importance of ICE partnership with local law enforcement agencies to identify and remove individuals who have violated our nation's immigration laws and endangered our communities. ICE said police in Mobile responded to a traffic accident Sunday involving a Toyota Corolla and a Toyota 4Runner. Previously deported Honduran illegal immigrant charged with killing teen who rejected his sexual advances. What? Mm-hmm. 4Runner flipped on its side and the teen boy, a passenger, was pronounced deceased. On the same day, New Orleans issued an immigration detainer and will be transferred to ICE custody upon his release. Investigators revealed that the Fairfield had an active in-state warrant for Arana for a separate DUI offense. 10 arrested in California for charges of attacking law enforcement during an anti-ICE riot. That's right. Get them, lock them all up. Mobile police did not immediately respond Thursday for a request for comments. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We instantly ran over to see what was going on. He said to the station, we got the driver and pushed the vehicle to get out of the victim. Now that I know he passed away, it kind of makes it seem like you didn't do enough, William asked, in reference to the victim, but we just there to help however we could. Okay, I don't know. Cool. Another subscriber. Awesome. Yeah, that's really, I mean, we're so close to 1,600. Yeah, 1,598. We're only 2 subscribers away. So if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. We're only 2 subs away from 1,600. Uh-huh. All right, so Fairfax County, Virginia is in the news again for the wrong reasons. Soft on crime and a horrible school system that is on the extreme far left. This is a good place to avoid. Due to my background, I'm supposed to disagree with the Mexican thing and say they are not good. I know it's not true. There are as racist as blacks or worse. It's true. Yeah. Well, I don't judge anybody by the color of their skin. I judge them by the content of their character. Sometimes the character is pretty fucked up. Oh, Hellfish Haven says, just subbed my alt account too. Well, thank you. That must mean that we're now just one away. Wow, $15.99. We're just one away, man. Just one away to 1,600. Just one away from 1,600. That's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Thank you very much. I know that white males 10 to 20 years younger than me don't understand yet why and how they were disenfranchised. I lived it, and for many years watched the slow motion train wreck. It's not good. It's really not good. Jim, don't worry. I can say it. Major Blue County in hot seat after a violent illegal alien arrested 10 times, finally nabbed by ICE. Wait, that's not. No, that's a different weirdo. Fairfax County officials on a hot seat after Trump Department of Homeland Security said the county's sanctuary policies allowed an illegal alien to walk free despite having been arrested 10 times and having 19 criminal charges, including for malicious shooting and unlawful wounding. But he's just a Maryland man. He's just a guy. He's just a father. Fairfax County officials disputing DHS's characterization of a sanctuary county. However, Salvadoran national Jorge Armando Melendez Gonzalez was arrested 10 times and charged with 19 different crimes in just over 7 years. He was finally arrested by ICE after DHS officials at the Fairfax County Adult Detention Center declined to honor an immigration detainer it lodged against him on July 18th. So they lodged a detainer and said, hold this guy. And they said, no, we're not holding him. We're not holding him. We're letting him go. Fuck you. Go find him. This is what we're dealing with. Yeah. What? That's right. The July detainer was not the first time Fairfax County ignored an ICE request to hold Melendez Gonzalez. ICE also lodged a detainer against him in 2023. So under the Biden administration, they wanted him. They still said, no, we sanctuary. So according to DHS, Fairfax County officials refused to honor the immigration detainer and release this dangerous criminal back into the community. ICE stamps 3-time deported illegal alien charged with assaulting a police officer. Good riddance. Despite this, Melendez Gonzalez stayed in the country for just over 10 years, racking up a long list of offenses in Virginia. He was arrested for 3 counts of malicious shooting, unlawful wounding, use of a firearm, and commission of a felony, assault, battery, assault on a family member, grand larceny, trespassing, possessing false government identification, public intoxication, disturbing the peace, and making false statements to law enforcement. He should also be arrested for a federal crime of being a fucking illegal alien in possession of a firearm. That's 10 years in prison. That's a federal felony. Why isn't he charged with that? Oh, 1,600? Are you serious? No. Can it be so? Can it be so? Oh. Wow, look at that. 1,600. Yay! Woo! Do freaks like that vote? Or are they too involved in criminal acts? I don't know. It's possible that they vote. I've been looking for that number. Yeah, all night. I thought we could hit 1,600. Yeah, we went down to 1596. Like it went up, and then it went down, and now it's back up again. So that's great, 1,600. Thank you very much to everyone who making it happen. Thank you. Oh. Thank you. Despite this, he stayed in the country for over 10 years. Oh, yeah, we saw that. He has 2 felony convictions stemming from a 2023 shooting, which carry a sentence of 3 years. However, his sentence was reduced to a year. So this guy got 3 years, and because of the Soros DAs and the other crap and the judges, they go, oh, just let him out. I caused plenty of mayhem, but it was government sanctioned, so it's okay, because it was a long time ago. Thank you very much. Next stop, 100K. Well, let's try to get to 5K or 2K and then 5K and stuff like that. So just slowly keep growing, you know. Just got to keep growing. Just kind of just spread the word. Mm-hmm. According to a statement from the Fairfax County Police Department, detectives arrested him in 2023 in a shooting that injured 3 men outside a business in Falls Church, Virginia. Any happy stories? Warm, fuzzy feeling? I don't know. I mean, not right now. We got a whole bunch of these stories. And it's not good. This is not good news. I mean, it's terrible, but there's really not good news out there. Yeah. Then you get people unsubbing just to mess with you. I know. You have 2 sons who are Marines, and I'm sure they have done the same. I prefer the truth to be sure. So, yeah. So they got this guy out of here. Let's see. We got the feds arrest anti-ICE suspect who they say was caught on video throwing rocks at ICE vehicles during a raid on a cannabis farm in Camarillo, California. Feds nabbed the anti-ICE suspect in a pre-dawn raid in Oxnard, California. They arrested Isa Carrillo, seen in that disturbing video smashing the windows on federal vehicles. Oh, this is the guy. Okay. This guy that threw the brick through the window of the vehicle. You can't do that. You can't throw a brick through the window of the vehicles. Right. That's a crime. Newsom donors cannabis farm under federal investigation for child labor violations. That's right. People they talk about this, like, oh, there was this whole thing at this cannabis farm, and they did this, and they arrested people, and they stopped this guy, and they did all this other stuff. But it turns out that there was slave labor going on there. So did Soros become the bank for drug cartels back in the 60s and then went large when Reagan created the DEA in the 70s? I don't know, man. Something weird with Soros. Something. Here's the real story. During the October 25th operation, Border Patrol agents were surrounded and boxed in by a group of agitators. Federal law enforcement issued multiple warning commands, and verbal warnings always were ignored. While trying to safely clear the area, a gray sedan sped down the road and boxed in Border Patrol. Border Patrol gave warnings to the driver to back up his car, which he refused. After spewing profanities at law enforcement, he proceeded to charge out of his car towards law enforcement and resisted arrest. During the arrest, another U.S. citizen assaulted the arresting agent, striking him in the head. Both were arrested. The operation resulted in the arrest of a criminal illegal alien from Mexico who has previously been arrested for assault. Secretary Noem's message to rioters is clear. You will not stop us or slow us down. Yeah, so this is the thing. This is U.S. citizen 67 suffers broken ribs after Border Patrol drag him out of a car in shocking video. Oh, I guess you shouldn't attack the agents. Let's see. Here's it. That's their story, but here's what happened.
Come. He's driving down the fucking street! Back your vehicle up! 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 Fuck you! Come.
Wait, did you see the guy get out of the car and say "fuck you" and attack him? Watch. Watch.
Fuck you!
See him? Oh, well, that's what happens. Mm-hmm. That's what happens. Camarillo is such a nice place, home of the Camarillo State Mental Hospital. He must have thought he was pretty fast in that black Corvette, but wasn't fast enough to evade the green machine. This U.S. citizen attempted to run Border Patrol agents off the road in Chicago. He then fled, driving erratically, endangering public safety, and hitting at least 2 civilian vehicles. Our agents, with Operation Midway Blitz, tracked him to his residence, where he was arrested for 18 U.S.C. 111, assault on a federal officer. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Any assault on federal law enforcement will not be tolerated. You will be identified, you'll be arrested, and you'll learn the consequences for your violent actions. Mm-hmm. Oh, look at this idiot. I got a Corvette. Man, I'm going to ram you off the road. What is with these fucking idiots, man? There's a way to bury the lead. Earlier today, Border Patrol moved 2 violent criminals from a Chicago suburb school. Agents were pursuing 2 Mexican nationals as part of Midway Blitz. They fled into the school. It's a great thing our agents caught them. Josefat Garcia Roa, multiple DUIs, felony cocaine possession, multiple domestic batteries, assaults, violation of bail bond. Samuel Suarez Cuevas, kidnapping, multiple counts of domestic violence, domestic battery, criminal damage. CBP is committed to removing criminal illegal aliens from our country. Yeah, so these 2 guys fled into a school, and they're like, and this goes, a car chase involving federal agents ended in arrest at a North Suburban high school. Why wasn't the high school locked down when these 2 crazy people tried to run in? It says whoever's running their show will probably set up some of their naive LARPers to get pew-pewed. Probably. If I'd make that whistle shit swallow that. Yeah, I hate the whistle. Yeah, they go, oh, a car chase ended up in an arrest. Yeah, look at them. Oh, look at this. Mexican torta alert. Another liberal woman chasing federal agents down and making roads dangerous with erratic driving has been arrested.
A Ford Explorer, they're getting off. He's backing up into me. Why are you backing up into me? It is not illegal. It's not illegal. No, it's not illegal. It's not illegal. It's not illegal. It's not illegal.
Ice wave danger crime is still a no-go due to a crappy ticker. Oh, that sucks, Joe.
It's not illegal. What's your badge number? What's your Charlie 305? A Ford.
Man, these people, like, what's your bad number? I can do this. It's resisting arrest. You can't just argue with them. You can go. Oh, man, look at this. The head of ICE just said it's possible some illegal immigrant truck drivers could be looking to commit terrorist attacks on U.S. soils. We don't know what they're carrying across state lines in an 18-wheeler. Terrorists would stop at nothing to harm the United States. It's well within the realm of possibility that some of these trucks could be carrying toxic chemicals, bombs, or God knows what.
It is also part of our national security mission with ICE because millions of illegal aliens that came to the United States under the last administration were unvetted. The problem is we don't know what they're carrying across state lines in an 18-wheeler. Terrorists will stop at nothing to harm the United States, and it's well within the realm of possibility that some of these trucks and some of these semi-trucks that are traversing our nation's highway could be carrying toxic chemicals, bombs, or God knows what. Our agency was formed out of the aftermath of 9/11, the largest terrorist attack on American soil. I'm extremely proud of the hardworking men and women of ICE as we led this critical operation in and around Chicago. Again, this operation would not have been successful without our partnership with the Indiana State Police. With that, I'd like to introduce the Deputy Director of ICE, Madison Chia.
Good morning.
It is also part of our
Law enforcement in Ontario, California responded to a call for officers needing assistance after a shooting involving multiple officers from the Department of Homeland Security. Oh, I saw this, I think.
An officer-involved shooting. We believe over Ontario about 6:30 this morning here in the 2800 block of South Vineyard. According to Ontario PD, they responded to an officer needs assistance call and an officer-involved shooting. We believe the officers in question were federal agents, DHS, Department of Homeland Security, and FBI. It's unclear if anyone was struck by gunfire. Ontario PD is only here to secure the scene. There's another scene, though, inside the Country Meadows Mobile Home Park.
Oh, look at that. Another thing going on. We got this, then we got this, this. It's always, what's your bad number? I want a supervisor. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do nothing. Yeah. It is likely to escalate. Yeah, it is. This is going to be. ICE officers opened fire in California after another vehicle tries to run over and kill federal agents without provocation. Another example of ICE threats. I think this is this. I think this is it. This is that same story.
DHS says this began around 6:30 this morning when federal agents were conducting a traffic stop. They say ICE agents pulled over a driver, and that's when another driver that they say was not a target pulled up in front of the agents. He was ordered to leave, but somehow authorities say that driver attempted to run agents over by reversing directly at them without stopping. That's when DHS says an ICE agent, fearing for his life, fired several shots. DHS.
Wow, that's crazy. Granola says the racialism and insurgency that is occurring in the USA has already happened in other countries. The insanity that went on in South America during the 60s and 70s was just a precursor to the assault on the USA. Well, yeah, that's another one too. They go, I'm pregnant, you can't touch me. Holy crap. DHS Secretary Noam just announced he arrested 46 illegal AM semi-truck drivers and 82 illegals who drove box trucks and buses. All right, let's hear it.
Through that partnership, 223 illegal aliens have been arrested and taken off of our roads. Of those, 146 of them were drivers. That includes 46 semi-truck drivers and another 82 of them that were either box trucks, buses, moving vans, vehicles such as that. The CDLs that were issued to those individuals were issued from over a dozen different states. Many of those individuals could have been licensed in a state somewhere and received their CDL in another state, but overwhelmingly, these individuals have come from sanctuary states such as California and Illinois and New York. If you are here driving on our streets illegally and our highways, you are endangering our citizens and your days are numbered.
Numbered.
Through that partnership.
Numbered. Look at this. J.B. Prickster's resignation is being demanded. Sorry, not racialism, radicalism. Okay, that makes more sense. Soros was in charge of the WMF that funded the collapse of many South American countries. Yeah. Yeah, he was. Prickster's resignation is being demanded after he harbored 2 illegal aliens who killed 2 Americans in the state of Illinois. Prickster has a lot of blood on his hands, and he doesn't care. A national disgrace and derelict in his duty. Oh, look at Peter Hansen. I wonder if he's related to Chris Hansen.
Pacheco Mesa is now looking at charges of driving without a license and not slowing down to avoid an accident. But there's more to this story. Earlier, a large crowd gathered in the Coles County Courthouse to mourn the deaths of Mike and Gail Clayton.
May God bless the Clayton family during this trying time. Thank you.
An emotional moment for Coles County Board Chairman Darrell Cox as community members mourn the deaths of board member Mike Clayton and his wife Gail. They were hit by another car in Westfield Friday and pronounced dead at the scene.
But I've been silent for too long. Mike and Gail Clayton were killed by a driver that was in this country illegally.
Originally, Illinois State Police told WCIA3 the suspect was from Indiana. Now, an Immigration and Customs Enforcement spokesperson says in a statement, quote, ICE launched an immigration detainer on Edwin Pacheco Meza, 34, an illegal alien from Honduras after he was arrested in Illinois. And Cox is being vocal about his concerns.
I'm calling on our governor and his legislature to reverse course and repeal the Trust Act.
It's an act Coles County Sheriff Kent Martin says sidelines law enforcement during immigration matters.
If someone is here illegally but hasn't been charged criminally in the federal court, we can't even notify someone that they're in custody.
Other board members made similar calls to action, and Cox went on to say the Claytons died because of, quote, broken immigration policies. WCIA3 reached out to the governor's office to comment on the matter. We have not heard back. All this as the county remembers a couple that impacted.
That's terrible. That's horrible. He should resign, the big fat slob. A memo came out today that ICE needs to make sure a candidate can meet physical requirements for a job because they have a lot of academy failures due to physical conditions during the surge. I can imagine. Good. Today, 2 violent criminal legal aliens with rap sheets that include kidnapping started a high-speed chase that crashed into multiple cars, recklessly drove into a school parking lot, and fled into the school. All this is a story about the 2 guys at the school. They tried to evade justice. Their criminal histories include kidnapping, domestic violence, domestic battery, assault. Border Patrol was conducting targeted operation when Josefat Garcia Roa and Samuel Suarez Rivas attempted to conduct a vehicle stop on Dugdale Road. The driver initially pulled over and then fled at high speeds. After driving on 3 wheels for several more blocks, the driver pulled into Warren Township High School. So he lost a tire and he was driving on 3 wheels. Oh my God. He was apprehended in a parking lot. Suarez ran into the high school. He was apprehended inside. What's to say? Asmongold had an hour show today on non-English speaker versus Arkansas State Police. The comments were affirming the number of CDL drivers having no fluency. Dozens of CDL folks in comments saying, well, that's these two criminal aliens recklessly endangered the public and started a high-speed chase, possibly to seek protection since they are ice-free zones. They tried to go on school grounds. Oh, yeah. Border Patrol does not conduct enforcement in their schools, but will not allow criminal illegal aliens to put public in harm's way. So they tried to get to a school. That's all it does is we're gaslit for decades and bringing it up called race tits. Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm saying, like, they're trying to establish these things that they claim are like ice-free zones. But, ICE agents risk their lives to arrest two violent criminals with kidnapping and assault charges. Exactly what enforcement can't be optional. That's right. DHS Secretary Nolan says there'll be no pause on immigration enforcement operations in the Chicago area after Governor Pritzker asked for a break for the Halloween weekend. The fact Governor Pritzker is asking for it is shameful. We want to make sure that people are safe. Mm-hmm.
Yes, Governor Pritzker has asked for Operation Midway Blitz to be on pause for the holiday weekend. Are you willing to do that? And if you're not, why not?
No, we're absolutely not willing to put on pause any work that we will do to keep communities safe. The fact that Governor Pritzker is asking for that is shameful, and I think unfortunate that he doesn't recognize how important the work is that we do to make sure we're bringing criminals to justice and getting them off our streets, especially when we're going to send all of our kiddos out on the streets and going to events and enjoying the holiday season. We want to make sure that they're safe. And if you see, even up here, we have individuals that we've picked up off the streets with our ICE officers and CBP officers that have assault against a child pedophiles, rapes. Those individuals don't deserve to be on our streets, and we're certainly not going to let our kids be victimized by them. Yes.
Governor Pritzker.
Wow, that's crazy. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I still think the U.S. military could clean up the immigration delinquents like they did in the past. I think under Eisenhower. That's right. They deported 700, almost 800,000 illegal aliens in under 3 months using the military. Eisenhower ordered it, and it happened, and nobody fucking said boo. They didn't care. Massachusetts, a break for Halloween? Yeah, no break for Halloween. Trick or treat. Massachusetts had a CDL scanner where state troopers had the licenses to drivers in exchange for driveways paved, hot tubs, and other quid pro quos. Yeah. Illinois had several governors go to jail over CDLs. One of them was, I think his name was Governor Edgar, or maybe Governor Ryan or Edgar, over CDLs, selling CDLs and selling licenses and stuff like that. She's blowing smoke up my rear end. Yeah, definitely. Pritzker is an idiot. Trump is doing the right thing with scaling back social programs. It's going to be tough, but it has to happen. The bottomless pit has to be closed. That's right. Exclusive. The Tuesday, the most violent day in his career, with Border Patrol saying after they left the courthouse, they went to an area where the Latin King gang members are known to frequent. He says they were closed in by about 70 vehicles trying to ram agents and impede enforcement activity. He says they arrested a suspected Latin King member during the operation. The Latin Kings put a hit out on Bovino. He says the response is to go after them even harder.
After we left the courthouse yesterday, we traveled to some areas in Chicago that are rife with the Latin Kings gang. You may remember the Latin Kings gang put a hit out on both myself and law enforcement agents, an actual monetary hit. That was the $2,000 to $12,000 for kidnap and then kill law enforcement. One individual has been indicted, and that's an ongoing federal case, as you know. And then when that happens, Allie, that spreads. It spreads to other gangs, potential cartel ties now. That bounty is increased, according to intelligence reports, to $50,000 for the more senior officials in federal law enforcement. So when that happens, where do you think we're going to go? Where do you think the Green Team is going to go and conduct enforcement duties and enforcement activities? We're going right down where those gangs are known to operate, whether it's the little village area of Chicago or any other areas, to enforce Title VIII immigration law. Title VIII immigration law, we won't put up with bounties on our heads. But when you couple bounties with that violent rhetoric, like Johnson and Pritzker constantly spout, it has an effect. It has a coordinated effect. These individuals are now coordinating to hurt and kill and maim federal law enforcement. I saw that coordination yesterday in full effect. Now, our agents see this every day. I saw that firsthand with my own eyes yesterday. Coordinated attacks on federal law enforcement. I saw individuals in vehicles trying to ram Border Patrol agents for a period of 40 minutes straight. At one point, there were 70, let me say that again, 70 vehicles that were engaged in obstruction and following and trying to hurt Border Patrol agents. A few of those vehicles became extremely violent. One vehicle actually drove onto a sidewalk to try to get at Border Patrol agents. And, that's something that when that starts happening, things are pretty serious. And this happened not just one time, but over a long period of time.
I think when that started happening, it's time to start opening fire. That's what I think. I think you have to repair to repel borders. Pulaski County, Arkansas, last month, Jersan Leandro Tentano Sanchez was arrested for sexual extortion. He's on an immigration detainer hold. Oh, look at him! Nice. He's got the haircut. Let's see. He's a white male. Another white male. Another white male arrested. Another white male. This guy's a white male arrested for sexual extortion, whatever that is. Another brown booked as white. Another white guy. Yeehaw. Davidson County, Tennessee, last week, Jose Domingo Ramirez Perez was arrested for sexual battery. He's on an immigration detainer hold. Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. Sex right, white male. Dun, 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 dun. He's not eligible for release because he's got an ICE detainer. Sexual battery. Jose Domingo Perez, white male. Essex County, New Jersey, Andrade Savages Paz was arrested for murder and desecrating a human remains in connection with the death of his 28-year-old girlfriend, Diana Chisengo Valeza. He has an immigration detainer hold. The Essex County prosecutor says Calvachi Paz admitted that he strangled Chiswango Melez inside their shared Newark apartment before transferring her to a wooded area nearby. So a female victim got longer sentence than her rapist in Germany because of racism. Yeah, I saw that because she said something mean to him. So this guy, Paz, 35-year-old man arrested in connection. He's charged with first-degree murder. There he is. White, complexion light, male, height, hair color, race, Hispanic. So at least it seems New Jersey is getting the information right, even though some other states are. Oh, here we go. You guys ready? You guys ready for Bisque? You guys ready for a story? Look at this. Democrat, Massachusetts Governor, Deputy Director Lamar Cook was arrested for trafficking 17 pounds of cocaine. Yeah.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
And he had it delivered to the governor's office in Springfield. Yes, more white criminals and then one for you. It was like 3-1 on that one. Yeah, so the governor's deputy director was arrested and he had 17 pounds of cocaine delivered to the governor's office in Springfield. Diversity, equity, and cocaine.
Our first look at the now former deputy director of Governor Healey's Western Massachusetts office just appearing in court this afternoon. This is Lamar Cook. He just pleaded not guilty to drug trafficking charges. Cook was arrested after prosecutors say they intercepted 17 pounds of cocaine being delivered to the state office building where he worked. Prosecutors believe he may also be connected to 28 pounds of cocaine seized at a hotel in Amherst earlier this month.
The package there was a search warrant, it was opened, it was 7,800 grams. 225 grams of that was packaged back up. There was a controlled delivery done to the governor's office in Springfield.
Our first look at the now former deputy.
That's crazy. Here's the governor saying, our first year office we're bringing down costs. Look at first year Mayor Hurley. Yeah. Oh, yeah, because they got cocaine coming in. You know, the aide to Massachusetts Governor Mara Healey's been arrested for cocaine trafficking. The intercepted package with drugs to be set delivered to the state office building where he worked. Has he been to Biden's White House? Yes, this is another one of mine. That's 50 pounds after it's cut. Yeah. That's clearly BS. It was supposed to go to my house. Planned destruction, proxy style, the chutzpah. Yeah. In addition to the large drug charge, Lamar Cook is also charged with illegally owning a firearm and ammunition. What do you know? Aid, look at this. Aid to Massachusetts Governor Healy charging cocaine trafficking scheme allegedly linked to state office building. Now, I wonder, here's the thing. I wonder if they're saying he was charged with the gun. Does that mean he's a convicted felon? So she hired a convicted felon to be her office aide? Is that what's going on here? Aid to Healy charged in cocaine trafficking. Oh. What's she going to say? She didn't know nothing about it? Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Aid to Healy charged in cocaine trafficking scheme linked to state office building. This is probably not going to be about this, is it? Guarantee it's not going to be about this. No, it's not. Aide to Massachusetts governor was arrested for cocaine trafficking after investigators intercepted packages with drugs straight to be delivered to state office buildings. Lamar Cook, 45 of Springfield, pled not guilty during his arraignment and was ordered held without bail pending court hearing. In addition, he's charged with illegally owning a firearm and ammunition. Cook served as deputy director of Healy's Western Massachusetts office, according to an archive staff directory. A spokesperson for the governor's office said the state officials fired Cook effectively immediately after learning of his arrest. Oh! Clearly reparations, the judge must consider it. That must have cost a bit. It's a powder finger. Yeah, it is. What was his salary? Oh, it was probably 6 figures, easy. The conduct that occurred here is unacceptable and a major breach of public trust. Criminal investigation is ongoing, and our administration will work with law enforcement. Authorities have seized 21 kilograms of cocaine, including 8 intercepted Saturday during a delivery operation at the Springfield State Office building. I wonder how long. Yeah, deputy director sounds like more than an aide. I wonder how long he was doing it. It was probably a great scam having it delivered to state buildings. No one ever thought to look, like, oh, it's coming here to state buildings. Don't worry about it. No one's going to check. Libertarian swingers are honor bound to be snorting coke off someone's ass. Mm-hmm. The investigation, investigators searched Cook's former office Monday night. Cook was arrested Tuesday while in his car in Springfield. Investigates them from 2 prior drug seizures. Authority intercepted 2 suspicious packages at Hotel UMass, University of Massachusetts, Amherst, on October 10th and found 13 kilograms of suspected cocaine. Cook previously worked as director of Hotel UMass, according to his LinkedIn profile. Cocaine and T-tops is a hell of a thing. Yeah. Evidence collected during the operation was consistent with narcotics recovered during the most recent controlled delivery in Springfield. The investigation in the UMass seizure remains ongoing and may result in additional charges related to prior shipments in Hampshire County. Yeah. Don't threaten me with a good time. Directors are normally part of management. Yeah, they are. This says court docs shed further light on former Healy charge in cocaine trafficking. Lamar Cook served as deputy director of Healy's Western Massachusetts office, was fired in light of his arrest. Several kilograms of cocaine were allegedly intercepted en route to one of Healy's former aides, bore the word gold, a clue potentially connecting the package to a drug cartel. The newly available state police report sheds light on Cook's arrest on cocaine trafficking, firearms offenses, and driving without a license. This guy didn't even have a fucking license. I don't even have a license, Lisa. He was fired in light of his arrest. He pleaded not guilty and remains in custody. According to court documents, federal officials seized 2 suspicious packages in Kentucky on October 8th and found approximately 12 kilos of cocaine bound for UMass in Amherst, where Cook previously worked. The next day, police made a controlled delivery to the hotel, though a staff member who appeared to be a manager discussed sending the packages back to the loading dock because they could not locate the individual they were supposed to be delivered to. Several of the kilos of suspected cocaine were reportedly emblazoned with the word gold, and court documents note that the drug cartels would commonly imprint or mark their kilograms of narcotics in order to link their particular brand. However, local investigators did not see gold logo before. Yeah, he has 1,000 more potential charges around children. No one came to pick up the parcels from U.S., though authorities later discovered Cook was caught on surveillance video retrieving packages at the hotel on another occasion. On October 24th, federal officials in Kentucky flagged another suspicious package that allegedly contained 7,800 grams of suspected cocaine. So that's like, what is that, like 12, 24, 48? Is that like 6 kilos? Police say the parcel was addressed to the addressed to the governor's office on Springfield, Mass. Dwight, a trooper went undercover as a delivery driver, and some of the suspected cocaine was repackaged for controlled delivery the following day. When Cook came to retrieve the package and said he'd bring it up to the office, the undercover trooper signaled for backup, and authorities detained him. Cook allegedly told police packages are mail are routinely delivered to the governor's office outpost and kept until folks come to get them, or they are sent to Boston. But according to a police report, a security guard told investigators he'd never seen Cook pick up packages as part of his regular duties. Police ultimately released Cook at the scene pending further investigation. When sifting through traffic days later, they reportedly found an unusual amount of discarded food. Believing Cook might have cleaned out his refrigerator in preparation for leaving the area, they sought an arrest warrant. The estimated street value of suspected cocaine is in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. They believe Cook could potentially be a flight risk, the amount of money that was lost due to the enforcement seizure. The criminal investigation is ongoing, and the administration will work with law enforcement. That's crazy. That's crazy. Crazy, 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 crazy. We got this story out of Minnesota. Omar Fatah waves a foreign flag, speaks a foreign language, pledges his loyalty to Somalia, tells Somalians to elect him. This is a rally in Minneapolis. This is the United States of America.
Alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Somalia. Hiran State. Mawisle. Early voting was hadda illa November 4. I need your vote. I need you. Hadan Udkina, hello?
Well, the sad thing about that is, that guy needs to go. I should run for office. Our little Guthrie could write a good tune about this, I bet. That's it for you, Joe. God bless. Well, Joe, if you stick around, we're only going to last about another 10 minutes. That's about it. We got only about 10 minutes left to go. Right now, we are 7 minutes and 57 seconds left. That's about it. And then, here's your alternative. The Islamicized America Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey goes full Mogadishu. Here's the Democrat, his Mayor Jacob Frey on stage speaking Somalia, laughing like a fool at America as he celebrates the 65th anniversary of Somalia's independence. Not America's independence, not Minnesota's heritage. He's performing in Somali for a crowd that barely speaks English in a city he has helped transform into little Mogadishu. This man isn't leading Minneapolis, he's surrendering it. Jacob Frey has legalized blasting the Islamic call to prayer 5 times a day, starting at dawn, lifting noise laws and let mosques blast Arabic prayers across the city, worked hand in glove with the Hamas-linked CARE, a group named by the DOJ as an unindicted co-conspirator, pandering to foreign populations, pushing policies to erase American identity. The Somali-born population is now one of the largest immigrant groups in Minnesota. In the Cedar Riverside neighborhood, nicknamed Little Mogadishu, nearly 40% are foreign-born, 47% speak Somali. Wow. Minneapolis has become a cautionary tale for what happens when leftist leaders and Islamic supremacists unite in America. This isn't diversity. This is civilizational suicide. Jacob Frey is on the front lines, cheering it on and helping destroy another U.S. city. Here we go. Ready? Here he is.
Somalia Hanulato! Somalia Hanulato! Somalia Igeya!
munaasabadan oo ay soo qaban qaabisay hay-adda People in Action oo ah hay-ad sanad walba qabata munaasabadaha maalmaha xurriyadda oo ay leeyihiin dhalinyaro Soomaaliyeed ayaa waxaa lagu qabtay magaalada Minneapolis. Jacob Fry
I don't want to get hit for the music, for these weird music songs.
Minneapolis! Mufiatai! Satay! It is so good to be here out with our incredible Somali community in Minneapolis. We love you. You make our city a better place.
Yeah, right. What are you, crazy?
meelay joogaan waxaan leeyahay hambalyo
Teen Brides endorse this message.
ka soo wareegtay xornimada Soomaaliya markaan iska xoreynay gumaysiga oo Soomaaliya ay xorowday oo awoowayaashiyo iyo ayeeyooyinkan iyo dadkii aan ka soo jeednay oo aan ku abtirsanaynay ay yiraahdeen maya gumaysi aad baan arinta iyada maanta ugu faraxsanahay inaan ka soo qayb galo waxa kale oo in la xuso oo ah fariin in la inoo diray jiilka anigu aan ka mid ka ahay iyo inta iga waaweyn inta Soomaaliya maanta xilka haysa iyo inta xil sugaysa iyo inta aan ka haynin dhalinyaradii Mareykanku koray.
Okay, yeah, that's crazy. That's nuts, man. Now I got this. Look at this. 2 Muslim doctors have been performing. This is a bad story. I don't even know, man. Should we do this? 2 Muslim doctors have been performing illegal surgeries on young girls in Minnesota as a part of Shia Muslim religious practice. Security camera footage, some taped phone conversations, and the testimony from 2 very young girls who say they were taken to that clinic where they experienced unthinkable pain. They were performing female genital mutilation, is what I'll be hearing more will be presented about religion, culture, tradition versus federal law that prohibits the cutting of genitals of young girls to keep them from being sexually active later in life. They do have a very strong religious belief. The doctors say the surgery was Shia Muslim religious practice. Shia Muslim religious practice or rite of passage ritual. Oh my God.
Troubling details are emerging in the federal case involving a local doctor. Jumana Nagarwala is accused of performing an illegal medical procedure on young girls. The procedure, referred to by prosecutors as female genital mutilation, was allegedly performed at a clinic in Livonia. And now the man whose name is on the front of that clinic was charged in connection with the case. Sean Lay is live with the very latest on charges against this second doctor and his wife. Sean.
That is correct. All 3, 2 doctors and a wife, all charged now in this very troubling case. The FBI says the evidence here is mounting. They are relying on some security camera footage, some taped phone conversations, and the testimony from 2 very young girls who say they were taken to that clinic where they experienced unthinkable pain.
It's classic game playing by the government, charging them on a Friday, knowing that they'd spend the weekend in custody, and then we'd have a detention hearing next week. So no, I'm not surprised that the government would pull that sort of stunt.
The attorney for Dr. Fakhruddin Attar is upset that he and his wife were arrested today and now have to be held in jail until a detention hearing can be held next week. But it will be in that hearing when more will be presented about religion, culture, tradition versus federal law that prohibits the cutting of the genitals of young girls to keep them from being sexually active later in life.
I think on Wednesday you might learn a little bit more. But they do have a very strong religious belief.
The charges are disturbing that the doctor allegedly conspired with respected Henry Ford emergency room doctor Jumana Nagrawala to bring the girls in from Minnesota, where female genital mutilation is against state law, to the Attar's office in Livonia, where there is not a state law on the books against the practice here in Michigan. The FBI alleges that the girls' genitals were cut by Nagrawala, with Attar and his wife assisting. The lawyer for Dr. Nagrawala says only skin was removed in what he calls a Shia Muslim religious practice. Federal investigators say 2 7-year-olds suffered pain, cuts, and scarring from the procedure, recognized by the World Health Organization as a human rights violation.
For himself, he's been an upstanding member of the medical community for years.
Both doctors have been suspended by the hospitals they were working at. There are no allegations that any of these procedures happened at those hospitals. In the meantime, when you dig deep into the court documents here, Kimberly, one of these young victims, just 7 years old, said she was in so much pain she could not walk out of that clinic in Livonia.
Last week, the Fed said hundreds of girls have had FGM performed on them, and now the bombshell in court that their mosque in Farmington Hills allegedly paid for FGM, even though in the past leaders have said they had no involvement. Dr. Jumana Nargawala was not in court today. She's facing up to life in prison, charged by the feds with performing female genital mutilation on 2 7-year-old girls brought from Minnesota. Another doctor, Fakrud Nattar, and his wife are also charged by the feds with using his medical clinic after hours and his wife assisting.
Well, you'll be happy to know that a judge tossed the case out and said it was a violation of their First Amendment right to freedom of religion. So, killing Trump just endorsed by a jury from leftist jurisdiction. These are dangerous times. A former Coast Guard lieutenant who called for President Trump's assassination on social media was acquitted by a federal jury after his attorneys argued the posts were protected by the First Amendment. Yeah, so that's what they say. Protected by the First Amendment. Yeah. Oh no, yeah. That's what happened. I did see Friday night, I did see Basco Sauce, my rant here. I don't know, for $20 on thank you. Thank you, Basco Sauce. What up, chat? I don't know what you wanted to say with your rant there. But I appreciate it. I appreciate it. So yeah, so that's what they're doing now. That's what they're doing. Anyway, I want to thank everybody who's here. I want to remind you all to please hit the like button. Please tip your waiters and your wait staff. And I'm going to send you all over to see Pat Dixon. He's singing songs and talking about Halloween and stuff. But we were $43 short. So that's going to be the end for tonight. I will see you all Saturday night for more Jim Tells You the News. Oh, thanks, Basco Sauce, for supporting the show. I greatly appreciate it. I'll see you all Saturday night.